Some say character is forged in the heat of battle. Others say it is only revealed. But I don't need to tell you this, because you're a survivor. Your choices define you. They make you. They reveal who you are. You know how to take that shot, risk it all, and drop in fearlessly. Straight into the unknown. Straight into what may seem like a hopeless battle. But you have confidence in your insanely accurate controlled spray and your smooth, effortless melee weapon skills. You are a fighter. And you are no mere brute. You're thinking 20 moves ahead. Extra ammo, a fully kitted weapon, plenty of meds, and the wits to gather it all while staying ahead of the circle. That's your endgame. Patience is perhaps the most difficult skill to master, but master it you have. Waiting for the perfect moment to spring your trap. That perfect headshot, a C4 ambush, or yes, even a quiet closet with some tempting bait. In freezing snow, in burning heat, you have pushed beyond the limits of endurance. Here, every choice has consequences. Here, every fight could be your last. But I don't need to tell you this, do I? Because you are a survivor. Be the survivor you were born to be. The choice is yours.
Hello everybody and welcome to the first day of the PCS North America Regional Playoffs. After these 3 days of play, the top 6 will be going on to the grand final. Well, let's take a look at the teams that we will have playing here today. Again, 3 groups. Today is going to be groups A and B, and you can see some pretty heavy hitters in that lobby.
It slows them down, like I said, and
Oh, that could be big.
What?
Oh!
No way.
Oh, he finds 2, and T-Sock and Zealot less than half HP. Kurt will try to take the high ground. He's going to spot out 1, but he goes down. T-Sock will trade it. It's now a 1v1, Alo and T-Sock. The smoke cloud could keep T-Sock alive or could try to maybe get the res, but the flashbangs from Alo, T-Sock can't go for it. It's going to be a big 1v1. T-Sock, the smoke wall, you can see it's starting to go down. Alo working around the edge, goes for the flush. And he wins it. At north side here, you can see the angle he's got is forcing STK to move around a little bit. They will get the knock and the flush onto Penta. 15 kills now. Just like that, it's done. Gas Cans back-to-back victories. 16 kills this time around. At the end of day 1, that's what your leaderboard is looking. 93.
Look at that.
93 points for Gas Cans. It's not by any means going to be easy. Gonna try to push
the angle.
Oh my God!
What? That was disgusting.
How? To see if Penta will maybe give him gonna make it easy for him. Nope, he won't. Oldless will get it, and bing bang boom with the 20 kill, 30 point chicken dinner. Oh, that's where I wanted the grenade from Cater to go. And I'm not sure if that was a Cater grenade onto Hooligan or if that was Sonic's. I think it might be Sonic's just making the push here, but they have not realized he is on the backside. Hooligan gonna have to pull up there with the Scar. They'll spot out 1. Cater actually gonna be the one that gets him. No, Shrimsy immediately transfers over, and Oldless managing to snake out a second place finish for Bing Bang Boom here will get the win. Sonics with 9 kills. But what a weird, wonderful game. We were saying coming into the final game, just kind of put yourself into a position where you don't have to be as stressed tomorrow.
Yeah, much needed. I mean, Twitch chat can rejoice. Now Sonics are once again the best team in the world. They find themselves in 6th place, 58 points overall. Look at it. They just knocked Dodge out. And again, it's not comfortable though.
I mean, it feels like Sonics is going to have to commit so many resources, and now that the firefight is opening up, it looks like T8 is trying to come up back behind us. That's going to mean no cover for Sonics to work with. They're just going to have to make sure that they defend themselves with bullets, so that way T8 does not come up back behind him. H1 already taken so much damage. He's going to go down as well. T8 is just storming into this position, spots out mine, but it's range. It's going to be sparking, providing some type of covering fire for the Sonics to work with. Everybody has got vision on each other, and it's starting to make the push. Now, it's going to be sparking, trying to make this low ground assault on a T8's position. They are weak and goes for the spray and gets a little bit more damage into it, but Bale Frost is going to go down. Now the connecting shots are going to come out from Sparking. The push paying off, but you Bull trying to hold the other angle, and that's going to go down. T8 does go down in 3rd. Sonics manages to weather it, but it's just going to be Tiggleton, the last one up, trying to fight his way out of it, realizing his commitment onto one side, goes for the peak, but it's going to be Yahoo that picks it up with 11 kills.
We'll be able to recover and get that knock, but Snake is still playing close contact here. You see, he's desperate. He's got this information relayed to him, so he could actually swing this.
Oh, walks up into the face. Spray, easy connection. Snakers takes it away, and now it's just Yahoo on the other side. He's going to go down. 10 kills for E United. Overall, you can see it is indeed going to be Yahoo in 1st place, tied with Bing Bang Boom. It's just going to be based off of all the way that this is set up with kill points. Oh my God, this is so tight. Gas Can's going to be back behind that one. E United following it up, shoots a kill, holding on 5th, 300, stepping up into our 6th place position. Then Sonic's Spicy Fish, built by gamers, Nootropic, Wildcard Gaming, Rumblers, Dodge, and 4 Funners are going to be going to our LCQ. We talked about it. Now finally seeing Latin America, North America recombining for PCS6. This angle right here is just netting so much work. You can see Nootropic not harassed on any of their angles and are just farming what they see moving around them. Now, going a little bit more aggressive, gotta be careful. Nice Try does have some vision of what's going on, but that nade bounces in and does some very important damage.
Fire is being deployed. Mime is gonna have the opportunity to get on the roof.
takes the shotgun blast, and now that is going to reveal to Sonics that they need to be careful about how they push the... But it doesn't matter. Mime gets a shot on top. 3v1, hoping the shotgun connects. Doesn't get the shots that they need. Now makes a switch over to the AR. Does get the knock on one. Goes for a spin around into it. Doesn't get it in the end. It's going to be Mime. 11 kills and a victory for Sonics.
Systematico's immediately going for the push here onto Dodge while they know that they have one down.
The nades coming in. Actually, the nades were good initially.
Oh,
that one's good.
Goodbye.
That one's money.
Goodbye, Finna.
Okay.
Finna will get one. Working around the side of the Bronco. Finna gets two. Finna staying alive in this. Laurent gets taken down low, and Zera now. The last one up, he will clean it up, but now look at KF9. He knows this is his opportunity. If I'm going to do it, this is going to be the time. But and Zera absolutely reads him like a book. 11 kills and a second win for Systematicos.
They got to be sweating bullets right now. They don't know what we know, right? They don't know exactly where the kills lie. And actually now, the deeper investment of utility here, it's kind of a good indicator for Nootropic.
I think they spotted out Corsac.
Yeah, Lampolot's got a good line of sight on this.
Corsac playing the tree.
Oh, the damage!
Oh, the damage comes through, but Corsac will go down. Rumblers, Waldo will trade back onto Senix. So it's now a 3v3. Lampolot will heal up after the big damage Corsac was able to do. Smoke wall still down. Waldo and Valiate trying to go for the low wrap while Los HD holds on to the high side. Corsac has been flushed. Lena will spot Waldo trying to peek through the smoke. He'll find Valiant as well. And just like that, it's done. Nootropic take the win with 9 kills. Here we go. Overall standings, and the Rumblers do it.
1
by 1 point. Unbelievable.
No way. I mean, that's heartbreak for Wildcard, but wow.
Oi, Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, these will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit.
Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor, but we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
Winner.
So, where to next?
opening knock again, and Lear. Oh, this nade, that should be perfect, and they are all lined up, bouncing back against the wall. Moved in just the nick of time. NCLS very low on HP, is going to bolt into the window, trying to heal to stay alive. Finally giving that ridge line up, but
that shin boy, not like this.
No, there's nowhere to go. He's healing. He knew it was coming, but there's nowhere to go.
And here we go. We are now at phase number 9. Are you ready, Clover? We are at the close-in circle with 20 up. This is about to be nuts. The circle is going to be very close to where we're seeing Shoot to Kill's position at, as well as Yo. Gaskets also has an air path forward. Shoot to Kill knows they have got to defend this one up. And now it's about what do you have left. Just Too Easy is now down. BBB!
Circle working out pretty good.
Oh my
Keenan, where are you going, son? He gets one, he gets 2 Roth. Troglodytes is just getting mowed down. Execs trying to say, or Rusty Zero rather, trying to keep things alive, but that was so quickly done. Nicely done there, but Sonics is getting down to no HP. Keenan has 3 HP, that's it. I think it's a 1v1, Keenan versus Tiggleton.
Tiggleton's got to clean up anything that he can here, see if he can spot out Keenan. I think he's got a general idea for where he is. Keenan really taking that extra second to heal up. He absolutely needed it. And Tiggleton's just going to wrap around the smoke, seeing who he can spot out. If they can get that win, there you go. The connection comes. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Sonics, a modest 5 kills, but that is 3 in a row for him.
And just to add that little additional icing on top of the cake, that final kill to secure the win in the 1v1 for Tiggleton was his 400th kill of all grand finals going back to the beginning of PCS.
Yes, finally, PCS6.
Experienced players in this LATAM scene made every single finals. Going back to Copa for... Oh, there you go. Okay, they've spotted out kill demo. They're going to hit those, and yeah, Execs gets taken down as well. You felt like it was just a matter of time. Sonics had the chokehold here, and that's going to be a nice, big, high kill count win for Sonics.
Don't group up too much, but nope, Mime's going to find the angle into it. 16 kills.
There's only one member still standing left of Yahoo. It's Pootage, and Shrimzy's got him in the barrel. There you go. 8 kills and Sonics back-to-back wins. And Tiggleton's just going to wrap around the smoke, seeing who he can spot out. If they can get that win, there you go. The connection comes. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Sonics, a modest 5 kills, but that is 3 in a row.
Oh, this is so good from Akreche. This is so confident as they are pushing outside of the circle to take the fight right to Sonic.
Nade?
That grenade is going to do it, and Akreche will get the win with 14 kills.
A 1v4 situation, 6 kills to their name. They know exactly where he is. And Poro, this is looking to be a back-to-back as Akreche with 7 kills. Frenzy takes care of him as well, and now the Sonics can spread out. They know it's only them versus what's left of Yahoo. 12 kills to their name for Yahoo. I mean, but things are looking really dire as I say that. Tiggleton with the final kill there, and Sonics finally get a win on this circle, Natrum.
Play it slow. I like this. Reset the tempo, slow it all down, find your way to make this work. Shrimzy and Tiggleton are a strong double up, but United just has all the cards in this. They know where Shrimzy is. They're making the commitment, and he's down. Tiggleton, the last one up, and it looks like the gods may bleed as Tiggleton is trying to fight his way through it. Is gonna go down. Sonics are eliminated in 7th, and now maybe somebody else can get some points.
what you really want. Turn it up and do or die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do or die. Everything is on the line. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do or die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero.
Born ready.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. It is the final day of PCS6 from sunny Santa Monica. My name is Toppies. I'm joined by Clover and Porosaurus. If you don't know that by now, I don't know what you've been doing, but just in case, a bit of a reminder. Also, a reminder on how it is that our teams got here during this event. 128 teams dropped in from 2 separate regions, grinded their way past things like the last chance qualifier to become the Big 16 that are playing here at the Grand Final. Or I should say have been playing here at the Grand Final, because we've already gone through 25 of the games this weekend with only 5 left to play. It's important to remember, super point rule matters. You don't have to have a chicken to win the whole thing. It is worth 10 points, and match tiebreakers are going to come down to who has the most kills across all matches. What are we playing for? A lot of cash. And when I say a lot, I mean a lot. $250,000 on the line, $60K for first, as well as special prizing. Kill Leader, Insane Squad, and all PCS team will take home $5,000, $5,000, and $10,000 respectively. As well as reminder to you, if you buy the PCS6 skins, you can contribute to the prize pool as well. Exciting stuff. It's a lot of money, but I'll tell you what teams are mostly focused on. Not the cash. 3 letters, P, G, and C. Let's get an update on where those teams stand right now.
Ooh, there we go. All right, okay, so here we go. These are the points that teams were earned, so far from the ESL 1 Masters. It's the big event that we had here before PCS6 Americas, but at the end of today, Toppies, these numbers are changing.
They're changing big time. How are they changing, Poro?
Well, I mean, now we're over to the PCS. We've got a fatter stack of points to be distributed all the way up and down the leaderboard. 450 for first. That's a nice come up for any of the teams. We got a lot of teams that are still in contention for this.
I mean, first place only got 200 right now, so this is a very big day for everyone, including the teams at the bottom, because remember, guys, last time we had a PGC, an America's team missed it by like 30 points. So the fact of the matter is, even those teams down there fighting at the bottom of the bracket, that 25 could be the difference between success and failure. Not something else we're tracking. Another international event just around the corner in June that we're all really excited about is the Nations Cup. We are crowning MVPs who make the team. Let's take a look at who is currently in that race. Talk to me about America.
I am really excited about PNC, Thomas. I'm excited about PNC. I'm excited about America. I'm excited about our top kill leaders, our MVP leaders for this spot. Right now, Kickstart is in the lead, but Relo and Poonage are very close. So it could shuffle a little bit here today, though.
Yeah, and it's impressive because they've been on the same team. But when we go to Canada, yesterday it was down to a tiebreaker on kills. Shinboy, though, really popped off and got a bit of a lead on Adam. But if Adam or Keenan can have a really good day today and maybe a struggle for Shinboy, we could see a shakeup yet again at the end.
Let's talk Latin America. Brazil.
Talking about Brazil. Well, Vamos sparking in the lead right now, but he's got Haven and Rusty Zera right behind him, and you know how well 22 has been performing. With 1 day left, there's every shot that 22 Esports Haven could jump sparking if he's not careful.
Yeah. Well, you want to talk about the rest of LATAM. Argentina. It was very close between 2 players until yesterday, when out of nowhere, Martinson from AKM super popped off. He not only jumped his teammate Alir RV, but also Reeboks, who had started yesterday in the league. So again, Argentina, very close race today.
And because I'm bad at math, I will be assigned to Australia today. Because
tight race there.
Tight race, Tiggleton.
Yeah.
But I do want to give a shout out to Monty from Bliss at APAC. They finished up their event this morning, and he will be one of the representatives. So by the end of day today, I suspect Monty and Tig will be talking about their plan for PNC. Let's check in with the kill leaderboards as well. Remember, 5K for whoever's the top of this at the end of the day. It is closer than I thought it might be.
I mean, here we go. I'm going to Esports pose in front of because we know it's Tiggleton right now, but Kickstart is keeping it kind of close, 4 points behind him. And everybody else, there's a big potential there. Waika Kamukau, we've seen him one before. Poonage, also big opportunity. You just got to stop these two. That's the big problem right now.
That's all.
There's more to say about these two because both of them are in the head-to-head race right now for actual event MVP. So we're going to look at them side by side because right now Tig does have the lead, but Kickstart's been closing that gap.
He has been, and now obviously Tiggleton's putting up just nutty numbers, insane numbers. And you got to remember, though, it was that last game last night that Sonics really kind of popped off. Tig really popped off in that last game, so that's kind of where he developed a little bit of this lead from. It was a little bit closer before that, but, 5 games left. Who's to say how this is going to end up? I don't know, man. Sonics they look pretty good. But so does United.
Absolutely, and they're not, first I will say, Kickstart needs to tell the rest of his team to calm down. That percentage of damage, really, he needs some help on that. But there's other folks in the race. The others coming in behind, Relo, Nikos, and Poonage are in that 3, 4, and 5 slot on the chase. So we'll see if they can actually catch up and make that move. We'll track that throughout the day, as well as MVPs and everything else that goes along with that. Also a reminder, Alienware is going to be doing special prizes for everyone here. Insane Squad, all PCS team, and that Grind Final MVP. We just took a look at the preview for that. Are going to be getting some really nice loadouts. And I got to see what they're getting earlier today. It is, I am jealous. I will simply leave it at that. I am as jealous of that as I am jealous of your shoes today, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Let's take
y'all.
We do look good. Let's take a look at the leaderboard because that looks pretty good right now. I would say for the Sonics, but no, it's a 4-horse race.
Yeah, this is the closest we've ever had a PCS with this many teams still down to the wire. If you were to be like, who wins today? I don't know that I could give you a confident answer. I'll give you an answer.
Oh, okay. Who wins today?
No, I put myself on the spot. I will still say this, though. I think E United have an opportunity.
All right, Pora, who wins today?
I don't know, man. Like I was about to say United 4 in a row. I mean, United 4 in a row seems like it makes sense, right? Sonics, though, has been popping off, but if they have another bad day like they have had here in this tournament, Yahoo could still make a run here as well.
I believe in the young guns. Yahoo's going the distance. I believe in it. All right, we've talked about the scoreboards. We've talked about how we got to this point. Let's do one more reminder. Let's look at what happened yesterday. You know what time it is?
What time?
Recap!
Yeah.
I love a good recap.
Recap's great. And yesterday's games, I mean, okay, I'm going to say this. Every day this event, we have had crazy circles, crazy games, crazy finishes. Yeah, a couple of back-to-backs. There's some teams, E United being a back-to-back. One of those days, Sonics have had back-to-back wins. But yesterday kept things fresh. A lot of growth, and I think one of the reasons why we're in a 4-horse race.
I mean, we've been giving Sonics a hard time for tough performances in days. Well, you got to keep it fair, man. United, yesterday, they didn't do that great. Like, if all things considered, their total points was a little bit low, but comparatively to everything else. But again, Sonics was having a bad day, came in the end and cleaned it up. But I mean, Yahoo has just been kind of consistent all the way through, and you really got to look at Balefrost. I don't want to give all the credit to Balefrost because it just seems like that was the right piece to really kind of make everybody else on that team perform a little bit better.
Well, and two, Yahoo is one of the few teams that have yet to have a 0-point game. They've had a 0-kill game, but they still got a point in placement. So that's something to keep in mind, is that they're always finding some way to climb on the leaderboard.
Sonics in first place, though, after that big performance in the last game of the day yesterday. And you saw Tig just popping off. I mean, we already talked about the damage numbers. It was 12 is ridiculous. He had just complete overview over everything. And again, this is Sonics, right? They had, it's almost a replay of day one for them, where they had 4 kind of forgettable games, and then they topped it off with a really nice cherry on top.
Yeah.
Well, we got into it and talked about those 3 teams during the recap who have been dominating, but it's actually a 4-horse race due to the fact that another team came aggressive. I don't think a lot of us expected them to be competing for first place necessarily going into the weekend, and that's the Gas Cans, man. They came out swinging.
Yeah, and even in the recap, we saw them featured in so many of those fights because of that late game presence. And part of that, we talked about Balefrost getting picked up. Waikikimukau picked up for this roster as well, and it's been such a great spot for him.
No, he's been great. I mean, you look at the average kills, 1.6 and 289 damage for him. I mean, gas cans have been looking good. And, you know, we were talking about him at the early part of the tournament that they were trying to do that widespread thing that they found so much success with during the group stages. Well, it didn't end up working as well, and they started a little bit slow. But you know what I loved about this team is that they found a way to adjust coming into the second week, and now things are really firing on all cylinders again. So that's something that's really impressive from a team that's just picked up a brand new member.
Yeah, I mean, I know sometimes we like to throw around the term honeymoon. I don't necessarily think that. I think this is a team that's spent the time and the resources to figure out what does and doesn't work, not only with themselves as a 4-stack, but the way that this lobby is, because we always do have to factor in the lobby meta change when we bring in those LATAM teams.
Also worth mentioning, Gas Cans is a smart team. Adam is a great leader. I mean, the Didiotos across the board are known for their leadership potential. And more importantly, it's a team of journeymen. Guys like Waikikimukau, Adam, they've been on this grind for a long time, and I feel like they're maybe finding their feet. So that's been exciting to see.
Also, Nikos has been putting up some just
Exactly.
highlight reel plays. Like you look at that 1v3 yesterday, or the 1v4, I guess, against Bing Bang Boom was absolutely
super awesome.
He was so close to getting Roth. We might as well call it 1v4, right?
Another team we got to talk about, because I want to know about how they got here, is a team that a lot of people call Rat Kings. Maybe I don't think they deserve it necessarily, and I'll tell you why later, but it's E-United.
Yeah, E-United, again, 4 individual players who on their own right are wild and insane. They did pick up Flood earlier this year. We've kind of watched how that adjustment has taken place. That said, their ability, their smarts on the map are, I think, probably one of the best in the lobby.
All right, I bring up the Rat King thing. I want to talk about the way that they play these games. That's where the circle pops, okay? Everyone says they get circle blessed all the time. This is an example of why I don't think that's always true. No matter where the circle pops, and we're going to move through the possibilities on the southern side, they are still inside of it. In fact, even if the circle goes all the way to the north and makes a very difficult or unlikely shift, they still have an incredibly high percentage chance of being inside of it. The way that they choose their spots means that they're not a 20% chance to get circles, they're a 20% chance to miss them. And I think that's huge.
And I guess you could look at that circle and be like, oh, well, that's on Milta. That's their spot. That's their home, right? Well, what about Military Island? The circle pops down here. Now, remember, this is they made landfall at that red dot right there after a botation. They knew that the east side of this radio tower mountain was clear, so they moved their way over. They do a 2-2 split to cover everything that's moving in from the west, knowing that their backsides are cleared, knowing that they have a clear path into the circle. It was just really, really well done by them.
And if you continue looking at the map, I think that for me, one of the biggest takeaways is the amount of space. They came in here, they know what's behind them, and the reality is their circle size is this entire area, whereas like STK or AKM, their possible circle is just significantly smaller, and I love the way they make big circles for themselves.
Absolutely. And I mean, obviously, these are just 2 Erangel examples. But we saw very similar styles of play on Miramar, which can sometimes be even harder to do because it's a bigger map and we've got more extreme shifts. But, I mean, they've been playing this smart throughout the whole event.
All right, now we've moved past them. Let's go into looking forward to the race. The 4 that are going the distance, what do they have to do today? Because you just coined the term botation, as far as I'm concerned, you get first talkies when it comes to this section.
Botation.
All right, I feel like everybody's used botation before, right?
I haven't. I love it.
Well, let's start off at the top of the leaderboard, right? You have Sonics that have earned their right to be in that top spot. The fact of the matter is, Toffees, it could be even higher. They are -8 in terms of points that have been stolen away from them.
Okay.
They've stolen 14 kills. They've had 22 stolen away from them. So that's 8 points that have just been pulled out of the pockets of the Sonics. But on top of that, Toffees, if I was going to tell you that out of these 4 teams, there was one team that averaged 61 points a day.
61?
10.8 points per game.
That's really good.
In games played on the final day of a tournament. What do you think? You would think they would win, right?
100% they're going to have to win.
Well, congratulations, Sonics, because Sonics puts up absolutely disgusting numbers on the final day of play.
First day? That's wild.
But, you know, okay, I respect that. But again, Toffees, you asked me who I thought could potentially win. I still say E-United.
Okay.
I think this could be their 4-peat. They're not only the way that they've been playing previously, PCSs, ESLs, I just like the way that this roster has come together. And we're finishing strong on Erangel. Yes, we have 3 Miramar to start the day. Their Miramar game has improved for E-United, but I think that finishing on their map is going to make them even deadlier.
Well, Yahoo looks pretty damn good as well. I mean, they've been kind of taking over control of area, so much so that I think that the addition of, obviously we've talked about it so many times now at this point, it's getting ad nauseum, but Balefrost, Sparking, all those guys playing at the top level right now. But Sonics, what do you even say, Sonics?
Yeah, okay, they're a little bit of feature of gas cans again. Sonics win, but I mean, just the gas cans still, that big potential to pop off. Got a couple of Miramar games. Miramar's good for them. It's a good way for them to get ahead of some of these other teams.
Yeah, that's a good point. We are moving to we're not saying we're moving to Miramar, but there is a lion's share of the desert today, and some teams seem to do a lot better there. Do you think in this sort of race for 4, is there a team that really does benefit from us moving to Miramar?
I will say, obviously, Sonics at this point, very, very good on Miramar, but I do think if you're gas cans, that's what you're hoping for. Yahoo, a little bit better on Erangel.
Nice. All right, and I do have to clarify, just for everyone at home, I know who is watching this and is thinking to themselves, why are they only talking about the top 4? Is this really a top 4 race? Is there any universe, any world where, say, Bing Bang Boom or 22, who's in that sort of 5th, 6th spot, can make the move into top 3?
If they win all 5?
If they win all, is that all? Is that the only option that we've got?
I mean, you know, going into the past, we've had like 1 or 2 horse races coming into the final day, right, where it makes a little bit more sense that somebody might catch. But now at this point, if you're 5 or below, you're expecting 4 teams to all just kind of fall off the face of the earth on the final day. That comes really, really not very likely. But it could happen. It could happen. Hey,
it could, and it's not just about them making the top 3. There's a lot to play for. For instance, 22
PGC points.
Right,
man.
exactly. Even if 22 ends in, say, 5th place, they'll have accrued a significant increase in PGC points over everybody else.
Absolutely. I mean, 22, when we look at even just PGC points, Bing Bang Boom, another good example of that, there's a lot of other teams coming out of ESL 1 that placed really well. And for LATAM, a lot of those teams that typically are the ones that can be the scary and the points hoarders aren't here at PCS6. KPI is not here. Synergy is not here. And that's really helpful if you're 22.
Absolutely. And we did throw up Bing Bang Boom on the screen because they're another one of those teams that theoretically, I guess if they go absolutely bananas, and if there's a team that could do it, that's a team that likes to fight early and go crazy, but they're going to have to start taking fights in the first 2 to 3 minutes from game 1 if they want to catch up.
I mean, they got a long way to go, right? But again, I think you're absolutely right. If you're going to see a big comeback from any of these teams, really, Bing Bang Boom included, it's going to have to start in game 1. It's going to have to start early. Now, we have seen Roth and Oldless kind of put on a show here in the last couple of days, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them make a little bit of a run here.
And you said some guys who put on a show. We got another guy who put on a show. I want to actually hear from him. It's Kickstart talking about adaptions throughout this event.
Yeah, we haven't changed literally anything. We talk about our mistakes like pretty much right after our mistakes happen. And I mean, most of them are like zone dependent or something like that. It's like very small micro stuff since we've been playing the game for so long. And I mean, if we happen to have like the same exact zones again, we might play them differently because we made mistakes before, but it's likely that we just have completely different zones and we play the exact same way, or I mean, we didn't change anything. So just going into a new day.
All right, Godspeed. It's time to get everything ready and situated. We're moving into the first game of the day, and let's be real, this is an important one. You saw the desk that was talking about it just a second ago. There is a lot on the line for these teams right now, and setting a pace with the way that we're seeing all this lined up means the fact that these guys, if they're fighting for that #1 position, need to put up a good game now.
One could say that this is a very exciting grand finals matchroom.
I know, especially because the fact that we usually have like, it'll be neck and neck between like 1 or 2 teams. This time,
this is 4 teams, baby.
So many options that could be going on.
We were talking about it. This has to be the most competitive PCS as far as the amount of teams that are actually in the breakpoint of getting first place, right? Like it's usually, yes, as our fabulous Des just said, it's generally 2 teams. Sometimes it's only been 1 team going to finals, right? Like I can think of the PCS that the Sonics have won, where they basically won in like, you know, day 5. But this is not that at all. I mean, this has been competitive the entire way through. I mean, even some of the middle pack teams, man, have made some pushes and tried to go from, you know, 10th place pushing up to 5th. And so this has been awesome to watch.
Coming into this, I want to remind everybody that there is a finite amount of points that you can get in every single game. So whenever we're talking about this, we often say that teams can have these big games. Let's say you get like 16 kills and then you get first place, getting those 26 points means the fact that you have now sponged and taken those away from everybody else. When we're looking at the competition at this stage, teams going out very early and giving other teams opportunities to take those points are going to be so influential in these early rounds.
Well, yeah, and we've seen it before, right? In the previous games of yesterday, the day before that, even in not so much the first week, but especially in the second week, we've seen like Sonic's not have a good game and United has capitalized. We've seen that United didn't have a great game, and then either Sonic's have capitalized or another team like 22 has capitalized, right? And it's been a constant back and forth between the top, I want to say like 7 teams over the course of this weekend, and it's just been a joy to watch. And this circle is, it's like a Monty circle.
I mean, there are some distinguishing factors.
We see it a lot.
Like Power Grid to the east and to the south of it, it's got that hillside that's going to make things weird. The San Martin pathing over to the west of it is also kind of weird. But, I mean, you should be familiar with just about everything in the circle.
Here's the thing. I actually like this circle. And the reason why, it's a circle that it's not crazy. We've seen it, time and time again. But it's like a good kind of starter circle for the day, right? It's not wild. It's not crazy. Most of the teams already know how to navigate this. They'll have their set plays with their rotations and their macro and then their micro once they start getting to the end game if they make it there. And so, yeah, this is actually a perfect stage for the start of today.
Yeah, and it's a very dynamic circle, even though it is.
It can be, no, absolutely.
There's a lot of different tangibilities. We've got Chumacero. We've often talked about the complexities of that. Into the west of it, we've got that very vertical area where you've got the valleys that are coming into it.
Ladria, yep.
I mean, there's a lot of very interesting ways. Even if this stays centered up and just goes where Freshy's at, it's pretty flat land, and that opens up an entirely different playstyle.
The terrain around Monty is incredibly interesting as well, especially the stuff to the east of it, because there's a lot of different, that whole road leading from Monty up into San Martin, there is a wealth of little pockets and divots for teams to kind of get entrenched in or play in. We've seen time and time again when it ends up there as well that the foot pushes and the foot battles are actually really, really intense, especially in that area because utility plays a big role as well. And yeah, this can be a very dynamic circle. And then even it could shift to Pozo, right? Which is just a completely different look as well as far as circles go. This
Pozo circle. It always goes to the field next to Pozo. That southeastern field.
It does like that field quite a bit.
Okay, so we're looking at our front runners right now. In Sonics, I know a lot of favorites coming into this, but I do want to point out United's consistent success that we've been seeing here recently is something we need to keep an eye on. As the gap between them isn't that big. But yes, Yahoo and Gas Cans have been hyper impressive in this, and even if they don't take away first, they should be extremely proud of what they managed to set up. If anything, walking away with as many PGC points as they're going to have is also just a setup for continued success.
Yeah, but you know damn well if these teams lose, they're not going to be happy. Even if they get second, even if they get third, regardless how many points they...
Yahoo not getting first, you know that there's going to be some emotions in that one. Gas Cans, too, just the way that they bought into it. And I even have to say 22, I was sleeping on them a little bit at the beginning.
I think a lot of us were, to be fair. I think a lot of us were. I mean, again, they're not a... They're always a team that were pretty solid, but that's about where the buck stopped, right? Like, they were just a solid team. They never really had these crazy, outstanding kind of performances. But again, back to the super format in this lobby, in this new year, 22, at the very least so far, has been a team that is not only impressed, but is a team that I'm hoping could continue this trajectory as far as their upward momentum.
See the leaderboard after that. We've got a couple of knowns that we've been talking about a lot, but Nikos, I mean, we were talking a lot about Adam and shot calling and the mental that he brings in, and we were really hype about Wykick and Mukal, but Nikos has had some amazing standout performances in this.
He literally saved them in that Miramar game, in that highlight. I mean, it's just as clean as you like, that 1v3, honestly, and Nikos has always been really solid, right? We've been watching him at this point, in our region at least, for a little bit, and yeah, this Gas Cans roster, incredibly solid, and the fact that they were just kind of quietly doing their thing, right, while we're talking about all the other teams was also really impressive to see, because again, they may not be the most flashy team out there. In fact, they're not the most flashy team out there, but sometimes, man, these guys can absolutely turn it on, especially when it comes down to the very intelligent shot calling that does come from Adam, their positioning. He enables players like Nikos, who are just really good, to kind of shine.
There is no way that we can just describe to you the way that Adam sees the game and the way that he sets up players and the way he is
very intelligent, man.
I mean,
both the Didianos.
Yeah, they're so smart in their approach to everything. Speaking of Gas Cans, you can see that they have spotted out dodge and they are going to rotate. This is fairly centered circle, so that's why we're not seeing a lot of firefights. And due to the training, the way that we were talking about it, it also denies a lot of vision between these squads. So unless we see a, send rotation, which we shouldn't see at this stage, it's going to be fairly quiet.
Yeah, especially the teams that are allowed around the spot where Gas is playing right now, just around that center, just east of Monte. Like,
Yellow Jackets! How are they so influential in all of these games, and then just what happens to them happens to them?
I kind of, like I said, I like this team, man. They're trying new stuff. They're obviously they are new guys to the lobby, right? They came from opens again. Nothing was really known about. Batungas is actually really, really solid, by the way. Watching him play, as far as a standout on that squad, for me, it has to be Batungas. But, I mean, they've been honestly trying more things as far as new things game per game basis, as well as just trying to fix things than I've seen the other teams that have experience in this lobby. And that, to me, shows promise. Even though they're in last place, we kind of expected that. But I really like what we've seen from this team, and I'm hoping they get as much experience and they take that into the next event.
They are just so hard to figure out what they're going to do. Like, Yellow Jackets can just be anywhere. They're the team that always seems to mess up somebody else's plan.
Well, I also think that's a symbol of them trying to figure out what they're supposed to do in this lobby as well. But yeah, it definitely leads to some interesting situations. But yeah, I think we cut them some slack just based off of, the fact that this is their first time playing in a crazy lobby like this. Kikamuka's down.
Yeah, already down in this position. Gas Cans should be able to defend this one, but it looks like Dodge are going to find themselves with a couple of opportunities. Oh, it's going to be SDK's
Pet actually steals that, yeah. From
where?
Oh, they're on the east side. Okay, they're on the ridge just above San Martin there on the south side.
Gotcha. And that's
Power Grid.
Gas Cans playing the western side. They're on the opposite side for it. I'm guessing he was crawling for a res, came around the corner, and that's how SDK saw him.
And again, Power Grid, yeah, it's a really great position to play, but it's surprisingly for a spot being on a plateau doesn't necessarily give you the best vision. And so sometimes, especially because of all the ridges that are surrounding it, it can be a little precarious, to say the least. But Gas Cans at the very least still have 3 alive.
And they have lost 1, as well as you can see Yoho having lost 1 right now. This is a pace-setting game for your squad. So losing 1 early, this is already a nerve-wracking situation, to say the least. You know that you want to come in, you want to keep your numbers up, you know the fact that you need to get points. Losing a member in Circle 1 adds a whole new level of pressure. That means from here on out, every play has to be executed as clean as possible, and that could lead to some more passive play coming out from those teams, which sometimes can also bite them.
It can. I mean, that's definitely a possibility. There's definitely some pressure added, but still, with the very least, with 3 members, you should be able to make most of the plays that you wanted to make before. But yeah, your comms have to be definitely on a better level. The one caveat I will say is that with Waikiki being dead now, he potentially can actually feed a lot of communication to his team. Maybe cycle around, perspectives and just help in that aspect.
This is an interesting situation. We did have Sonics that just shifted out of Picado, and as you saw a moment ago, United took it in this position. I guess just moving in. There are a lot of rotations out of this area. We were talking about the Power Grid hillside.
It basically backfill. I mean, that's what EU likes to do, though, right? Like they know that Sonic's loot's there. They know that Picado's obviously like a pretty decent spot in the circle. And they know Sonics is probably not going to stay in it. So it's backfill. I mean, it's very united of them, which is a good thing. The way that they play the edge, the way that they backfill and make sure that they're a threat on the edge rather than having to deal with another team is what has led them here. I mean, they're very good at what they do.
Desk was talking about the way that they navigate circles, and it's not just even in this circle, you know that the math is probably not going to favor you, because that was what they were talking about, is how the circle tends to fall on them. But they have rotation options from this position that other places just don't have and could be riskier. Even if the circle does go to the north and they're playing in Picado, and it even goes to, let's say, Pozo, they can do a northeastern wrap and just use the hillside for cover the whole way.
It's always about having contingencies, and I promise you, United doesn't just have one plan every game, right? Like, okay, on the shift, we'd like to go here or here. It's like, no, if this happens, we go here. If this happens, we stop here. We scout here. And the first shift is going to be a little tricky, especially because of the fact that most teams are on the south side, right? So I feel like we're going to see a lot of teams rotate either towards the outside west or the outside east to try to wrap around and potentially get in the north side, because that is going to be the most, or I should say the least contested side of the circle.
The south is just going to be nuts as people are trying to make this rotation. Keep an eye on how United is going to have to make theirs. We were talking about whenever we get Pozo, we seem to go into those fields, and that's pretty centered up in it. AKM still taking harassment at Valiate. We've got vision of what's going on, but he is going to go down, and Martinson yet again finding a kill.
And yeah, that's an unfortunate pick there on the side if you are a Rumbler or a Rumbler fan, but
good for Martinson,
yeah,
because
absolutely.
that gives him more MVP capabilities.
They do get that point, yeah, and more importantly, he should be able to maybe free up this rotation a little bit more. They know now Rumblers is going to want to come this way, so they have the option to either camp it or just get out of here.
Options are limited for some of the other teams right now. Dodge does have the side ground position where they should be able to see a lot of what's going on. You can see Sonics have shifted in and do have some company that's going to be right next to him, and Rusty Zera, it's going to be Shrimzy and him holding down this position for the time being. I do believe that Sonics are starting to close in. Trogloditas are also trying to move in here, but they have a longer trek and haven't committed all of their members, so reinforcements are going to arrive first for Sonics.
And as far as Trog goes, I would really like to just kind of see shades of the old team kind of come out where they get a nice little position and then just start to really kind of push out and frag and impose their will.
Did you see Xex was driving over there and he was like, oh, all of those teams there? Nope, you're fine. You just hold that down yourself, Rusty. It'll be okay. Mime's now got vision on what's going on, taking some pot shots. And Rusty Zera can't make it out.
Rusty
he just hops the bike and goes for it. Madman!
How did Rusty even make it out of that? He was literally next to the combat. I don't know if they heard him. That was wild. But Rusty will make it out. They're on the south side of that circle here. And now moving over towards these very claustrophobic hills, we find Dodge as well as United playing on foot because, I mean, that's pretty much all this terrain allows for.
Yeah, and this is, again, a story of the terrain for a lot of what we're looking at. Several teams are still getting kept out on position. United realizing the strength of where Dodge is playing, and Dodge needs to be careful. The firefights have not been going in their favor, and especially having a team like United that this close to them is a recipe for a big problem.
Well, the other thing about Dodge as far as firefights is, I mean, they've lost firefights that I feel like they generally never would have lost before, right? Like this event so far, it's been a struggle for them, and I don't think any of them would shy away from telling you that. It's been a rough event for Dodge, but at the very least, they still have the opportunity to kind of climb out of the bottom bottom 6 here and maybe even climb to the top 10. That would be really good as far as points, just as well as a morale boost, right? Coming out of this event, look, we didn't do great, but we were able to come out and at the very least finish top 10 and get ourselves some PGC points.
Get some moral victory. Say, okay, we played this position, we got the kills out of it. The rotation might not have gone the way we wanted after. You know, you got to find your victories where you can inside this game to keep your mental up, to find your successes. And, I mean, United in the position they're playing are kind of on the edge. We've talked about this a lot. They'll come in here, they'll scout out what's going on, and it's a methodical movement into where they can move next. They do like to move into that more centered position and try to use the geometry in their favor, but this circle doesn't allow it. So now having to lean into more of an edge play style means the fact that their sights are going to be set on Dodge, but they also have gas cans to the north of them.
At the very least, though, I mean, they still have options, right? Like United actually has a decent amount of options, specifically when we're talking about like just this kind of side of the hill that they're on. So United's right here, right? Let me just get this little bad boy. So United's sitting right here, and basically, basically they can kind of branch out and they can either push towards Dodge on this side, or if they really wanted to, they could try to wrap around gas cans and then try to take this position here. So they don't necessarily have to push straight in. They have some options, and this terrain allows them to also, again, foot push, right? It's very mountainous, and there's a lot of little pockets.
I also want to point out the strength and position where we're seeing Tropic as well as Yehoat. Whenever the circle goes this way, it has big favor for it. Bing, bang, boom, already in depths of a firefight right now. 3 members now down, one on front. And Keenan down as well. Trogloditas, where have you been at?
Unfortunate that it came, at BBB's expense, but man, Trog, I just said I want to see them take a position and really hold it and start to get the kills that we know they're capable of, and they just wipe BBB clean.
And that's going to make problems for BBB, as they are going to have shoot to kill that is going to be chasing back behind them. Dodge, who has been holding this down, keep in mind, does have gas cans that are going to be playing close to this position. Dodge in a gatekeeping spot for the time being, so a lot of different moving factors are going to be going on. To the south of their position, we can already see that 300 and Sonics are already making their movements, but Dodge has got to be more focused on what's going up on top of this hillside with United and gas cans.
Sonics, as you said, they're just slowly starting to creep in as well. Crochet is the one on the hill, and they also have Yellow Jackets to contend with potentially, or at least may take shots down on them. And this road has a lot of different spots to play on, both the dirt road and the actual road itself. There's a lot of pockets they can potentially stop in and try to hold, but Yellow Jackets right in front of them.
This is a problem for you. Gets the spray and is going to go down. Now the problem is there's a lot of different firing angles in this bubble. They've got 300 that's coming up. Does manage to find the dip on the other side of it. Yoho's getting some shots on the other angle, and while Sonics does get the moral victory against the Yellow Jackets, it's still going to have the other members from Yellow Jackets up on top and raining destruction down upon them.
And this is not what what Sonics wants necessarily, to be in a very nadeable position as well. You can see 300 already starting to rain down. And as good as these can be, the problem is when you're in a ditch like this, especially when you have teams above you, those nades are just going to roll right where they're supposed to.
Yellow Jackets, again, just being so influential in what's going to be happening inside this nade. There you go, 300. Feeling good about that one. And honestly, Yo-Ho, E-United, Gas Cans, and even 22 also realize there is an opportunity to be had.
This is a huge opportunity now for E-United. They've seen that Sonics have gone out, and now they've made the push onto Dodge. If they take over this position, they have so much rain. Remember earlier I said they could wrap either towards the north or they could wrap here down towards the west. They've decided to do the west because they know if they take over this compound, even if it shifts off them, they have options, or at the very least they can see exactly where they need to go next.
Ethan down right now for Dodge, and that's a key component of what we're going to be looking at. United still playing the outside of this one, not wanting to overcommit just yet. They did get the res up, and Snickers is going to have to run it. This is an early circle, so he should be able... nope, maybe not. Doesn't quite get to cover in time, so he's going to go down again. If Dodge is tracking this, that means the fact that there could be an opportunity. Circle has popped. It stayed to the south, but nowhere around where we're at the time being. E-United stepping through. Oh, we're going to lose another one of their members off of Hikerman's aim, so it's just reload and Kickstart now. Kickstart trying to find the angle, but that is a tricky one to try to assault.
I was going to say, if they could potentially get those reses and pull off this fight, they could actually get ahead of Dodge and then try to hold them out, but Dodge had some really nice angles here. These little shacks, and it's going to be tough. Finally a fight here. Dodge looking to come out on top in a very impressive fashion as well. This would be good if they can get rid of United quick.
Throwables is now starting to come out, moving close range. It's going to be Hikerman yet again, finding the opportunity onto Kickstarts. Now just Relo and a rock. He's going to go down, and now first and third already eliminated in this round.
And then again, that was a rough position for both teams. Obviously United coming off the edge and having to deal with that shift, but Dodge, impressive. We needed to see something from him, and that was a good start.
22 now moving into the danger territory next to 300. Gas Cans just to the north of this. Really, it's going to be STK that has been an unsung hero so far in finding several kills for themselves and realizing with BBB down could have an opportunity for themselves as well. With the way that we've seen the lay of the land, Nootropic is in a very centered position, but this hillside is where all of our teams are clustered.
And STK actually had chosen to go north, Matt. They kind of sat on the east edge for a while, and they're like, you know what, we don't even want to deal with all the teams that are clustered down in the southwest. And so they went north, got a few kills, and now they've got to figure out how they want to reapproach this because, yeah, this wrap, especially if they want to go towards the west side, it's going to be rough. I mean, they're going to be in an open field. They could potentially take a spot in there, which it looks like they're going to do.
Just look at how gate-kept they are. There is a small path that they might be able to find some safety to at least get down the hillside from, but then all those teams are going to have aim onto them. It does look like Dodge is leaning into the Akreshe push. Akreshe's already spotted it, and now we can see Shoot to Kill just rolling right by AKM, and it's going to be going
I cannot believe they're getting this for free.
This is so strong.
Of course this is strong. This is arguably one of the best spots in the circle next to Newt's compound. I mean, the fact that they got this bull is wild to me, especially with Yo-Ho sitting on the edge as well, trying to hold out Rumblers. That is huge for STK, and something, quite frankly, I don't think they should have gotten, but good on them for finding it.
It looks like Yellow Jackets are getting assaulted from the opposite angle. It's going to be Dodge that is finding that and very quickly eliminated. So Dodge now starting their press down this hillside. Do have themselves a space that they can stop for right now. But, man, they are surrounded.
Yeah, they're pinched. They're pinched between two teams. Luckily, 300 hasn't necessarily got as active because they are looking down at 22, and they are fighting 22 as well. It's Dodge with a little bit of time here. But, yeah, Akreshe needs to end this fight. One of these two teams needs to end the fight on this edge immediately.
Hikerman's been doing a good job. But 2 members down for Dodge at this time. How can they hold this one up? You can see the opposite side of this is going to be Yo-Ho and Rumblers. Yo-Ho trying to hold this up, and this fight is what provided the distraction for STK to move in, and STK continuing to find themselves in a good spot. But Yo-Ho can counter move and gatekeep out the Rumblers from this area.
It's really going to be tough. There's like a little dip there for whoever wins this east side, whether it's 22, 300, Gas, Dodge, or Akreshe, but after that, I mean, it's going to be really difficult to cross towards Trog side of the road, and so the teams on the east are basically just fighting for survival here. And again, I'm struck that STK got that spot. I'm pretty sure STK spotted that as well. They saw that it was open and they went for it.
Gascan's already made the move. They just got themselves into another good dip position and a gatekeeping spot. They can now look at everything that's going to be going on to the southeast and potentially hold it, depending on how it's going. But you can see Shoot to Kill, Troglodytes are really already harassing anybody that's trying to leave that hillside.
Yeah, and Gascans at the very least will have like an okay spot for now. They still have to be worried about getting shot from across, but that's a nice proactive move for them, and something that actually doesn't surprise me considering Adam's the one calling on that team.
300 still in the depths of everything that's going on. 22 trying to cling to life. Hasten is going to finally get spotted and get eliminated. The movement over here is so influential. While this is going on, we are starting to get the brew happening with Yahoo and Rumblers. Rumblers are trying to find a way to move into this, but with Yahoo showing a little hesitation, that means Rumblers have managed to get into the safe zone, and now this has become a much more awkward fight for Yahoo.
Yeah, this is awkward to say the least. And again, they were in such a good position even earlier in these circles, but I think they got held up too much by the fight with the Rumblers.
Akreshia just sends it by Troglodytes. Troglodytes takes some shots at him, but it's going to have to be now Yahoo that is focused in what's going on. Troglodytes is harassing, but Akreshia does get up the hillside, but that just puts him into the waiting arms of Yahoo, who's now had to shift away from Rumblers and very much focus on this new threat that's approaching the hillside.
Yeah, and STK as well getting kind of knocked here. Ayla going down to Los HD, and so the Rumblers trying to find their footing in the circle. Los probably going to go down here at the hands of AKM up in the fields to the north, as they are going to be able to get Penta as well. Again, this pocket, if they can just hold this, not necessarily overextend, but just clean up the teams around them, STK is in just such a strong spot. And obviously Newt as well, they've been sitting in that compound for quite a while. Gas as well is going to have a little bit of their work cut out for them because they still potentially have to deal with Trog shooting from across, and then maybe even 300 as they have a dip on that side of the street to play. But Shinboy really and Yahoo need to make this fight.
It's just the solo left.
They
know where he's hiding inside as well. He's just throwing out whatever he can. Just go away. Leave me alone. Here's some flashbangs. Maybe somebody else will shoot at him.
Well, the quicker they clean him out, the more they can get active in the rest of the circle as well. So they just want, there it is. So now they've realized, okay, team's done. We can push out, loot up, and start to pressure STK, as well as the Rumblers.
Oh, I saw that one coming in right there. Extreme does manage to hit into Vox. He's going to get picked off. It's going to be Luke 12 that gets the vision onto it. So 300, you got into the circle. Small technical error while doing so, and you are going to lose all the tires and probably your vehicles that you're using for cover here, and the circle is not going to stay there. Already popped, moved to the west of their position. This is essentially doomed for them.
Like I said, that was the consolation of winning the east side is survival mode, because there was nothing really aside from a dip and yeah, a car fort for them to play.
Yahoo making the move away from Rumbler's positioning, might be eyeing down this hillside. Very aware of where Troglodytes is. This is going to be on the edge, so probably going to be waiting to see if the circle moves and maybe go for some shots into this. Yahoo getting that separation away from Rumblers does mean the fact that they are closer to STK, but STK's dip is so strong, they're just vibing in that right now. They're totally content. Them and Nootropic just are chilling. They're taking shots as they're provided to them, but they are really just making sure that they're not letting anybody assault close range.
The only real threat for STK right now is if they overpeak and get knocked by Yahoo or Rumblers, or if they get naded. But even then, that dip is large enough for a nade to come in and you to kind of spread out and still be all right. And so they just have to kind of hold the fort here. Newt as well. Newt's been, like I said, they've been chilling there for a while, and there's really no reason for them to move.
Gaskin's got vision on what's going on. Should be noted that AKM is also trying to move in from the north, but they're trying to cross that field that's got near on nothing for it, so they're probably going to lose, two of their members. One is in the safe zone, and that's going to be in CLS, but he's pretty much just going to have to hunker down where he's at. Gaskins do have this hillside in between them and Nootropic, but that's just making it so much more difficult for where we see 300 playing, because there is a dip in this hillside that Nootropic has vision what's going on. Yahoo still being the moving factor. Looks like they're starting to eye this Rumbler's position again. Very aware that there are so many threats around them.
Yeah, and this is awkward too, because as you just saw, Sparking and what he's holding in front of the Rumblers is pretty much open ground, right? And so that push is going to be very difficult, not only for Yahoo, potentially, but even the Rumblers. And it's kind of do or die time. You see, I think Waldo's barely in this circle. Yahoo's actually shifted focus as well to Trog, which may give Rumblers an opportunity to move in, but you also have to remember that SDK is also there, just watching, waiting for those kills.
Yahoo has such an opportunity in this one, and they know it. That's why they're not wanting to be too active just yet. STK keeps peeking up, and they don't want to overextend their position. They know that they're at the edge, and they know that they are extremely vulnerable. They are surrounded by people that want to take them down on every single angle that they're going to be playing from. There is still some harassment that's going in at range. Gas cans do have some movement options, but not too much due to where we see Troglodytes playing. So it's almost like everybody has got a locked position against each other, not allowing them to move.
This is a waiting game, except for a team like Yahoo and SDK, because that a lot of that is based off of if Shinboy can get a really nice little cheeky knock here, maybe a 1 or 2 piece, that completely changes the dynamic of this circle. At the very least, the team pinnacle here.
I know that we've talked about STK and their throwables and how they've been known for that for so long, but it feels like Yoho has been very, very on target with how they've been able to assault these dips and are going to find the opportunity.
Kurt's gonna find it. Nice.
Stepping in, Kurt already getting it down on
Huge
2 of them.
Kurt.
That's a big problem for Yoho now, just down to 1 member. The circle at least favors his point, but it's going to be Troglodytes that's coming up on the other angle. Balefrost is now the last one up for his squad, and he has a ton of targets that are going to be coming up after him. Troglodytes is going to be the first to push in, but it's going to be shoot to kill. Also having other problems on it. Troglodytes is not aware of his spot, does get the knock on 1, but there's going to be a ton coming up. He at least gets the flush
he got
out.
The flush. That was the correct play. He knew he was going to get pushed by the other 3. The chances of winning that one before, probably not great because Trog was also kind of bunched and ready to play for trade. So that's, you got a point.
And it's important because, I mean, that just puts him that much closer to Sonics at the time. Shoot to kill. They want all of this, though. They're in the position to be able to play it, already assaulting out, making sure that they're trying to get out what's going on with Rumble.
Oh, hello, Senpai. Okay.
He's going to move in, take out the last member of AKM. Now Gascan's making a rotation, hopping inside of a vehicle, just trying to cross through, but you can see it's going to be Troglodytes. They have vision. Luke 12 as well gets the knock onto 1. Should be the flush, and it's more and more points that are popping off for... Actually, it's going to be Troglodytes that picks that one.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, they made it in there, right? Those should be safe. Luke 12 now starting to flex out, sees a member of New Tropic as well, and this is exactly what SDK needs to do. They need to be a little more active now. They've held down the fort, and now it's time for them to spread out and really stop these teams.
Here's the problem: is they've been spreading out. They've been getting picked apart. They have 2 members down. They're sitting on 12 kills, but now it's going to be New Tropic, who has been holding down a very comfortable position. Moving in, they are fresh, and they are ready to go. You can see SDK having to move away. Troglodytes coming up on the other angle, and now this dip that has provided so much safety is becoming a massive problem. Pinta with nowhere to go, just trying to cling to life, near on no life. Hopefully these 2 other teams will start to get vision on each other and give him a second to breathe. New Tropic on one side, Troglodytes on the other, finally do see each other, and that is going to slow it down just enough.
And that was the perfect storm. Literally, Nude and Trog decided to push at the same time. And as you said, yeah, STK was trying to deal with everything at once, and they got split. Because of that, they are down, and now all of a sudden, Gas is running up the hill. This is massive. Gas actually are on the backside of this hill now, and they can wait out this fight and potentially steal this game.
Gaskins has been in a position that they should have died time and time again, but yet again, it's going to be beautiful play, beautiful macro awareness coming up from Adam, and Nico still being alive at this stage with his firepower that he's been bringing is massive.
The other thing here as well, Matt, is that it's a 2-on-2-on-3, so none of these teams are even full. So the chances of Gas actually getting the win here are not that far-fetched at all, especially with the position that they have now. They control center circle, and more than likely, Trog will have to fight Newt.
Slowing down certain angles, everybody's trying to get the information. The circle has now popped heavily favoring Gascan. Troglodytes on the outside of it, the odd man out per se, as New Tropic has got a position that they can play from. So Troglodytes trying to get a read on this. Nico's already aware, based off of the rotation they made a second ago, on where Troglodytes is going to be at. I like this counter move and making sure that Newt's holding one side and they're playing the other side of it, letting the other team help defend their position.
And again, no one wants to be the first team to fight, right?
Yeah.
But Trog clearly being the ones at the biggest disadvantage right now, not being in circle and having to contest with 2 teams who are, and probably holding the angles that they come in. So, I mean, again, it's just a waiting game now.
We were talking about point sponges. Look at the kill totals on these 3 teams right now.
Yeah, Nude having a great game.
They've managed to just take so many points away from those guys that are fighting for the first. Cynics getting a face full lead does step away from this one right now. Can he manage to fend up? No, it's going to be Necro that connects onto it.
And this is now a 2v2v2, Matt.
Oh, it's starting to get spicy. Necro still finding the angles. We knew Troglodytes could be such a strong firefighting squad, but they've been quiet this event so far. Finally finding their footing in this last section. But Adam steps into it. Lamplot's on the other side. Does manage to take down Nikos. Adam got to move around. Does get him down. Now it is just Adam lined up against 2 members on the other side of it. Does commit into the res. Troglodytes is playing this a little slower. Moving in. Does Execs have the angle for it? They've got it lined up. They're playing the hillside. Coming in. Are we going to be able to see Gaskins get this off in time? Yes, they do.
Yep, they will get the res off in time, and they're going to try to get Nikos to heal. Adam's just throwing whatever utility he can to stall. Flashbangs, nades, smokes, whatever. Mostly flashes, though, and that's actually a really good... That's actually going to help them out a lot. Nikos has gotten the meds off, and now it's just straight up 2v2.
So many teams have counted out Gascan, saying the fact that they might not make it into that top position. But with a game like this, they could find themselves at the start of an opportunity to do so. Low utility coming up from them right now. A couple of smokes.
6 smokes
minimal
still, though, yeah.
armor. And you can see the fact that they also have minimal ammo to work with. Troglodytes is still dancing around the outside of it. These trenches are going to be so vital in what's going on. Troglodytes has got one side of it, but gas cans, counter moves around.
Look how much,
and now finding a way to move through this and finding multiple angles. This could be huge. Steps up. Nikos gets some shots in, and they both reveal themselves. But can Troglodytes defend up what's going on? They've just got that hillside for cover, and Adam is so close.
And I love how active gas cans have been trying to wrap around the almost stagnant Trog at that point, but now Trog's starting to come alive. Shots are going to come out. Necro's going to find out.
Oh! Gets so
one-on-one.
close. It's just Exex on one side and Nikos on the other. Nikos is on near on no life. He just got rezzed a moment ago. Exex gets a read on position, stepping through, gets the spray, and it's going to be Troglodytes that takes the victory with 11 kills.
And Trog, like I said, we needed to see something from the run. I said that at the start of the game, and they start out with a massive wipe on BBB, but that is not at all to take away from the survival instincts of the last two members.
Look at this damage from
That's
Trog.
ridiculous. I mean, they started hot and they ended hot, especially in that 2v2. But again, the gas cans, the fact that they made that drive in that pickup.
How?
And they made it as a duo, and then they decided to move at the perfect time. It was right when Newt had started to pinch with Trog on the STK. They made it on the backside of that hill, and they made it count as just a duo for the longest time.
We've talked about time and time again, awareness and the way that Gaskins plays. We're finding so much. But really the big factor for me in that is the teams that got the big points. Gaskins now might be finding themselves in a place to potentially assault to the top because it's two members go out very early inside of this, and now also shoot to kill, finding a big game at Troglodytes.
Dude,
I mean,
okay.
these we didn't even get a chance to really talk about all considered at the start.
So STK, I don't think that was a blind send because they were on the north side, right? They were on the north side. There's more than enough elevation for them to see the entire field and to even see that dip. So they knew the dip was probably free. What surprised the hell out of me was A, that the dip was free, and B, is the fact that they made that rotation work, because I thought for sure they were going to at least get shredded in the field, lose 1, 2, or even 3. But man, they made it there, and they made it count. It was just, I mean, that was a crazy hard push to defend against.
I love it. Okay, we're already in the final day, guys. This is kicking off. We still have 4 more games to go. But remember, these guys are putting on one hell of a show for you guys. You know you're enjoying it. Go buy yourself some PCS6 skins so that way you can support everything that's going on inside this community. You get some free swag for yourself. Well, I wouldn't say free. You get some nice swag for yourself.
Swag.
But you provide some opportunities for these players as well, guys. We've got the analysts we're going to be working through and tons of great games. We will be back in just a few minutes.
Gas Cans have been trying to wrap around the almost stagnant Trog at that point, but now Trog's starting to come alive. Shots are going to come out. Necro's going to find out.
Oh! Gets on one! Just Execs on one side and Nikos on the other. Nikos is on no life. He just got rezzed a moment ago. Execs gets a read on position. Stepping through, gets the spray, and it's going to be Trogloditas that takes the victory with 11 kills.
And I hope you're grinning at home the way that I am grinning here, because that was how you start a final day. The teams at the top, with the exception of the Gas Cans, left the door open, and the Cans, though they got second, man, they played a mean game. My name's Toffies. I'm joined by Clover and Porosaurus as we break down the action. Let's look at the dinner winner and then just get into...
Yeah.
It is a wild day. This is going to be a wild day.
Yeah, okay. Here we go. Look at the smokes, look at the nades, look at the utility. We saw how wild that last little bit of game was, and it was so close. Trogloditas finally picking up a win, and as you said, I mean, so many teams picking up points that needed it.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the Trogloditas that a lot of us has been expected to see for a long time, right? I mean, I think coming out of last year, talking to a lot of the players, talking to a lot of coaches, this was the team that they thought, you know, out of LATAM was going to be one of the biggest ones to show up in the super format. So good to see them finally kind of waking up here and showing what they're capable of when they frag out.
A little later than I would have liked, but at the end of the day, at least we're seeing some signs of momentum, and that's what you want to see, because it's a long season. We still have another Masters. We still have another PCS before we get to that PGC. What we also have is a look back at that last match. It's highlights time, because it was a crazy game.
Okay, it was. And look, Bing Bang Boom. You asked us at the top of the show, who needed to bring it. We said Bing Bang Boom.
We said they had to fight early. They tried.
They tried. It didn't. This really worked well for Trogloditas. Part of the reason we saw 11 kills up for them. And again, Yellow Jackets finding a way to really put their thorns in Sonic's side. I feel like this just keeps happening.
Stingers.
I mean, that sucks for Sonics, to be honest. Like that was that's a free rotation that they get 99% of the time on circles like this. But the fact that there's just one Yellow Jacket that just happens to be there, and everything just kind of falls apart from there. Unfortunate for them. And it's a 0-point game. So it's but fortunately on the other side, E United again also a 0-point game.
Yeah, them going out so early. I mean, that shaped things up for the teams that needed to climb, not only in the race for the top 4 to the victory, which we'll get into the Gas Cans in a second, but for teams like Shoot to Kill, teams like Dodge, teams that haven't had a lot of scoring opportunities or maybe even great pop-off games. Shoot to Kill had 13 kills this match, and they had such a good spot until the very end when they got pinched.
I mean, I was almost mad that they got that spot for free. Like that, I was hoping that Bing Bang Boom would have taken it on the pop, but they didn't, and they end up getting rushed by Trog. Trog gets to hang out in bricks forever. Yoho did a really good job for a while there of forcing Rumblers to go kind of into STK's sightlines, into AKM sightlines, so they didn't have to deal with it. They were free to come down and deal with Creche by themselves, so they pick up a couple of kills there. Eventually do end up going down to STK, but I know STK, I know Kurt and the boys wish they could have this one back because they had such a good spot there.
And finally, too, we've got to give credit to Nootropic. 10 kills this game. I mean, between Nootropic, Shoot to Kill, Trogloditas, everybody here. Oh, this play by Gas Cans. I mean,
I'm amazed. Like the awareness of Adam and Nikos to know that there was a fight going on and they had the ability, the time to leave that bricks compound and make it to the hill was huge.
Yeah, but there we go. I mean, the final fight, Gas Cans 2-2. I know we were screaming in our seats watching this last fight to set up. I mean, so many smokes for Gas Cans to really use here, but Niku's just not quite hitting that shots. I think was really the make or break there for the end of the game.
Oh, that was so huge. And unfortunately, just no heals left. I think he had 4 bandies in his pocket on this. Otherwise, he probably could have got a heal off before Execs kind of slow rolled it around. Still came close to winning that 1v1, but the experience comes through.
Honestly, everything after that res in the warehouse felt like they were playing with house money, right?
True.
Like they shouldn't have made that cross, or they shouldn't have been able to. I thought they were done. We thought they'd wait for placement, and they sneaked. They played their brains out, and it was awesome to see. Trogloditas, 21 points. That's a big get for them. A shout out to STK to take 17, and Nootropic, I think you said it in the green room, welcome to the tournament, coming out with 15 points. It's good to see some teams step up.
Yeah, I mean, that's more than probably half the kills in the lobby right there for the top 3 teams. Trogloditas, Shoot to Kill, Nootropic just absolutely annihilating everybody else. And you can see, obviously, the top 4 not too changed. It's definitely kept things competitive with Gas Cans 1 point behind United. But now look on the other side. We've got Trogloditas and Shoot to Kill even kind of climbing up even more. I mean, obviously, they still got a long way to go, but...
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're looking at it as two separate things, you got your top 4 battle for first, but then that battle for 5th, that's a lot of money, that's a lot of PGC points that are still online, and there's a lot of teams that still have a shot at it.
And you can even argue there's maybe a battle for 4th. I mean, at the end of the day, if those teams in 5th and 6th do make a big push, can they catch that 29 lead? Probably not. But do they move into the 200s and start to maybe go after someone not performing? It's possible. But for me, the fact that the gas cans, like, were able to move up, so now we are in this sort of 20-point race over the course of 4 games, that doesn't happen often.
No, I mean, I think that's what's making this so exciting. And again, the fact that I think the big question was, is somebody going to run away with it? Game 1's down. We've got 4 to go. The answer thus far to that question is no. Nobody has run away with it yet.
It feels like winner's mentality from gas cans. I mean, you know, I sat down when we were talking to Adam the other day, and I kind of asked him about the regret from last year at PCS5 playing a little bit more close to the vest. This feels more like taking your own destiny into your own hands, maybe lessons learned from last year, not to leave that PGC spot up for grabs.
Do you think that the early outs by some of our top teams, does that cause some mental anguish or make them think twice? Do you think there's enough experience on the field that there's no effect?
I don't think so. I think these guys are stone cold. I mean, they've been in this spot a million times before, so they just shake it off, go next.
Stone cold.
Absolutely. And if anything, I think it probably does give the excitement. And again, I mean, I do want to kind of dial it back. When we looked at the top of the day for the PGC points earned, I know we've been talking about United. Shoot to kill was in second for the most amount of PCS points coming out of ESL 1. So if shoot to kill can just climb a little bit right now, they're chasing Bing Bang Boom for that spot. If they can get up to 5th place, that makes them scary in the overall race for PGC points because they're still going to be contending.
We'll keep an eye on it. We talked about some stone cold fraggers. Let's head over to some stone cold casters with game number 2. It's time for Matchroom and Godspeed.
No energy this time, Godspeed. We gotta be stone cold for this one.
It's a little warm in here, if I'm being honest, actually.
But jackets do kind of do that sometimes.
No, dude, honestly, that first game, I could not have asked for any more, especially with the way it played out. The fact that, you know, gas cans, I'm not necessarily happy that United Sonics and Yoho didn't have the best games, but it just made it more interesting to see the gas cans kind of sneak in and close that gap a little bit more.
Here's the thing. 2 teams got 0 points. 1 got 4, and gas cans got 11. So that 29-point total creeping in every step of the way. Shoot to kill, getting big points. There's so many teams now have become influencers in this.
I just look at the top 5. I mean, Penta, God, I like that guy a lot. You know, I feel like I've talked about him once or twice.
Good
on the desk or in a cast, but yeah, I mean, finding the kills even when they were in dire straits, you know, in that weird pinch. Rusty, of course, Necro, Senix from Nootropic. Obviously, we've talked about him being a new addition to that roster coming in from EU. It's been great, and then Cherry on the end of that for Dodge as well. Dodge had themselves a nice little game finally as well, as because they wiped United and they were kind of dealt a not so great hand with that shift, but you know, they did what they could with it. So shout out to Cherry and Dodge as well.
Teams getting some very, I would say, needed points inside of this. There was a couple of teams that we had. I'll be honest. When we're looking at Troglodytes, when we're looking at STK, whenever we're looking at Dodge, I don't think that anybody expected them to be in their present positions that they're at right now.
Definitely not Dodge. Yeah, did not expect them to be down there.
They're at least coming out swinging today. Them and oddly enough, Yellow Jackets.
Yellow Jackets, actually, we saw a little interesting tidbit there. Yellow Jackets have the highest headshot percentage, 35%. So they may not have a lot of kills, but man, when they get you good.
I guess so. Maybe that might be part of the thing is like we're seeing other teams just go for like more wild style fights and sprays and stuff. Maybe they're just meticulous. We take the fight when we want.
I also think it might just be that they've taken the least amount of fights, so comparatively as far as everyone else's numbers, it just
get out of here with your statistics and your math.
I'm just saying. Look, I have not. I've been rooting for the Yellow Jackets. I genuinely have, but. Looking at this plane, looking so far at what we have, again, nothing crazy yet. I don't even really imagine we'll get a nasty circle just because of the path, but we'll see. And yeah, everyone's just going where they want to go. Again, setting up. And I kind of hope we get another circle like that where everyone, for the most part, gets to at least set up where they want to, and then we see how they kind of adapt in the rotations following.
Yeah.
The wild circles at the start. Okay, and that's kind of a wild. I mean, there's a lot of unplayable there.
It's the MPL circle. It's we're getting the old throwback.
It's actually
special.
A classic, yes. Yep. Classic MPL circle as well, which means that the Rumblers compound just to the east of La Drilla is going to be very nice. It's actually this little compound should be beautiful for it.
Yeah.
To get it, I'll show it later when we get back to the map.
I know we've talked a lot about the way that this is set up, very vertical specifically. There's also a lot of dead space whenever we're looking into the west of All Considered. There's that like cliff facing that's just kind of unplayable. So we do actually lose about a quarter of this circle All Considered. Monte Nuevo being pretty much centered also means the fact that we get a lot of flatlands all involved in it. We've been talking a lot about what's been going on with E United, but Kickstart's got some insights on how he is trying to compete up against Tiggleton's numbers. Let's do a listen in.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the team is super important. I mean, Relo's like been playing insane this tournament as well. He's not that far behind me in stats. Like it's really not that big of a difference. And he's IGLing too. Like he's playing insanely well this tournament, and so is everyone else on my team. I mean, if we weren't alive and like making good rotations and stuff like that, then I wouldn't be in the situations to like have like a nice shot or like have a lot of damage or get a lot of kills. Like it's just a team game, and I was just happened to be the one shooting the gun. So
I have so much respect for Kick, and just like it's it's really nice to see someone who is a star player, star fragger, really acknowledge that it really is his team enabling him, right? Like obviously. Taking nothing away from Kick, he's mechanically one of the most gifted players we have, but to acknowledge Relo and the rest of his team just putting in those positions, like I think that's the big formula as to why E United is so good. And the fact that, yes, Relo is freaking disgusting. I mean, watching him evolve from just kind of like a player and a fragger to now an IGL and now someone that's like really coming to the role of leading this team, Relo has been an absolute joy to watch just kind of grow into this role and grow into honestly a fine young man.
And that's one of the things I actually really like about our community is we do have a very team-driven focus for most of our teams. Like large egos like, I am the best and everybody exists to feed me isn't really a thing in the Americas.
Really, yeah, I feel like that's really not a thing on especially on
we used to have it.
teams.
We used to have
sure,
it, but for whatever reason, I guess maybe people didn't want to play with them.
I mean, it's just, yeah, it's been a pleasure to watch.
Godspeed, is that why you're a caster now?
I'm a caster now because I saw the writing on the wall when these guys were kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they got some name, boy.
I saw Relo coming up. I saw Kickstart before they were even eligible to play because they weren't old enough. I was like, okay, those kids, I'm going to get out while I'm still all right. You know?
I remember watching like some of the times like the cadets were playing, and I was like, ooh.
Those kids were nuts, man. And, you know, it was unfortunate because they couldn't compete due to age, but now look at them. They're literally on the best teams that we have.
I mean, they earned it. They were in a stage whenever the MPL was the big thing for our region, and they were just not. They just couldn't play because of age.
Compete, yeah.
They were still finding ways to compete, keep their skills up.
They were still screaming
They
and doing all the
wanted to be
offense.
as involved as possible because they knew. They were like, okay, once I hit that age, I'm coming in and I'm going to make a statement. And man, they really have.
And if you look at it like historically as well, the teams that they ended up coming on, like after they were eligible to play, they did really well, right? They showed why they were like these young prospects to really watch out for. And again, they're all on top teams right now, so clearly they've been doing something right all this time. And again, the support system, I want to shout out their parents as well. All the parents, the PUBG parents have been wonderful and nurturing and supporting these guys. And it's great, man. I love our scene. I really do.
Yeah, it's just community upon community. We have to talk about the fact that maybe it's just because you have to have 64 people to even scrim in this. It just builds a community. Like you can't have something like this. But Greg shot.
Look at this.
Lamp knew that one was coming. Ellis by stepping in. Why kick Mukau in some trouble? That's going to be on the opposite side. Nikos that finds the opportunity to work with. Got to be careful around these rocks, though, as Gas Cans did have themselves a good last game. Adam making the move down. Has vision on Lamplock. Goes in for the spray to follow up. Can't get Leda. He does manage to get away from it, and now more pressure as it is just Adam up, and there's a lot of people behind that door. Goes for a spray, gets one, doesn't get the next one. And Gas
Cans. That is a massive fight. Gas Cans have gone out early after an amazing first game of the day that is going to potentially put them a little further behind. And now look at Bing Bang Boom trying to take the points that were left on the table from the Gas Cans.
Did you see Leda and everybody instantly be like, wait, what? And then we have a pass down behind that as Roth was the one that just threw it. Dodge has got vision. All right, we're in for it today, Godspeed. We are in for it. This is going to be a day.
And I feel for Adam. He almost had the double there, or the triple even, but he ran out of ammo, couldn't switch to the mini in time, and that's kind of not great. It's a little devastating there for Gas Cans to go out this early. They still have 3 more games left, but not the start they wanted, and now Newt continuing to get points.
I do also like this more aggressively positioned dodge that's getting involved, stretching out, trying to figure out what's going on around them. I felt like they were a lot more passive the past couple of days.
Yeah, these are adjustments I feel like they've made. Just watching that first game, right? And now watching this game as well, being a little more proactive. And again, Finna, I know, is someone who does his homework, who's very hungry for this. And it's been a rough event, but at least, again, like I said, making adjustments are better to be made sooner rather than later, but the fact they're making them is a good thing.
At least shows the fact that, hey, we're prepping for the next thing that's going to be happening, even if you aren't highest up.
There's still PGC points for Dodge to get. I mean, they're still on the table for them, absolutely.
And Desk, I think, was talking about this earlier, or we were doing it in the green room, about whenever you were like on the lower end of the PGC points, they're much more compressed down there, so just getting 5 more points is massive in that area. Yoho, Punich might want to get away, otherwise he might be risking some of their PGC points, but Yoho blowing the horn as they go away.
Shockingly, or I should say unsurprisingly, it is Yellow Jackets.
How are they everywhere?
Giving these early rotation problems to some of these teams. But again, this is a nice little split here at the very least. They should be... Oh, what happened to Oldless?
He was in the... That's a weird spot to be at.
That's an awkward spot indeed. Maybe he was trying to get some information and scout, but Ethan was there to find him. And
Keenan's pretty close to that, but not really. I guess maybe they were just trying to get high ground position to look at what's going to be going on around the Monte side.
Yeah, I mean, again,
but they were even looking to the western. They were looking to the wall facing the very far west. That's peculiar.
They might have just saw him trying to get information as well, and it's just unfortunate timing. But Shinboy as well going to take a few shots here, as again this fight has been kind of stemming off of a rotation, and it was Yellow Jackets and Yoho, and Yoho's actually stopped to maybe try to take care of this. I think they might know it's a duo.
Well, you were talking about Yellow Jackets having high headshot percentages. They were going to need them there, as that does discourage Yoho away from this point. Follow-up is going to be coming, as the other 2 members for Yoho did feed information saying, hey, there's a vehicle that's going to be coming in, and Yellow Jackets now might find themselves in a trapped position. And nope, do shift over to the east and move away from it. So
actually kind of huge. They forced Yellow Jackets to shift back, and now they can, if they want to, potentially take the spot they had.
This is right up against that western wall, so there is very little movement in it. Yoho is actually in like a cleft that's coming into it. It kind of curves in more to the west in the spot, so shifting out, getting this compound is good because you know nobody's behind you.
Right.
But if the circle moves away from you, this is going to be really hard to fight out of.
Yeah, and the other side of that, if it does shift towards them, they're in a pretty solid spot at the moment. Yeah. I mean, this circle, I kind of hope this doesn't go Monty, because if this centers around Monty, that is going to be a very difficult circle to navigate. Simply because of the fact that there really isn't a lot to play in some of the hills that the teams have already occupied around Monty, so the rotations coming into that city are going to be a mess.
Well, I mean, if we're needing the old school MPL circle, right, it's got to go to the south, because we've got to get those 2 hillsides in play where they're shooting at each other.
That's what you think.
That's like, we got to get the throwback game, right?
Yeah, like looking at like even Just Too Easy or some of the other teams that are set up on there, like rotations into Monty right now are pretty difficult.
Yeah, we've already seen like fortifications around the entirety of the outside of it. EU United holding themselves a wide 4-man split across everything. Crochet with 1 member inside of Monty, but that's really about it. Circle is going to center up mostly. We still keep Drill in. We still keep Monty in.
Of that.
But look on, okay, yeah, the scoreboard went away. Look at how much of that is lost due to the hillside that's going to be over there to the west. That's, again, a much smaller circle than it feels like it should be.
Yeah, and that's largely, again, because of the fact that that unplayable area is just jutted into almost half the circle here now.
Okay, now it's going to be time to see where you want to go. Yoho making their move. Looks like they're going to be bumping into Chocolate. Deed is sparking, gets the shots into it. Range making the repositions in. Balefrost already making the push in, and it looks like this is a quick hold and take. Troglodytes was separated out running a 2-1-1, and they lost one of their ones.
And remember, Yahoo actually kind of forced Yellow Jackets to pull back on their split, and they were close to this position, which gave Yahoo the kind of ability to rotate around and then take that from the other split that Trog had. So now Yahoo finds themselves in a wonderful position.
This is intriguing to watch the shifts as they're coming in. You can see that Sonics are getting some hillside cover to work with. United has regrouped down into Monte itself. Nootropics going to be coming back behind them. You can see Lamplot's making that push. But they can't send all of their members in, because just the outside of that, you can see it's going to be BBB with Keenan and Sharpshot, as well as Roth to the north are running their own split. And it looks like that's going to be paralleled by Nootropics positioning.
Nootropic with a nice split of their own, and just looking at the rest of the map here, looking also at EU United as they find themselves in Monte in this little split next to them in this brick/concrete split combo. But Valiant, is he going to find the knock on kill demo? He is. So now Trog, again, another member getting harassed by a separate team. They've already lost one. Valiant throwing the utility, trying to get the flush. And the point that Rumblers desperately do need here. They're going to find it, and Rusty's out of there. He wants no part of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's just what you have to do at this stage to just try to get away.
What? From where?
Again, another third party coming in.
That's so unfortunate the way he dies every game.
Okay, so now Rumblers finding themselves being harassed at range, and that's going to be Yellow Jackets that are taking shots at him, because why not? This whole situation in Monte is pretty chill, all considered. We do have Just Too Easy that has some highlight positions up on top of this, but as you can see, Snakers has already got vision on what's going to be going on, so trying to get some shots just to try to discourage any movement down.
And most of these teams now are just set up, Matt. I mean, they're just going to be sitting in the circle waiting for this next shift, right? I don't think there's a single team at this point that isn't in. Nefer is the only player at this point that actually is in the circle, and he's fine because he's got a whole ridge line to play once that bad boy closes. So this becomes the patient waiting game, and this is now the point of the game where the IGLs are also saying, hey, if it shifts here, this is our play. If it shifts here, this is our play. Just starting to draw up exactly what the strategy is going to be based off of this next shift.
This is the mental break. You got to figure out exactly what you're going to do, because there's a lot of peculiarities. We keep talking about the wall to the west, but there's also some flatlands that are just west of Monte Nuevo. We still have Monte Nuevo in it. Then the north and the south, like the hard north and hard south positions, they're very complicated areas of the map as well.
They are.
And this is, no matter where we're going, we're in for some interesting. But with the fact of how much of the wall is in on the west, you have to assume it's probably going just hard east, or at least
one would assume, Matt. But we've seen Circle even recently do some really wild and wacky things. And so as this shift comes in now, it's this is devastating.
God, it wants to keep that cliff in, and what do you do?
That's all unplayable. I mean, it is completely unplayable, and the fact that 22 is in a good spot though, because even if this hard shifts off of them towards the east, they can play off of that ridge, and they have a nice split here.
And AKM's position, there's a very wide open section for it. BBB's already trying to hold down points. You can see that Trimsy and the rest of the crew for Sonics are trying to move down that hillside, and now it's going to be about fighting for whatever position you can. Edge fighting is not going to be the way that you're going to want to do this. So Nootropic realizes that, send it in quickly, gets by BBB, but are going to be very close to now Dodge's new positional. While this is going on, EU United and Crescia did just have to watch what was going to be happening, but it's going to be Dodge that gets vision on what's going to be going on with AKM. Let's talk about them just a second ago, holding down the fields. Now, it's going to be Sonics trying to move down, but it's Rumblers coming in back behind them, while Sonics had vision on what was going on with Trogloditas. Xex is now going to try to move away from it, and it is just dominoes everywhere. Godspeed Fallen.
Yep. And again, there's so many teams still not even in the circle right now. Specifically, I'm looking at 300 as well as Rumblers. Sonics as well. I mean, they're going to have to make something happen. There's no easy answer. There's no easy rotation. There's no like, oh, this is definitely the play. This is going to be a tough decision for these teams.
But Yahoo's position right now has so much vision on what's going on. They're inside the safe zone. They can spot what's going on to the north of them. They can't see when this firefight that's happening between Just Too Easy and AKM. But, I mean, that's a... No, I'm not trying to be too mean, but that positional fight right now is really just everybody spraying into that position. So it's not necessarily a firefight as it is a massacre that's just going on at that point. It's really who gets the knock and who gets the kill as to what's going on in that position, as Sonics does use that chaos to make a reposition much closer to Yoho's.
And Rumblers finally have decided to strike. They shot, I believe it was Nefahor going down, and they're going to have to push up this slowly, and I believe they're just a duo as well, Rumblers. Yeah, oh no, there's three up there still, so they're going to be able to fight up this, but even if they get this wipe, that next shift is going to leave them completely dry.
Even if they cross here, they're going to have AKM, they're going to have Newt, they're going to have Dodge, it's all going to see them. They're going to have a close range in what's going to be going on with Just Too Easy. This is hazardous, all considered, and they still have 300 that's just right on this other angle. They do know about this, and hopefully Los can hit this nade and pick up a couple of kill points off of it. Should bounce in.
Is good. Very good. So that's going to be 2 down, which means it's now a 3-on-2 as far as these two squads are concerned. But Rumblers still absolutely have to make the push in. Even if they take this compound, they take this building from 300, they're still not even in. And there is, I promise you, nothing to play in front of that house.
I love the fact that they're still trying to use the hill for as long as they possibly can.
They have to, yeah.
EU United is in the east, and they do find themselves a compound, but it is right along that zone wall. It doesn't even have very much vision.
This circle sucks, man.
I mean, the area that we see BBB at is very, very tall. This is like a huge mountainous region. And so you have your own contained firefights that are all going to be going on in this area where nobody else can see. But if you're in the lower section of this or the southern area of it, you get to see everything that's going on. Circle shifts and it moves to the
finally.
fields.
But I mean, yeah, so here's your consolation. It shifts to the off of that mountain, finally, the unplayable area. But it shifts into an area where there really isn't much to play. Like even in that field, you see some of the like little layouts where there's hay bales or something. It is almost completely open, and if you're not in a position to kind of hold right now, it's not looking great. I'll just say that.
Get your points where you can. Now you got to be very careful out at Rumblers, having that mindset, getting shot at range, tries to move in. 300 does manage to take them down with some assistance from EU United. EU United's going to be playing the north of this one. So I do want to point out again, Yoho is inside the safe zone. They have Sonics that's very close to them, but Yoho is one of the few teams that has a good control point that is in our constant conversation about who's going to be trying to fight for that top position.
The only thing I will say that's a positive here for Sonics is as far as anyone from the north or east, they don't have much of an angle on them if they try to push Yoho. Yellow Jackets, on the other hand, are a team that do have angles, but they also have to move. So if Sonic times this right, realistically, the only team they'll have to fight is potentially Yoho in a crash.
Oh,
but it's not great. It's not good.
Roth doesn't have good vision just due to the fact that United has moved right up against this cliff facing. He is inside the safe zone. Sharpshot is not, nor is Keenan back behind them. And, oh, what is going on with Trog? He is right now hopping in the vehicle to try to dodge vision on it. He switches back into another. He's just bouncing all around Yellow Jackets right now, trying to survive. This is a nuts fight as Exex is still somehow alive with all of this chaos. Now dropping down. You can see the Bape on the other side of it is aware of what's going to be going on. It's going to be Felipe Roca that is coming in the vehicle, but the smoke is buying the time for him. He's prepped the nade, realizing where it's coming from.
He knew where he threw it. He was so blind.
It's just oh, but the car provides protection. It bounces the opposite side of it. Exex moves in. He gets the spray. He does go down, but damn, that was a valiant attempt.
That was a wild fight, man. All up in the smokes as well. We could see clear as day, but they couldn't see anything in those. As we now move over to shoot to kill. Now they're on the northwest side of the circle. They have a decent amount of cover here, a nice little hill to work through. And they're actually kind of big chilling.
You know who's not big chilling right now? That's Shrimsy. Look at this.
Yeah,
he's got more shots coming at him right now than Johnny Depp does. I mean, they were like all over the place. Like, look at this. There's no fields for days around him, and it's like what 6 teams are shooting.
Yeah, well, I do like what Sonics did though. They sent Shrimsy there. This is like a very old school kind of strat. They send one to the shack just as insurance, and that's just because. Tig and Quinn really don't have anything at all to play. So it's like, look, Shrimsy, just do what you can. That's pretty much the only form of cover as well inside that field, and so he's just kind of insurance because they cannot have another bad game. That's just going to open the door even more for other teams to start to catch up in the top 4.
I mean, okay, you can see that BBB now has this very high ground position that we were talking about, because keep in mind, EU United is also in a high ground position. Just to give you, like, look off of the distance how much higher this is on everything, and they've got a lot of bolties to work with. The circle has popped, and none of that high ground that they're present controlling is in play. But hey, guess what, Shrimsy? You are in the circle.
I'm very curious if Sonics has any vehicles
send
left.
it off the cliff. Send it off the cliff. Just
no, I don't
wing a prayer.
Not quite.
Let me have this. I know it's not the smart play. I just want to see it.
You really are an agent of chaos, aren't you, man?
I am. I love it, dude.
Yeah, Bing Bang Boom. I mean, they have a little bit of a ridge ahead of them to play, but they are going to have to eventually get off this, which may pose a problem, especially if a team like United is right under them. It looks like Yellow Jacket have made their move. Nice little 180 reverse into that dip, and they actually find themselves a nice spot, Yellow Jackets.
I am so...
Yes, 22's there, but I mean, regardless, if they can get rid of 22, like this is a really nice little spot for them. Yoho actually might be looking to take over.
Did they drag all of those wreck cars over with them to get to this point? I don't even know, man. All right, 22, what you got rolling? Looks like they're just going to line up their vehicles to put a wall in between them, and both teams fairly content. We do have Yoho that's going to have to move, and you can see
Sonics
where.
Are still,
where.
Yeah, Sonics are still, by the way, they're trying to move as late as possible because they know Yoho is still in front of them, and they probably have a good idea on Just Too Easy as well. So I'm not sure if they can regroup with Shrimsy, maybe in the field somewhere around them in one of those hay barrel stacks, but yeah, this is less than ideal for pretty much any of the teams that aren't in the circle right now.
This is really good for Bing Bang Boom. They need to get these downs and these flushes because they need to get control over this low position on it. And oh, Relo, you walked out in the wrong time. Now just one up. Looks like Sonic's now going to make the move on the opposite side of this one. Yoho, very aware of it, does counter move around, so that's one down on Sonic's, just one still up.
That was on purpose, by the way.
Oh, no.
literally, he didn't throw his life away, but he did it so that Tig can get the vehicle and he can get out. This was just to get Tig out.
Oh,
I don't know if he's going to make it. The vehicle's on fire.
Uses it for cover, but he's going to get knocked.
I mean, that was a valiant effort. I mean, Quinn literally went and distracted, throwing himself at Yaho so that maybe Tig could get out of there.
Now BBB managed to get off that high ground, now moving into Nootropics position. They are in a dip, so if we do see BBB hit one of these nades, it's going to be big on to Nootropic. Sharp Shot is going to drop one in. That looks like that might be a pretty good angle. Going to get some out of it, but at least Nootropic is very aware of the threats inside of that one, so bouncing out as they see the throwables coming in. Some more smoke's going to be happening, but BBB still needs to make their way a few more feet forward.
I'm still most curious about what Yaho's play is, and it looks like they're looking to just take the whatever just too easy has in front of them, but
there we go.
They try to fight Yellow Jackets maybe, even though that's a risky play, but it might be the game-winning play.
Yeah, this is about the fight for survival on these sidelines over here. Bing, bang, boom, going for it. Yaho now making their push in, and you can see it's just Rivo. He's over here. He is going to go down, but it's all about smoke and utility, and the issue is you're having to burn a lot of it just to manage to make it into Circle 5.
Well, yeah,
that's a
this
problem.
is about to shift, Matt.
Yeah.
And all that work you did is round 2, baby.
Yeah, round 2, we're going to have a round 3 and maybe even more than that to follow. Oh my God. I do want to point out that Shoot to Kill also has a very good position and oversight on a lot of what's going on. Bing, bang, boom, now making the push into Nootropic. Going to go for the sprays into it. They do just have Roth up, last member up, go for the spray. Does get another knock onto it. Now Cynic's last member up for Nootropic on the other side. Roth knows where he is, gets the spray in, and now should be able to rebound a little bit of what's going on. At least get one member up.
7 kills for Nootropic.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the second game in a row they've had a pretty solid game, and you kind of wonder what happened or where were they in the last couple of weeks, but overall, I mean, it's good to see at the very least they're making that surge now.
Yaho can't make too big of a move because they still have the remnants of Just Too Easy that have just kind of given up on trying to make it into the zone right now, and so don't have anywhere that they can go. Firefight still continuing over between 22 and what's going on with the Yellow Jackets, as now with SDK's new position, 22 very aware that they've got threats on both sides and are trying to focus out and keep out what's going to be going on with Yellow Jackets, but again, no fear from Yellow Jackets just coming in. This car is going to be big bounces right off something right there, but somehow the Ridge keeps 22 alive. It's going to be SDK on the other side of it, though, that's trying to feast off of all of the chaos in the low ground, and they are coming up big with it.
That was a robbery, man. Those 3 members were laying down just
so mad. I'm so mad right now.
Lined up to get ran over. And
Yellow Jackets deserved that.
They did. I'll agree with you on that one. I think they deserved that. They didn't get it, though, as now Dodge is starting to harass the hell out of STK. They should get the res up, at the very least stay up as 3, and Dodge with a compound in as well. And it's still Shrimsy. He's been in that shack this whole time, and that was clearly the play to make.
Yeah. Hey, what's going on, Shrimsy? Just doing a little dance and vibing, living your best life. Bing, bang, boom's got a new target.
9 kills.
Yeah. AKM, this is not the way you want to walk. That's one down, and it's going to be Roth, who's
nice reposition.
Roth's just been fucking playing.
Yeah, that was a nice little reposition attempt. This would really suck to lose Roth here. If Sharp can save him, that would be pretty big.
Oh, how's that throwable going to come out? Uh-oh, that's going to be a problem.
He sticks it, yep.
Yeah, he's got to commit in.
Yep.
He hears the footsteps on the other side of it. Zone's coming in as well. Gets it. I don't know.
Pick him up.
Yeah, try to get him.
Oh, he's trying to. I think he's trying to pick. No.
Yeah, you can't. The zone's coming
Nice
in.
try,
It's
nice
too
try.
late.
I think he's trying to pick him up, yeah.
Okay, so now that we're still sitting at 5 teams with only 12 alive, that's going to be Dodge to the north. STK still in a strong position. Sharp Shot is alive, but not feeling too good. Like, everybody is so mad because they know Shrimsy's there.
They probably know someone's there. Yeah, they don't know Shrimsy, but they know someone's there.
It's like, we know something's happening here. Yellow Jackets still alive in the south, this one. And STK, while not having a high kill count, I feel is in prime position to be feeling.
At least they're alive. Yeah, they avoided the major issues that this circle posed to a lot of the teams, and so they've been kind of just chilling on the west side, and they're going to get another shift, which is even better for them because Dodge now has to move, and I'm pretty sure Dodge has a ridge to play on the other side of that road.
For everybody that's never seen an island circle, this is kind of what happens, is there's like this one section of the map that ends up being okay, and everybody else is just trying to get to it and get shot to pieces. Shoot to kill, manage to get to the island, and the smidgen of safety that is provided. Sharp Shot knows the fact that his doom is coming, but trying to cling to life, because it's all about, if you can survive right now, that's more potential placement points, and I think that's what we're going to see a lot of these guys just trying to do.
That's what all the fractured teams at this point are trying to do. Your Yellow Jackets, obviously, your BBB, your Sonics. I mean, these are all teams with just 1 or 2 members left, and kind of not the greatest spots, just hoping that the solos or the duos will be found out. They get a little more placement, maybe even steal a kill or two.
Yeah, okay, Shrimzy, your Shack has treated you well, but it is no longer a safe place to be.
He might actually have like a weird hay bale or something to play where it covers him from most angles, so he might survive this. I'm not terribly hopeful, but
it's getting out the door.
There's a chance.
If he can get out the door, like he needs to, like right now, he's waiting to hear a firefight start to break out, and it's potentially going to be Dodge making this move. Is going to be what could be a movement opportunity.
The thing
for
is he
Sharpshot or Shrimzy.
Yeah, he doesn't want to move too early, but he might not be afforded that opportunity either. Meanwhile,
good read, Dodge.
Do they know? They have to know about Yellow Jackets, right?
I don't.
Yeah, Luke does. Luke knows. He sees. Yep.
Yeah, SDK was shooting at them a while ago, but the way Dodge played this and used the opposite ridgeline to sneak into the spot is so big. And Sharpshot's like, I know you got to move. I got to move too. Who's got the aim on it? He's just waiting. Smoke's coming out. Patience. Patience is the name of the game.
Yeah, like I said, he might be able to find a little piece of cover, but Sharp is actually the biggest threat right now because, and that's smart on Sharp. He realizes that he's probably not going to survive much longer, so if he can get rid of one solo,
it's just trying to
another
survive.
placement point, and it's placement points and kills. So he is going to find it, and yeah, if he dies right now, which I hope he doesn't. I hope he survives a little longer. But yeah, he did what he needed to do. It was well played on Sharp.
All right, now the battle for the street is really what we're looking at. Keep in mind, guys, we are still at Phase 7, so there's a lot more to be brewing in this. You can see STK did manage to move down the hillside, but it's going to be Yellow Jackets that's going to be defending it up. While this is happening, Dodge is finding new firing angles into it, and Yellow Jackets does manage to put up a fight and ruins STK and everything that's going on. Dodge now on the opposite side of this street, racking it up, still at 4 members to STK's 2, and they know exactly where those 2 are. Throwables now coming out. It's going to be Finna taking some damage, but STK is going to have to fight their way through this one, and a lot of it's going to hinge on Purdy Curdy's positioning.
Yeah, Purdy is going to have to go monumental here. He's going to have to find at least 1 knock, preferably 2, which is easy for me to say just sitting here watching at it, but yeah, their position...
And Penta keeps seeing the ones that are going to be to the north where Purdy's at, and he can't feed information on where to throw.
This is a fairly even fight as far as like terrain, right? But Dodge just has so much more room to work with on that ridge. It's about even as far as center circle, but yeah, it's a tough spot for STK.
There's a couple of rocks putting in some massive safety for Dodge. Dodge, again, finding themselves in a good position to make a lot of points out of this one. STK as well. It's been, I guess, the people that we were having expectations for all of PCS that are now starting to find their footing, while the guys that are fighting for the top spots are going out, well, fairly early.
It's been a struggle. No, it's been a struggle for our top team so far in these 2 games.
All right, so you can see I love the way that this is laid out right now. You can see the firing lines. Yep. STK just has nowhere that they can move.
Purdy initially was trying to bait out some people to overpeak so that Penta could get a knock or 2, but they're just on top.
Look at his
Cherry's
meds,
been holding him this whole time.
Look at his meds, man. This is harsh.
Smart. Cherry knows. He realizes what's going on. He gets that knock. This is now a 4v1, and I believe in Kurt, but not so much in this situation. This would take an absolute miracle for him to win it.
Everything's unfavorable against him. Dodge now making their move in. They're going to spot
happen. I didn't want to tease it because as good as Kurt is, I don't think there's a single player you put in that position.
They're defended down.
Make it out on top.
4 members cresting at hillside. Every angle, no cover to be found. It's you got to give it to STK for holding it up in that point. But Bing Bang Boom, get a lot of kills and a lot of damage out.
Yeah, and I think when Luke did go down, I think he might have DC'd that kind of sucks. But yeah, Bing Bang Boom, 12 kills. Almost 2K damage. Another good game for them. Nootropic as well, giving them a shout out, but more importantly, Dodge. Today, whatever it is that they have discussed, or whether it was VOD review, whether it was just a mentality shift, it's been a pretty solid day.
Well, there's a lot that happened inside that. I know we've been cheerleading for Dodge finding themselves some points finally, STK finding themselves some points. Remember, Shrimzy lived for a long time. And while we saw a lot of teams that were fighting for first go out early, sure, not high kill counts, but placement points right now are everything. I mean, any point you can get right now to get some space, some definition away from what's happening is so important.
It's a game after game, and it's none of the top 4 teams winning or really coming close. Like the closest was Gas Cans, but they were already a little behind the top 3. So this is still anyone's tournament, man.
I feel so bad.
It's real good
right now for Toffees, Clover, and Poro because they're having to constantly recrunch numbers as people are shifting all over the place. You know they're doing the math. You know they're putting in their homework. They're going to be providing you with a ton of information right after this break. We still got tons of games. See you in just a few. Look at
Sherry's been holding him this whole time.
Look at his meds, man. This is harsh.
Smart. Sherry knows. He realizes what's going on. He gets that knock. This is now a 4v1, and I believe in Kurt, but not so much in this situation. This would take an absolute miracle for him to win it.
Everything's unfavorable against him. Dodge now making their move in. They're going to spot
happen. I didn't want to tease it because as good as Kurt is, I don't think there's a single player you put.
An excellent game for Dodge as they finish strong and get themselves some nice points at the end of that match. My name's Toppies. I am joined by Clover and Porosaurus as we break it down. And it's another game where the door's been left open for the top four to continue their grind. Let's look at the dinner winner report.
Ooh.
The dinner winner report, and there it is, Dodge. I mean, look, hey, Dodge, they've showed up today. They definitely have showed up today, and you know, maybe a little bit late, but you can't take it away from them. I mean, they're playing really well right now.
Better late than never, I guess.
Yeah, and okay, obviously too, that was a really crazy, weird circle, and they did a really good job holding it down. A little bit modest on that damage, but I think that was just a hard vantage point for a lot of different teams to play from, right?
I also don't know how they carry 23 smokes or use 23. They may even have more in their pockets like that. Those guys are definitely, they're wearing cargo pants. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Ooh, yep. Those are styling now, maybe? No, probably not.
I keep saying that they are, and Cameron keeps telling me they're not. So
Cameron might be.
Can I wear cargo shorts? You guys tell me. Can I wear cargo? I don't know. Anyway, let's get back to the important topics at hand, which is what happened in that game. It's highlight time.
Highlights.
Yeah, I'm trying to bring the energy there. Okay. Again, teams in contention went out early. Unfortunately, this time it was Gaskins. Have you kind of noticed this trend on a team that does really, really well, then all of a sudden loses that momentum? We go into the next match. This is unfortunate what we saw here with Gaskins. It was so close. We're really hoping to see Adam pull that one out of the bag, but Nootropic did get a recovery after that fight as well.
It's a tough lobby, isn't it? I mean, it's really hard to go back to back, which makes what some of the Sonics and kind of things have a little bit more impressive. There is how I don't. This is so confusing to me. This is Yellow Jackets magic in full effect right here.
I know that they're the team at the bottom of the leaderboard, y'all, but they are topping my hearts for the wild things that they have pulled out of their pockets, and they keep finding ways to just screw with the teams that really don't need that right now. And too, we can see it right there in the center of the field. We kind of missed the transition here, but Shrimsy successfully making it to that shack.
He made it.
We saw Tickleton couldn't get across. In fact, the second Tickleton drove there, every single person was taking shots in that direction.
I mean, it's unbelievable. Shrimsy was able to get that far in the first place. I mean, Sonics was just in a rough spot on that south side. But speaking of rough spots, United again, man, just going out super early. I think they had maybe one kill, and Tickleton tried to get over there, but clearly not the.
It is just.
He's clearly not the skilled driver. I was so upset. I don't see it. Where's the rock? Tell me where the rock is, because I don't see it.
You can see a tiny little, itty bitty teeny.
A little.
I'll take your word for it, man.
You know?
I'll take your word for it, but God, that thing, it hit the brakes, didn't it? Well, SDK, I mean, they had a great spot, and they were kind of backfilling 22 for a while. They managed to pick up a nice little stack of kills as well for themselves, not as much as Big Bang Boom did, but again, this is another good performance from SDK, but is it going to be enough to really jump them now?
That's a big question. Obviously, we came in today talking about the top four. We're still very focused on the top four. We just need them to stay alive a little bit longer, but Shoot to Kill and Bing Bang Boom have been really close in that race for 5th place, which is still a huge chunk of PGC points for teams that already have PGC points and are in the running for the end of the year. So that said, Dodge, a second team who hadn't yet picked up a chicken dinner, finding one on the last day.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry. I was just going to say, it's just brutal to me for Shoot to Kill how many seconds and thirds we've seen from them. Like, they just cannot seem to buy a win, man. And they're doing what they need to do to get to the late game. It's just closing it out has just not been there for them.
I mean, and that's at some point it becomes almost a meme for SDK in this sort of like top 5 never first thing that's going on right now. We'll continue to keep them because last day SDK is a great team to watch, and so far they're living up to that. Big shout out to Bing Bang Boom, who does get 16. They knew they had to do a lot to come into this thing, and they're putting up numbers. Sonics maintains that spot. Worth noting, Shrimsy picked up 3 points through placement due to raw chicanery, sneakiness, gumption. And that is the difference. Yahoo is trailing them by only 4 points. United and the Gas Cans are still very close. Both of those teams have put up 20-plus point games and could close that gap with the way that, you know, we always talk about, well, you can only gain if the top teams are not also maintaining their numbers.
Right.
And everyone in the top 4 has already been putting up some bad games.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. I mean, Yahoo especially, I want to just kind of touch base on them. They're still in the running. When they've won their games, with the exception, I think, 1 or 2, it's always been double-digit kills, right? So if you can get a 10 points for the placement on the win, plus a 12, 16 kill game, that's already 20-plus points and enough to catch up now to Sonics and jump that. And so that's really what you need if you're gas cans, if you're United.
Also, just a little bit of housekeeping. I think when we say bad games going forward in the terms of the top teams, it doesn't necessarily mean they're playing badly. It's just like that circle, for instance, made it almost impossible for some teams to get very much out of it.
Yeah.
And that happens. That's the nature of Battle Royale. Sometimes the dice just don't turn up for you, but you have to do what you got to do, and it happens.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Sonics, a perfect example of that situation, right? They're on that southern edge right there. I think they're talking to each other. They're like, look, man, we have no shot at really getting anything with this circle. The best we can hope for to try to get some points here is to try to distract them long enough to where we can send Shrimzy to that to the thing. If he gets there, fantastic. If he doesn't, at least we gave a shot.
Well, it's time for us to see how the dice turn up as we move into the next match of the day with our casters, Godspeed and Matchroom.
Thank you so much, guys and gal. We've got more and more fun to be had right now as, yes, I admit, I am an aging the chaos. I've been enjoying what's been going on so far today, and I hope everybody else is too. As Godspeed, we still got tons of action. I don't even know what's going on. Like, with this leaderboard, I'm so mind-boggled.
The way that circle, first of all, played out was quite atrocious for the players, but, I mean, it worked out as far as our leaderboards, making things and keeping things exciting, right? Because no one really got as many points, and Poro was, he nailed the head, or he nailed it, basically, is that Sonics knew that they pretty much didn't have a shot in that circle of making something real happen, and so they used the insurance on Shrimzy, and they even tried on Tig, right?
Yeah.
And we saw that from other teams as well. It's just sometimes that is the nature of the beast, and that beast can be brutal.
Even getting Shrimzy into that position was risky in and of itself. So for him to get there, I mean, sometimes you just got to make the safety play, and again, we're talking about a series right now. This tournament is down to small amount of points. Like, we could be seeing placements and massive swings in PGC points coming down to 1, 2, 3, 4 points. Who knows?
We've had it to where PGC, I mean, look at Dodge, right? Dodge barely didn't qualify last year based off of just a few points they missed out on throughout the year, and, you know, PCS as well as ESL. And so this is huge, man. This is crazy how close this is, not only for the top, but again, the teams in the middle are still vying and fighting for those PGC
That's the whole
points,
thing,
man.
is it's like they're the ones that's feasting right now. We saw all of our top 4 teams, and they were just the ones that were consuming everything. Now they're fighting for scraps, while it's our guys that are in the mid-pack that are finding their come up.
Yeah, which makes things, again, very, very interesting. And looking at this plane path, as far as interesting, fairly vanilla. Nice little cross the for the most part of the middle.
It's about as vanilla as you can mathematically get. I guess maybe if it was like 100 meters further down, then maybe it would be straight up into this one.
But again, in a final situation, as much as I've kind of made the transition from a player to caster, and like I used to hate seeing those circles, and now I kind of like seeing those circles because it's really fun and kind of, you know, leaning into that Agent of Chaos thing. In a grand final setting like this, I almost want the planes to be a little more even, the circles to be a little more even, so that teams can truly flex and play they want. We can see kind of, you know, who's going to come out on top. At the same time, seeing which team can also adapt to these really awful situations is exciting as well. And so far, it's been a good mix of circles. This grand finals has been wonderful.
You need a mix of both, in my opinion.
You do need a mix of both.
If you just get the centered circles into centered circles, that's like
a little stale.
I mean, yeah, you need to see the best prove that they're the best. And even if it's just, I don't know, finding a way to pick up a point here or there by sending somebody to the shack, or finding your solo man trying to pick up a couple more kills as he's moving down the hillside. All of these things are going to be what stack up and showcase the fact of who's going to be the best at the end of PGC. Just waiting now for the circle that's going to be popping. And what?
A La Cabrera circle. That's actually one we have not seen in a while.
I am the mind boggled, especially
when was
off
the
that
last time
that plane path is like where
circle?
Waikakamukau was, right? And so I guess that one spot that Waikakamukau was in is what makes the circle capable of being a thing.
I think the circle just has a mind of its own, man. And this one is, this one is interesting because a lot of that north is actually very playable. We tend to not see teams stack up too much in the north. kind of baiting out that south shift as well, because this is another one of the circles, especially like around Crater Fields. If you're not set up already, it becomes a very difficult task to kind of navigate or even find a playable spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's this is. I mean, there's a lot of interesting things. I mean, we've got Crater Fields that we've got access, and oh yeah,
look at those guys.
Hi. Oh man, that is a nice keyboard. Every single time I walk by,
folks right there,
good.
Bring you all the action with their brains and their spectating. Love them.
And I mean, it's hard to track. Like, I know sometimes you guys in chat can be a little bit mean to our spectators, but there's a lot going on. And to constantly be capable of finding out what's going on, sticking with storylines, following the teams and the big moments as they're going through is difficult.
We have one of the best spectating teams in the world. I'm just going to say it.
Straight up, yeah. Love everybody on that crew. So now looking in, it's going to be Troglodytes, who's going to be getting some more loot. Looking into the leaderboard, they're now assaulting 300's position. That's what is astounding to me.
For sure, but if I also may shout out the amazing PCs, they're on the Alienwares, of course, allowing them to do the fantastic spectating as well.
Wait, I'm looking through this, and I do have to admit I had to get up and run to the restroom in between breaks. Shoot to kill in 22? 185 apiece right now, and
they have tied. 22 has not had those kind of really consistent games so far that we've actually seen them pretty much have throughout this entire event. And so because of that, STK has caught up. STK slowly creeping on BBB as well.
I mean, we haven't seen a massive shakeup in the leaderboard in those top couple of positions. And
the top four, no, it's been the same.
It's been shoot to kill and Troglodytes just making a massive come up through everything that's been going on.
And Dodge, don't forget about Dodge.
Dodge has been moving up the leaderboard, I will acknowledge.
Well, at least, at the very least, moving themselves in a position to where if they have one more or two more good games, they're actually going to move up the leaderboard. Yeah, because they were low on points, but so far today, they've been showing us pretty much what we thought we'd see from the start of this event from them.
I mean, looking all considered, whenever you see just such a massive hard shift into the north like this, Godspeed, like, what's the reaction? I mean, we know that Oasis is in, and yeah, I know a little bit of Trailer Park's in, but I already know it's not going to go there.
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad you've accepted that already.
Look, I'm a realist. Just because I want a Trailer Park circle doesn't mean the fact that I'm like, oh yeah, Trailer Park's there, so it's going to happen.
I mean, this could go to Oasis. There's a very real chance, and if it is a hard shift to the north, I imagine a lot of these teams will try to move as early as possible, especially some of the teams on the outer edges, like the east and west. They'll probably want to move early and wrap quickly so that they can get into that position and then start holding the other teams who are coming in later. Just didn't have the opportunity to rotate.
Yeah. So Cabrera's got AKM in it. You can see a crash that's coming in right now. They're going to be crossing into safe zone in just a little while. I like to stop, do the normal scout, as you have no idea what you're going to be moving into. And again, this is a very... I know we've been talking about it a lot on Miramar, but we just seem to keep getting the very vertical places on the map. And as you make the approach into this, you've got that whole factory section that's going to be inside this. You've got like the Crater Fields diminishment down into there. There's
Cabrera itself is a whole obstacle mat just because of that wall, that giant wall that separates the back or the south side of Cabrera. We've seen teams set up on the south of the hills and the mountains there, as well as just playing on the wall itself. I mean, especially if the circle ends there, we've seen some really difficult pushes come through and some cool stuff when that is in play, but it's not the best thing to have to navigate around if circle ends up going there.
Oh, that's okay. Making it around
navigating.
Hey, it's fine. It's fine. He makes it through that one, and he should be okay. We also do have Dodge that is assaulting position that's pretty close to 22 as they're making their rotation. So a lot of people setting up on the foothills around Cabrera, no surprise, as there are more rotation options for that than most other places. As it's more ships passing in the night. You see something that's coming through, you take some shots. Is really scouting is very difficult in this area of the map.
It can be. It definitely can be. And even just looking at the cluster as well, like scouting isn't really going to do you much good, right? Simply because of the fact that you can especially if you're on one of the higher points on this map, you can pretty much see everyone and see that, okay, well, yeah, everything's taken at the moment. So there's going to be a few pockets of areas to play or highly, what's the word I'm looking for here?
All right. I see you, STK, realizing the fact that you're finding your placements, moving in, looking into what's going on with Dodge. Going to go ahead and fish with Dynamite, but we already see the Dodge has moved, realizing the fact that there could be a threat there, and it looks like they are going to be regrouping further away as Hikerman has hopped onto his motorcycle, but that does mean that Shoot to Kill
actually take this
it's
position.
a pretty good spot. Yeah.
I mean, Dodge had to split in another really desirable position as well. That's the word I was looking for earlier. And now STK has basically taken this from one of their splits, so Ethan as well. As Hikerman are now going to run straight into BBB.
This is not the pathing that you wanted to take if you were trying to get away from shoot to kill, because now you got BBB on the other side. Another nade coming out. Can he dodge it? He's falling down the hillside.
Oh my, that almost hit.
Almost leaned back into it. Cherry's trying to provide some support, but it's going to be sharp shot that has to lean away, and dodge was near miss into near miss.
That's really important, though, Matt, is look what they were trying to do, right? Why were they doing that? They were trying to get a split somewhere on the high ground so that at the very least, if they had to, you know, rotate off a bad shift, they had more vision, as well as just a better position to rotate off of, but they weren't able to do that. They got closed off by BBB and STK, and now they've consolidated with the rest of their team. I like the idea, though. I really like the idea of what they were trying to accomplish there.
And you love to see that, like a team realizing, okay, this is what we need to do to succeed. And even though the fact that the premise on what they were trying to execute failed, they still managed to defend themselves enough.
They got some information, too.
You can't really even say it's a failure because there wasn't that much cost for doing so.
They did, yeah, maybe like some meds and some armor, but yeah, they got a decent amount of information. They now know STK is to their east. They know another team is to their south. Well, they don't know that it's STK or BBB, but they know there's two separate teams in those positions.
I'm always impressed by the brakes in the vehicles inside of PUBG. Like, what type of parking brake do you need to get a car to park like that?
Yeah, I've seen some vehicles parked almost 90 degrees.
I have definitely
really good
seen
tires
some
in PUBG.
I've seen them parked in 90 degrees, but that was more unintentionally bad driving, running into buildings and stuff like that. Yahoo coming in late to this circle is going to be opting into that more Oasis territory, as it looks like they are aiming to become my favorite as anybody that is going to go play around Oasis.
Well, look, I mean, look at the Yellow Jackets, Matt. They've actually put themselves in a nice little position as well as we're watching Yahoo rotate. They're rotating around Yellow Jackets to find themselves in pretty much one of the highest points, if not the highest point of the circle. And so they have a lot of vision over this on top of a really good spot to play. So again, Yellow Jackets, you know, they surprised me.
Good position for a team with high headshot count, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Yahoo moving in. You can see it's going to be Troglodytes that's looking into Sonic's positioning, as Sonics are to the west of what's going on. Troglodytes were trying to make their push into this one. Regroup's going to come out. Do you know the fact that Nootropic is on the opposite side? And Mike got some close friends here. And yeah, Necro, we know you're pretty good, but that was just too much in the hands of Mime. You weren't going to get away with that one. And now, Troglodytes, what are you going to commit into, as they are being more aggressive with this than I thought that they would be after losing a member?
And this is, again, taking place on the west side of the circle. And this is pretty isolated. Sonics and Trog are really kind of the only teams that are this far out west. Most of the other teams have decided to actually center up. And I'm not sure how well that's going to work for some of the teams, especially like we were talking about Dodge earlier. They're now pretty sandwiched in the center of that. So if it is a hard shift, they'll still be in the circle, but they may have to rotate.
So much of this is hinging on how the next circle is going to pop.
And rotating is going to be tough.
There's so many different really messy areas that's going to be coming in. If this centers up, which is what all of these teams are praying for, there's benefit that's going to be happening.
Oh,
and
it does
the
pull a
circle
little
has popped, and it looks like it's going to be leaning into the north. We do have Clover that is going to be with us, giving us some insight on the eye in the sky and letting us know what is going on.
Thank you, guys. And I didn't think I was that short. I think I need a little bit of help here. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. All right. And this is, I mean, as you guys called out, we really haven't seen circles come up here. Yahoo were very quick to get that rotation 300 backfilling. But as you guys pointed out earlier, this far west edge that Sonics and Troglodytes have been on, it's kind of forcing them to stay in this position until they can start to challenge. Everybody else is going to have to play Cobb, have to play some of these compounds, and that crossroads position that we saw 22 in earlier.
Over, and now you can see it's getting messy in rotation. Troglodytes is still trying to find their opportunities, but there is a ton going on around the Carrera area. We've got Dodges making the repositions on top of a ton of teams. We can see it's going to be BBB in position, and a lot of these guys now making the send into the north like Clover was just talking about. Nootropic does manage to navigate that and get to point. While it's going to be Sonics, it's going to be moving right alongside them. Just too easy. Has already got themselves a foothold point, but you can see teams just crashing. You just got to send it. If you have a little bit of information, you go, okay, we need somewhere, and it looks like 300 is going to be able to buy a spot off of Yahoo, who has to regroup.
I do like some of these teams have been a little more cautious about the rotations, not necessarily just sending it into the center or where they think they can find a spot to play. Specifically Sonics, right? They hung out on that west edge. They didn't necessarily commit to anything, and now they actually find themselves closer to the center than most teams and in a pretty decent spot as well to rotate or be proactive off of. So I like this from Sonics quite a bit.
teams on the outside that we should keep an eye on as Waikik Mukau needs to regroup with the rest of Gas Cans, but it's mostly going to be the Rumblers that are making their rotations coming out right now. Sonics do have some good sight lines to play from, but notice that most of the teams that are playing around the outside of Cabrera also do have some vision on what's going on over here as well. AKM taking the shots into New Tropic, and Trogloditas is getting closer moment by moment, but it's going to be Shrimps that gets knocked into Hello Senpai as it looks like they're finding more opportunity into this. Now it's just going to be Lamp-A-Lot, the last one alive in this position.
Sonics now starting to get some points here. We obviously saw that first kill from Mime, finding one, and now Shrimsy, so they're starting to accrue points. And this is kind of something that I feel like Yellow Jackets will learn. I'm pretty sure they actually had this spot initially. They were up towards the top of this, and they decided they wanted to go more towards the center. But in doing that, they actually invited a team, especially like a team like United, to come in behind them, which is probably the last thing you ever want to do. And because of that, they are paying the price. So this is definitely a learning experience for them, not to just leave a position like this open.
And look at the vision that they've got into this. New
United has seen everything.
Exex is just making some interesting rotations, and he's getting away with it this time. Lamp-A-Lot had to leave position to get away from Sonics and ran out in the open. Does lead into that low ground, so is still alive. But I again, going back to United's positioning, I'm very afraid for several of the teams. If we see the shift away from Cabrera, what they're going to be able to see is going to be hard.
Yeah, no matter where this circle shifts, they'll be able to have a pretty general sense of where almost all the teams are in the circle and then make whatever educated rotation they want to off of that, right? And they already know the Yellow Jackets is below them. They got a knock, and so that might even be the next logical choice if they have to move. But I doubt EU is going to have to move immediately after the circle shift. STK obviously right below them, taking the center line. And yeah, just look at this. Look how much vision United has been granted just by playing. This is one of the highest points on Miramar, and it is devastating.
Get spotted out. Relo doesn't.
Yeah, there's no threat to Relo. Even if he gets knocked there, there's no shot that he's going to get pushed in time. And so here's the shift, and it's actually going to center more towards Newt and Sonics, but still, these teams on the East have a lot to play with.
We've been talking about vision and positioning for days. Look at this. They good awareness, playing the outside of that, going to have good capabilities to control a lot of what's going to be going on.
It's very on brand for 22 as well.
I mean, they just know how to get into such strong spots whenever we're looking at this. The North is going to be popping off. As you can see, it's going to be Rumblers and 300. 300 taking some nades out right now, as this is edge fighting just about as close to the wall as you can get.
Yeah, I mean, and fighting up there really isn't much. I mean, you can see it right now. Look at Extreme. There's pretty much nothing to play up there aside from like a ridge, and then if you're setting yourself up to be that far north, you're really not doing yourself any favors. Yeah, he
Valiant, it's like the biggest thing on the face of the earth.
Well, he was just trying to get away from the shots.
I know he's trying to stop. Let me make some jokes every once in a while. Not everything has to be so serious, Godspeed.
That is true, though. He did hit the wall.
I know, he was trying to juke away from. Okay, so Yeho moving in as Vulcan is going to find himself.
Actually, Yeho's pushed right into 22's compound mat.
So let's see how this goes out. Punaj on one side of it, going to retreat back, and not a ton of cover. Going to go down.
He was burning. I was like, what is?
It's on fire. It's okay. He's got a friend that's going to be able to help him out off over there. We're going to see any more? Nah. You can't get, the angle for that bounce would have to be so ridiculous for it. Sparking still on the outside of it, trying to fend up. 22 uses this opportunity to step back in and get a more defensive line, as Sparking finding some very tricky angles over this wall.
And I don't blame him at all for not immediately pushing in that. These like weird half buildings in Miramar are actually such a pain to try to push in, because you just have someone holding an angle inside there, so they're kind of a pain.
Especially that opposite right side,
deal
like
with,
what we're looking at, it's way more complex than given the size.
It's not
feels
fun.
Like there's so many tight angles, you don't have any idea where somebody could be hiding.
Okay, and this is what I thought was going to happen if the shift wasn't necessarily the best for United. Is they're basically just going to kind of surround or try to get in front of Yellow Jackets, take them out, and then just take over this east edge. I mean, it's not a surprise either. United's been doing this forever, and they're so good at it.
Yellow Jackets, man. They've got the cover for now. I do want to point out Cabrera is getting pretty spicy, as we do have AKM, BBB, Trogloditas, and Gas Cans all in that position. Most of these foot pushers around are trying to get control. Also, right next to Cabrera, we've got Cresce as well as Dodge that are playing that hillside. But this has just been a continual fight. Vox's position to the north is going to go down, but he's got some support with Richie B. Where do you go?
This is so weird, by the way. Like, this fight between these two teams this far north, like the only teams this far north, and they're actually now getting third party by everyone else.
But what's weird is Just Too Easy is probably like, what, 300 meters to the south? Maybe
at least 200 meters, yeah.
And taking some shots into them. It's not enough like they should be discouraged by anything, but Yeah, you can see EU United now also finding
they're making
Yellow
a play
Jackets.
now.
This was only a matter of time.
We knew this was going to happen. Not really any surprise here. I mean, they've completely surrounded Yellow Jackets, who, again, this is another kind of learning moment for them. You can't just sit inside of a compound, even when I understand that the high ground is so devastating to peek out against, but they're just trapped now. They literally have no options. United is on all four corners of that, and at this point, I mean, they're just slowly going to get pushed out into firefights that probably aren't favorable for them.
So as we've seen the circle pop, it's just going to be Stranglehold that's now set up from E United. You can see playing all around them. There's no way that Yellow Jackets can get out of this easily. The circle did shift and still keeps some of Cabrera in play, but it's mostly those hillsides that are going to be a continual factor, as Yo is still around that 22 position. To the north, we're going to have Rumblers move. We're going to have Sonics that could gatekeep them out, depending on how Valiant is keeping this eye. And it's just a continual, I guess, erosion of the Yellow Jackets over here. It's not going to be fast. It's just a continual, okay, get this one, get this one, get this one. And
that nade's going to kill him. Yeah. That nade was so juice. That was perfect. And yeah, United, I mean, clean wipes Yellow Jackets. And they have a little bit of a task in front of them, though. I don't think there's too much cover immediately on their side, but they should have a ridge somewhere up there to play.
Our leaderboard watchers should also keep an eye on the fact that Sonics is going to have to move. United is going to have to move, but it's going to be
Sonics actually okay for the most part, I think, for now at least. For now. They will have to move probably at the next shift.
But by comparison to Yoho, who's got a pretty centered position right now. Sure, they are weakened and they have a team that's right next to them in 22, but both these teams are wanting to go for the late game, so inadvertently could end up defending each other.
3 up. I mean, Yoho is still in a really good spot. Obviously, 22 is in a very desirable spot as well. The rest of the teams in the south, I mean, SDK, again, everyone's in. It's just to what degree. Trog tried to make a dash for the center. They've obviously gotten ripped up. Sonics now just kind of looking ahead. They know they have a position to play now, but they are going to have to take out the Rumblers specifically as well if they want to make a push on Just Too Easy without getting third-partied.
Lots of shots coming into Rumblers right now as they drop off 2 and send 2 more a lot closer into Sonic's positioning. It's going to be an uphill battle for that, all considered, but I mean, it does look like they're committing into this push. Rumblers trying to make their way through this one. It's gonna be just too easy. That's going to be pepper shots onto the side of them. And with the way that the circle has popped, I don't know how much Rumblers really wants to continue this commitment at this stage.
Do they have a choice, though, Matt?
Yeah, I mean,
so I really don't. I mean, this is it. This is the push they got to make because it's either Just Too Easy or Sonics.
And see, look. Yeah. This is the way EU United navigates it. See, they get that early fight, they get control, they use that as a capability to move to a new spot, and now they move down into another secondary position. It's just good awareness time and time again, now finding a new harassment angle. It's not rat play, guys. It's just smart, methodical play. And if anything, they've got snakers on their team, so shouldn't it be snake play?
Oh, I see what you did there.
See, I got you.
Not bad. Okay, that one was decent. I'll give it to you, Matt.
See, I would accept it if people were like, oh, look at them, such snakes. But okay. Now, Rumblers, blue zone coming in. This is a very not much to work with here, and you can see Sonics knows it. It's just a grenade firing line that's coming out, and Corsac does hold up with the nades, man. There's just too many of them. Sonics managed to pick that one up.
And you, let me tell you, if you are MVP hunting, you hate to see Tig just pick up 3 or 4.
That is true. That is true. That's going to make it much harder for everybody else. The circle, though, is also going to make it harder for Sonics, as it is still leading with about half of it in Cabrera.
Yeah, this is a really hard shift, and now the teams that were safe, Yahoo's not even in the circle
AKM! Oh, Kurt!
Done, Kurt.
Good God, that was a clean push in, and AKM may have had this, but now Martinson, what you got to do, you're surrounded by shoot-to-kill members, make the push around 1. Does manage to get down to 12. I mean, we've been talking about Martinson has been finding himself more opportunities. Problem with it is Penta's got an angle on one side. Ayla's coming in with a shotgun, misses him.
Oh, my goodness, they're
my God.
They're just passing each other in all the smoke.
They're bumping into each other with shoulders.
It's so difficult to see in the smoke, and now he's getting shot from the outside as well. Teams like a Cresce just peppering the smoke.
It's shotgun v shotgun.
Oh, I think he got the molly off.
There we go.
Yeah, he's gonna get knocked. They're gonna try to get Luke up here. There's so much fire in this building.
Ayla better be careful. Just narrowly alive there. The other members for AKM are still inside of Cabrera. They keep trying to move out, but it's going to be a crash. It's just too easy to keep stopping them from providing any reinforcements.
And look at the way that United is slowly towing that line in the middle. They're rotating in. They're just so careful.
Oh, this is huge. You've got United that's making the send in onto 22's position. At the same time that Yoho is making the push as well. There is going to be a lot of teams that have vision on what's going to be happening. United wasn't aware of how much this is going to be popping off. As it's going to be Troglodytes that has vision. They now have to turn away from this one as Yoho is trying to fend up, but 22 is doing such a good job of holding down. We talked about it. This is an area you do not want to push unless you absolutely have to.
This is so precarious though, because 22 is sharing a compound with Yahoo, and then E United right on the other side of that. They have lost Flood, so he will be flushed and down. The potential to get Relo might be there. He is smoked out, but this is dangerous because if this fight pops out,
oh my God,
pops off in either way, one of those teams can get third-partied instantly.
So, United can't move because of Troglodytes. Troglodytes can't move because of Sonic's positioning. Nobody from Yahoo or 22 can move because they were just getting shot by United. So it's just a cascade of different things that's going to be going on right now. STK does get some vision on what's going on with Just Too Easy, but Sonic's is the big moving factor. Depending on how they're wanting to commit into this, that could open up other movements for the squads around them.
And the thing is, I think gas cans actually have such a strong position now because that whole broken wall, or that whole wall of that compound, they can play, and they can really just play safety behind it and harass the other teams almost freely without any repercussions.
Okay, Just Too Easy going down means the fact that we're starting to get some more calmness that's hitting the center. We've got about 10 seconds before the new circle does pop. Troglodytes probably feeling pretty good about their spot for the time being, as they're the most centered, but that doesn't say much because we have so many people still clinging to Cabrera's positioning. Circle does still keep Cabrera inside.
It's pulling away from Sonic, man, and United, and 22, and Yahoo. Those teams have been, not so much 22 and Yahoo that's recently, but EU and Sonics have been chasing the circle this whole time, and Haven is going to find the knock on to Poonage, and this is a very important fight.
So now Yahoo moving into this position, trying to make the pushes, comes out, one down on both sides of it. You can see, realize the fact that they're going to have to make the move, so they realize they're going to have to make the committal soon. EU United's using this opportunity to make the push into Troglodytes while this is happening. So cascading now starting to come up, and you just got to get up in the face of the people that are going to be around you. Troglodytes does go down. So now whoever wins this fight might have an opportunity to move, but it's too compacted. The way that we've seen this lined up, you can see Yahoo can't find an easy opportunity to move into this. While this is happening, EU United on the outside has realized what's going to be happening. A quick exchange between the two of them, as now it is just Shinboy trying to make his move through this one, realizing the fact that there are tons of targets in front of him, tries to go for the spray around, but holding down a sneaky spot.
They died at the same exact time. So now Sonics knows that the only real threat in the top 4 still alive is gas cans.
Sonics now having good position in the north as well. Gas cans to the southwest of their position. AKM now holding down, still just trying to feel what's going on. Gas cans, the spot is
It was good. Now it's a little more troublesome for them.
Akreshe, that's not the play, Akreshe. There's nowhere to go. One already down, continuing their path. Actually, RBN is getting away with that. What?
Maybe?
What? Is everybody just so busy shooting each other?
A lot of trouble now.
Well, I mean, you can see Sonic's now looking at a 22, so, okay, while Troglodytes is gone, they now have a new target, and it's going to be in front of them. 22 with just, I mean, how do you even move into this? You've got Sonics that's got themselves a controlled area to play from. Zone's coming in. Balkan, you guys put up a good fight, but it's going to be over right here.
The problem for 22 is they just had to deal with that very messy and very costly fight between Yahoo, and they just didn't have enough time to get out. Plus, Sonics was already so ready for that, as well as SDK. And although RBN does make it out, you have to imagine his chances of survival are okay. I'm glad I brought that up when I did.
And tons of voting coupons are breathing a sigh of relief right now, as we have 13 kills. Sonics that is still up at this stage. Gascan, the only team that's going to be competing up against him at this stage, but still a massive gap. Do keep in mind, though, if Shoot to Kill can manage to string some more kills together, they might be able to start contesting up against Gascans.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a big game for both of these squads, because if Gascans could potentially just have a little bit of a decent game here and get a few kills and a decent placement, they're already pretty close. That would be a nice boon to put them in at least third or second.
Shoot to Kill being more aggressive on this position. You're going to take a couple of throwables, get it pretty close. You can see that leaving several members back behind to maintain a firing line, as the center of this is just a no man's land, and nobody's wanting to make that move. That's why you see everybody clustered in the positions they're presently at.
And again, here's the thing. I said, you know, Gascans have a decent game, but they need kills here right now. They really need to get some kills and potentially wipe out AKM. That'd be nice.
Well, that's what's weird is AKM is kind of like got the best position in the circle inadvertently. Like, I mean, they're the only ones that kind of have cover, and that's really about the only benefit that the circle provides right now.
I mean, Sonics
it's open.
Yeah, Sonics can kind of use some of these ridges. There's like a rock or two that they can play off of, but yeah, as far as a hard cover, AKM has that in spades, and I can promise you that Gascans wants that.
Yeah,
exactly why they're making this push.
comes out. Molotov's now down, trying to connect into firefights. While this is going on, Luke 12 is venturing back into Sonic's direction. So much of this is going to be hinging on what's going to be happening right now as gas cans do find a way to maneuver through, denying the sight lines, using the smoke so that way they can creep by Sonic's positioning. But AKM very aware. Demix is on one side of it. It's going to be Ali on the other, waiting for them to make their approach. Right as soon as they step in, it's going to be a kill box, and it's popping off right now. But gas cans is navigating it pretty well. They're not getting the damage off, but they are surviving. This was the trap that you could see that AKM wanted to set, and they do not get the reward that they were looking for. Now gas cans are moving in, realizing where the threats are, but they do lose their smokes back behind them, and that was Sonics that was taking the shots and why they had to charge this point.
Oh, look at that spot from D4. You also have to remember that gas cans, at the very least, they did what they wanted to do, and they accomplished just crossing, right? Crossing and surviving with 4. But now they still have to deal with this, and Waikikabukau going to find a massive knock.
It's going to be Ali on the other side that gets a knock, but that does reveal position. Like this gas can going ahead and picking up, realize the fact that they're going to have to make the move. Ali on Almighty, about half life, trying to move away from it. And I mean, they're doing, gas cans are fighting with everything they've got.
Yep, everything they got.
Oh, that
Nico's
box.
carried him in. Oh, that was close, yeah. Nico's carried him in, and now they're providing cover. Kikamukau is going to get res. They're now still 4 strong, and they just have to push this one member to take over this entire south position. Purdy, may have tried to jump out of a car too early. Oh, no.
That's a big problem. Ali now moving up the top of these boxes is going to get spotted. Does get a knock onto it, but this should give gas cans enough time.
Very nice from gas cans.
Opposite side, you can see it was going to be Purdy trying to move the vehicle. It does get spotted out. Now it's going to be STK with just 3 members up and Luke moving closer by the second.
This is looking more and more so like the Sonics are starting to find themselves. But as I say that, Luke 12 is going to step over and he's going to find a knock on to Shrimsy.
But it's going to be gas cans. Waikikabukau now taking shots at Luke. He has to drop down, and the throwables come out from Sonic's side. STK now finding themselves in a ton of trouble. 2 members from STK still need to move into the safe zone, and there is no cover to be had. They were hoping that Luke could get the damage into this one, but it's going to be Mime that does pick that one up. Gas cans doesn't manage to steal it.
15 kills.
Yeah, this is a problem for everybody else that was in the chase for the top right now, Godspeed.
15 kills in this game and a guaranteed 3rd place. Sonics really wants to close the door on the teams behind them.
This is such a big opportunity for them, but gas cans
is not done, though, yeah.
They're fighting with everything, man. I know we've said it several times, but they're finding some way to make every one of these rotations work when they have absolutely no right to be functioning at this stage. 15 kills on Sonic, though, have left them tattered. You can see armor gone, helmets gone, just trying to cling to life. But STK on the opposite side, they've got a buggy and a dream.
I don't have a lot of hope for STK, and I would say that about any team in that position.
Yeah, it's nothing against their skills, but man, there's 2 different teams, opposite sides of you, no cover. There's like, what do? You send it to a rock that gas cans has vision on.
They really don't.
You move to the tree that Tickleton sees.
They really just don't have a play. I mean, they just have to hope to get. They just have to hope for something. But I mean, it's not really going to come their way. Both teams are focused on STK. They know that that buggy isn't going to survive more than 10 feet. And this is it. This is their play. This is the best thing they got, you know?
Slow rolling through this one right now, trying to use the smokes, dropping down, finding the dips as they can, but they are still not even in the safe zone, and they've got to continue their way forward. And you can see, I mean, even if they
want to
move
be so much more optimistic, but this is just a lose-lose situation.
But I love the heart coming out.
They're trying.
They're trying so hard, but here in a second, they're going to lose the smidgen of hill that they've got to cover. And Alo says, yeah, it's just not going to work. There's no point in giving Sonics more points.
But at the very least, one of those grenades, if they could have got a knock for Sonics, that could have opened the door for Gas.
But this is also very big because gas cans were back and forth. Well, I mean, you saw SDK was trying to assault into gas cans position on the leaderboard, so they didn't want to risk losing one of those points go over them. Now, Sonics, though, they get to move down the hillside and they get control over Central. Gas cans, they've been fighting their hearts out. Can they win another firefight?
If gas cans can find 1 or 2 knocks, I will believe. And I'd love for that to happen just to make this closer, but Sonics just has such a commanding position on the circle.
He manages to get into that point. It's about trying to spread the firing line.
They can use those smokes and utilize that, and they are. I mean, gas cans
Adam is so close.
Yeah,
Mime's counter moving into the smoke. This is turning extremely close range between the two. It's all about how much longer this utility can last. You can see that smoke is starting to go down. Molotov's now coming out. I like this deny out the cover, but it's going to be Mime onto one angle. That does get the knock on Adam and the flush as well. Nikos is down on the opposite side of it, so just 2 members of gas cans. It's going to be Waikikabukau on one side of it, looking into what's going to be going.
Sonics have to be careful.
go down, though. So the way that this is lined up, gas cans might be able to find some new angles into it. Gets the spray in. Shrimzy's taking a lot of damage. Mukal trying to make this one work. He's got the rock, but they know. Sonics know that he's here. How are the peaks going to be coming through? He's all up by himself. Looking it out. Trying to play it slow, trying to play it patient, just moves around the rock. Such a hard attempt, but 19 kills, Godspeed.
That was a hell of an effort there coming out from the gas cans, and they almost made it work. The flashes, the cover from the back, but 19 kills, as you said, that's going to be almost 30 points.
Look at the damage.
On one game. SDK was doing what they could from that east side, man. They really were, and then they just got caught in a bad shift, and that was it. That was the game for them.
That was the circle of so much dedication and heart for these players. I mean, you could see everybody was trying to make something work.
The final games.
AKM, that position in the trap that they set up, realizing the fact of how Gas Cans was going to be assaulting them, everybody was trying everything they could. And at this stage, that's what you want to see. Just figuring out, okay, can we somehow make this work? And whenever it can't, you go, okay, we've just got to surrender this one up, or we have to at least try to go for one more kill.
Yeah, and even E-United, man, like that was such a crazy fight in the north side when you had E-United, Yahoo, as well as 22, right? And then Sonics, meanwhile, on the other side of that, I mean, all the top teams were just sitting in the north. It was wild.
This is why I like chaotic circles, guys. Like, look at the way that we saw that. There was so much, like, it wasn't even gatekeeping. It was just like, I have vision on you, you have vision on them, they have vision on this. And so everybody was like, it was just like a standoff to where nobody could move for so long. And then once it kicked off, it was just like bam, 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 bam. All of these just set off and led to an insanely interesting endgame.
Yeah, that was, I don't even remember the last time a circle has ended anywhere near that area. Like, yeah, we saw the Oasis one like a little bit ago, but that specific one, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it?
And what a way to end our last Miramar. I mean, that was just like a feast.
Was our last
now we've got 2 games left, guys. We're going to be going over towards Erangel, and there is, I mean, there's so much still on the line. PGC points, money, position, pride, everything is boiling down to these last couple of moments. You guys, make sure you stay tuned in.
knows the way that this is lined up. Gas Cans might be able to find some new angles into it. Gets a spraying. Shrimzy's taking a lot of damage. Mukau trying to make this one work. He's got the rock, but they know. Sonics know that he's here. How are the peaks going to be coming through? He's all up by himself. Looking it out. Trying to play it slow, trying to play patient, just moves around the rock. Such a hard attempt, but 19.
Well, Sonics do as Sonics must, and they come out with a big win, and not just big, I guess gargantuan. That's not 16K club, that's 19, baby. My name is Tavies, I'm joined by Clover and Porosaurus as we break down that match, and I feel like the breakdown is going to be mostly about the guys who are going to be on the winner dinner chicken Skinner screen.
Yeah.
Skinner?
Dinner winner.
Okay.
Freebird?
Well, I mean, they pretty much did skin the whole lobby of that match because they took out a third, if not more, almost half. 19 kills, as you did point out. 2,400 damage. We've seen better from them there, but the proactivity up until the very last moment, absolutely. I mean, this is the Sonics we were scared of. And unfortunately, they waited until the third game to bring it out.
It's the Sonics everyone's scared of, and at this point, Poro, we're gonna go to the boards after the highlights. Can they be caught? I mean,
Nah, man. They just slammed the door shut. They just put their stamp on this whole thing. That is an extraordinary performance in a very weird circle as well. It's something that we not really used to seeing a whole lot of that particular circle. They dominated.
Well, let's take a look back at exactly how that went, because I think what we watched during the highlights is probably going to be the weird circle and then the total domination of the Sonics.
Yeah, well, and also, too, I think a couple of other teams that really needed a good game fell short. And that's part of the reason that not only a 29-point game, but when everybody else who needed it on the board couldn't quite clutch through.
Yeah, I mean, it's when you get circles like these, it's difficult to respond, right? You're not used to playing them. You don't really know the rotation paths or where everybody else. It's hard to predict where everybody else is going to be. So you end up running into these weird fights, kind of like that Rumble or Sonics fight we just saw. Sonics obviously come out on top of that. They come out on top, cleaning up the competition here in EU as well. And I mean, after that, it was just free farming from that north side. It was a thing to behold.
Yeah, and two, I mean, oh gosh, this moment, this Shrimzy with the nades. I know obviously like Tiggleton is well in the running for his performance, but we really got to give the credit to Shrimzy, not only for that play, but the way he's been playing through this event. And I mean, really, I guess all of them, you can see there, that circle shift, shoot to kill. I was worried we're going to have that mutual destruction between the teams, right? And Gas Can's moving quickly to take this position away from Ali RV and the rest of AKM. I believe it was Damox that was with him. A lot of them that position to play. It did kind of push shoot to kill into Sonics, but ultimately Sonics coming out strong from that fight.
I loved this push, this flank from Luke 12, man. It looked like he had them completely taken by surprise. For the first time in a long time, though, we see a grenade just not fall where it needed to for him. And yeah, of course, he ends up going down to the third party from Gas Cans. But again, dude, Gas Cans in that late game, and they made it close. Like, why kick a Mukau? Like playing kind of ring around the rosy around that rock. He was making Sonic sweat a little bit for it at the end.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of clutch plays that Waikikamuka has had this entire PCS event has had me so excited to think that if there was a moment, it was here, right? So much armor was missing from Sonic's players. Things were starting to look tired. He had the knocks starting to look in his favor, but you could see at this final moment that cards weren't quite in his favor. He threw out that flashbang to try and prevent the wraparound from both sides, but ultimately on that peak, it was that far range that ultimately had that sight. And we, 12 points is nothing to stop it here for Gas Cans, but to 29, that's going to be hard to catch up.
That is going to be hard to catch up. Sonics put up some big numbers. Gas Cans keeps the climb, and Shoot to Kill finishes yet another match in the top 4. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard, though, because we want to know where everyone stands in the final 2 games. 263, the Sonics pull ahead by more than 30 points. Yoho, Gas Cans, and E United are still relatively close. Remember, that's a lot of money in PGC points sort of in that shuffle for second. And it's not out of line. I mean, if the Sonics are eliminated first in the next one and Yoho puts up a big game, there are still 2 matches left to play. But I am also loving the climb of Shoot to Kill over there at the 196 point. They're gaining those really important PGC points looking towards the future.
Yeah, I mean, back up in the race for 5th place has kind of been between them, Bing Bang Boom, and 22 Esports. And that is a huge thing. Again, remember, Shoot to Kill 2nd, ESL Masters 1. So that's big points for them.
You brought up a big race there. There are a couple other big big races we said we'd update you guys on throughout the day. One of those is the Nations Cup, because remember the MVPs from each region gets their chance to go. So, Poro, I know you've been covering, I think, USA. Any big updates there?
Yeah, I mean, they've been swapping back and forth all day long. It's been absolutely nuts. I mean, you see it change multiple times during the game. But right now, Kickstart is in the lead for that USA MVP spot with Rello and Sharpshot right behind him, just chasing. Brazil, it looks like Sparking's got it locked up, though.
Nice. What do we got?
All right, well, Canada's looking pretty confidently locked up, but Argentina has been a 3-horse race throughout today. Ali RV, Martinson, Reeboks keeping it close. It does say Ali right there is in first place. I actually think Martinson might still be, I mean, it's down to tiebreakers right now between these two. And so Ali getting to stay up till the very late. We saw him in the top 4 with AKM. That was a huge help versus his teammate that wasn't there in the final fight.
Awesome. And just because I like to be involved, let me give you the Australian update.
Oh, yeah, what's that?
Yeah, who?
Tiggleton.
Who would have thought?
Not going to change. Not going to change. Exciting matches so far. I mean, that Sonics game was a crescendo, but I have to be honest, as I look forward to international events in the future, it's terrifying that the Sonics are this dominant, and they had minimum 5 games that you could literally just throw out the door because they were so bad.
I mean, that's kind of the argument I would make, right? Is that they are looking really, really good when they're looking good, but there's a lot of they're having a lot of missteps, and having a we've said it before. I mean, they've had a couple of days where they just haven't performed too well. They've been saved by a final big game performance, and that's all well and good when it comes down to like all this stuff. But what's exciting about that to me, though, is that there's still room for this team to grow and to get stronger, which is terrifying.
Yeah.
That is absolutely terrifying to think about, the idea that they'll get stronger. Another team that's getting stronger is Gas Cans. They've moved up, and now they've passed United.
It's been really crazy. I think we kind of gave a little bit of talk about Adam and how well he's been calling for this team, just the smart plays that they're making in general, but it's also just the pure fragging power by all the members on this team. Again, Waikiki I think that he's just been such an integral part as this new member on the team, and I just love watching him play.
Absolutely. I love watching him play. I can't wait to see what happens. It's time for the penultimate match to get underway. PCS6 comes to a close. Before we get there, we're going to the casting of the immortal duo of Matchroom and Godspeed.
Well, maybe mortal. There's going to be some of these players that are not. Sonics, though, starting to cement their own destiny in immortality. It's starting to feel. Maybe one team that can assault them at this point? By having to put up a massive game.
The fact that they almost got 30 points there kind of was a little devastating for the teams that were underneath them, but there is still a possibility. There's 2 games left. And Sonics have had, if I'm not mistaken, their best games, at least in this event, on Miramar. And so we are done with Miramar. It's not been by much. But, I mean, if you're any of the other teams, that's kind of what you're clinging on to, like hoping they have a little bit of a less satisfactory game.
If anybody has the opportunity to do it, it's going to be Yoho, who has been quiet right now. I do say that I have my eyes drawn to some other prizes. Most notably, it's going to be how Gas Cans continues to perform, as well as Shoot to Kill. Shoot to Kill, Gas Cans both are now moving into territories that we weren't expecting them to be moving into today.
Yes and no. I mean, I said at the start of this event, the start of this week, even with SDK, not necessarily being in the top 5, I said I wouldn't be surprised. In fact, I would bet that SDK at the very least will make it in the top 5 at the end of the season.
I will back this up. We were having a lot of conversation in the green room about it, and I was hesitant.
No, I believe that they made it.
And you had faith.
Yep.
I will say that. So give the man his credit. He rode this all the way through.
It's not even me. It's just SDK. You got to give them credit. You know.
You had faith. I give you credit for that one. There's a lot of people out there. There's some fly-by-night fans, and some of them might be Sonics fans. That whenever things don't go the right way, suddenly they just aren't a fan of that team anymore.
I mean, that's just how it goes in anything, right? Whether it's sports or PUBG or whatever. Yeah. If what have you done for me lately? That's basically what it really comes down to for some of the fans.
Well, I know a lot of these teams are hoping that maybe Aaron Gill will do something for them lately, as we've had circles today that are, I am an agent of chaos. I love it. I love it whenever we get some crazy circles, but at the same time, you at least need like that one simple game that is consistent so that way everybody can get their game.
I feel like we had that though, right? We had that with our first Miramar game. That was, we even called where it was going to end because we've seen it so many times, right? And the players probably knew where that bad boy was going to go as well.
Well,
So we've already had our one regular
SDK did. They sent it into a crazy spot.
SDK had the perfect read. It's just they got pinched, and the way they got pinched was really brutal because it was the same exact time that 2 4-man teams decided they wanted.
I'm telling you this right now. If you guys are just now tuning in, go back and watch the rest of the VOD. It doesn't matter if you know what the leaderboard is like. The way that these guys have been playing is insane. There's so many things that you can take back into your games. Hiding positions that we've seen, like flank positions. We've seen the way that these teams are interacting, how they're maneuvering through very difficult sections of the map, and
West Coast,
we're getting a West Coast ending.
I feel like it's been a while since we've had like a truly West Coast, and this one is a little too west for some people's likings. I'm sure it's got a good amount of water in there still, but that being said, there's actually a lot to play on the West Coast. The West Coast circles were some of my favorite as well, just because aside from Swamp, which I absolutely hated, there's a lot of good stuff here to play.
See, come back, because now on the caster side, Swamp is actually really fun to watch, in my opinion.
Swamp is miserable to play, though.
It's terrible to play. I love to watch it, though. Like, that's the inverse. See, as a caster, I can enjoy all the things that they hate, although we can all universally hate Corey together.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I don't think there was ever a point, even if we won games out of Quarry, I'm just like, no, I still hate this area.
It's
just it's so open, and that was old Quarry, by the way. New Quarry, at the very least, like there's a little more to play in, but yeah, it was just always like just an open kind of hell to play around, especially like if you were having to push on the edge. Yeah, that was great.
I still am very caught up in the potential of, can gas cans take over position from Yoho, or can Yoho find their footing? And
very possible. It's very possible. Don't forget about E United, though. 220, they can easily have, themselves a nice little 15, 16 kill, or maybe even 20 kill game. They've done it in the past.
That's the way they live, right? They get some average points here or there, but then they find themselves that big game. It doesn't always come at the right time, as it happens to do with Sonics.
Sure.
Like, Sonics is like, I almost feel like a diamond, right? Whenever they're having some bad times, that pressure
really
makes them much stronger. Yep. And
true.
That's what defines Sonics as the way we see them. They started off bad, but then whenever everybody was like, oh, are Sonics done? Are they the worst team ever now? Oh my God, they don't even know what they're doing. They're just like, nah, we're going to turn this around and we're just going to string some wins together.
And that's actually, here's the most important part of that point as well, and it pertains to other of our top teams, whether it's all these teams are going to have bad games. That is the nature of this. There isn't a team in the world in PUBG that has been perfect every single game.
Well, look at
every team is going to have bad.
They had a bad week, and they're still finding
or bad weeks, or some teams just have bad events, dude. Like, yeah, some teams just have bad events. It is what it is. It's just how these teams bounce back. Especially you see where their mentality is, right, when they're not doing well. And I think Dodge right now has been a pretty good example of coming into the last day. They knew they underperformed, and overall, they've gotten a good amount of points today and put themselves in a position to maybe even, again, take the top 10 and just get more PGC points. So, like, everyone is going to have bad games. It's just the nature of it. It's how you adapt and how do you adjust in the games that precede them.
Crash A holding down position right now. As you can see, it is going to be Sonics rotating through. Only one person taking shots at Sonics. It might be a little scary, as I think H1 did a quick stop by to see if they wanted to do anything with it, as we're moving into the old Tempo Storm territory.
Tempo Reds. They were just by Tempo Reds. Is what we used to call those bad boys. And was actually a really high priority spot back in the day, and it's still really good in the circle as well. Less so because teams are aware of it and they punish, especially like vehicles. It's harder to hide a vehicle there now.
And the hill push. We've seen a lot of people playing the hill that can make it more vulnerable than it should be. Yeah.
But overall, I mean, it's still a really solid position, and this West Coast generally is just like, again, there's a lot to play here. I really like the West Coast. I like looting here, I like fighting here, rotating here isn't that bad.
I mean,
as I say that, Nikos is dying, of course.
It has its drawbacks, you could say, as well, as Nikos is now learning. He's going to go down. Gascan's losing a member early is going to make that hunt for his last couple of games and stringing up points to assault Yoho's position a little more difficult. But that said, the bigger problem, I think, is Troglodyte's positioning in general. They're now regrouping to the north of them, and as Gascans are starting to loot, they're finding a lot of vulnerable angles for themselves, and they need to get away from Troglodyte.
I would actually love for Trog to take... Okay, they did. They actually did take the dip that is just north of the compound that we saw Gascans scouting, and yeah, that's a really good position. This is a very greedy split, though, for Trog. We're watching Greg Shaw right now go back to the south, but yeah, Trog is, in my opinion, played with fire with this split.
Okay, Yoho, Destiny is in your hands. You have the capabilities here. Well, 32 points is a very difficult to get. I mean, we can definitely see teams have gotten these totals back to back. I mean, Sonics just got that roughly in one game.
If you're any of the teams in the top 4 right now, aside from Sonics, you're hoping Sonics just has a real shit game. You're hoping that they get 0 points.
Worst rotation ever.
Yeah, you just want them to have a travesty of a game here.
And here's the problem. They're in a pretty good spot. They are running, what is it, a 2-1-1 all across the map. They've got 2 inside the swamp, and then 2 that are more to the east of this position, or I guess 1 and 1 to the east of position. So don't be surprised if you see Sonics taking shots at a lot of things that are rotating through. BBB is going to be north of where we saw some of the Sonics members a second ago. I know we are talking about Sonics a lot because that's where a lot of our focus is going to be. If they go down early, if other teams can assault their positions, those types of things, that's going to define a lot of what we're looking at. Now, that said, if Sonic still holds on to that number 1 spot, time and time again, we've said, there is drop-offs that are huge from second to third for PGC points.
Like you said, well, PGC points specifically, but yeah, I mean, looking at the leaderboard now, it's 32 points for anyone to catch up, so yeah, but I think it's like 475 for first place, and then like 270 for second. It's a steep drop-off, and generally whoever wins, like the PCSs, are pretty safe moving forward, and so this is huge, especially this early in the year, right?
Yeah. So you can see United bumping into, I guess, the other Agent of Chaos. If I'm the one that likes crazy circles, they're the ones that make all the crazy happen in game. It looks like they are coming in much more standard, so nothing wild yet, but note the fact that these guys are driving right next to each other, not even in the safe zone right now. A ways away, to say the least.
Yellow Jackets, man.
If we keep an eye on them, we know where they're rotating.
Yellow Jackets, to me, are the embodiment of chaos, so they should be your team, if anything.
Do enjoy watching me some Yellow Jackets, I'm not going to lie.
Again, this split from Trog, I'm very surprised if it lasts much longer and it doesn't get punished.
It's very wide. Like,
it's incredibly greedy.
I think that they get vision. I don't even know.
I mean, it doesn't even matter if they get vision. There is no shot.
Assist each other.
There's no shot that either one of those duos can help the other.
Yoho finding themselves a position to the north, I would say along the coastline just south of Georgia Polar. So in vision of potentially the Hospital Hill side, BBB is going to be the east of that position. United still just driving along next to Yellow Jackets. As I think that Yellow Jackets thought they were being sneaky and setting a trap, but Flood wants nothing to do with it. He's like, no, I know exactly what you're doing. Go away. We're going to sit here and wait for a second.
Oh,
and by the way,
shot too.
Take this. This is for staying out so close to us. Kickstart, though. Look at him shifting in the distance. He's also going to take a stop. That's a very quick feedback over. Now, Yellow Jackets, I respect the idea. I don't know if it's going to work.
I mean, they're just kind of stalling this rotation. I don't think it's going to do much to EU. But
this,
look at the team.
This is harsh for EU United.
Look at the team behind EU United right now.
Yeah, we're getting 22 coming in with the stall that's happening right now. EU United was a team that really needs points, and getting caught up really dealing with Yellow Jackets right now is a problem. They're realizing, okay, we're coming into the circle blind. We need to get something for this. They've already lost not getting a kill onto Yellow Jackets, and now we're just watching 22. So I guess what? Do you follow kind of close to 22 to see who shoots at them and move based off of that?
Yeah, I mean, that's it. EU United's just going to sit back. They have no problem being the last team on the edge or the last ones to rotate in, specifically because that's how they like to play anyways, right? They like to play with the blue to their back so they don't have to worry about anyone coming in behind, and they can focus on the teams ahead of them. So I'm not surprised at all that EU's actually just pulled off of this.
It should be noted, AKM is also not in the circle. It's going to be pretty south.
AKM is
from where we're at right now.
Still cruising.
They're still at farm. As you can see, we're driving by Pachinki, and the Blues at Pachinki, so a good distance away. Most of our teams have already settled down, with the exception of Yoho kind of being adventurous right now and seeing what's available.
Yeah, and AKM at the very least, I will say they'll make it in and completely free without anyone camping their rotation, but
getting everything set up, we've got Clover, who's going to give us a breakdown on what all she sees in the new circle as it is popping right now.
All right, guys, thank you so much. Real quick, as you can see, those rotations still coming in. United, as I point out, do like to make sure that they've not got money in their backside. Problem is AKM playing very similarly out in the blue, so we might see a little bit of a drive-by kerfuffle here. But on the edge, once it gets to the part to get in the zone, they're not going to have it for very free. Sonic's closing out their split. They've got this high ground to farm that open area.
Tropic is running right into a dangerous position in a Cresce, so don't be surprised if we see a couple of kills popping off for that. Yoho watching what's going on right now. There is a lot of flat land in this circle, as well as having Everest, and it's kind of led to its own pockets or islands of where players can kind of hide at.
All right, well, speaking of Everest, at the very least, Waldo's going to get a good amount of information from that from the Rumblers, as you see the rest of the members just below it. So they're going to see kind of who's rotating around there. Actually, Waldo isn't looking right now, and 22 is rotating right above them, but Rumblers realized that. And then Trog finally, okay, so that was the point of their split. Again, I'm surprised they didn't get punished, but it worked out for them, so good on Trog. They got that consolidation, and now they have a pretty good spot in this circle as well. United splitting off AKM, that doesn't surprise me at all. I didn't really think there'd be too much of a fight there in the blue, and they're actually going to rotate in for free on the south.
Boy, when did you see the Invisibles last get some play?
It's been a while, which is the compound we saw the Rumblers at just now.
So
they're called Invisibles because they weren't marked on the map.
Yeah, they were originally just like a sneaky
The buildings were there, but
yeah,
the markings on the map weren't, so those are called Invisibles.
United right now, hoping that they can come into this pretty invisible themselves, is they don't have any teams too close, but you can see that this is the, okay, we need to not lose anybody rotation. We're coming into this blind, so coming in Corey side should be pretty content off of that. STK is going to be to the west and does have gas cans that's close. Greg Shot is in range. It looks like they're both eyeing the same compound, but based off the way that Greg Shot's coming into this, I don't know if he saw them. I'm
not actually sure either. And STK, although they have a good spot here for now on the southwest side, if this really hard shifts northeast, it's going to cause a lot of issues, not only for them, but the other teams here, like 300 as well as gas cans. This compound is generally pretty good, especially the dip just ahead of it.
Is this you subtly saying the fact that you want the circle to go northeast? It's okay. You can join me, Godspeed.
I kind of hope it actually goes south.
Come to the dark side.
No.
Wait, you want to go back down to your quarry?
I want to. I mean, you said it yourself. Swamp's
you joined the
there.
darker side than I
No,
have.
specifically because Sonics is set up to pretty much farm that field if that's where it goes, and I'd like to see it just kind of shift away from the field. Just 'cause we've already kind of seen a field ending, right? I don't want to see something a little different. Like Swamp would be, as much as I hate it, a really tricky circle for some of these teams to navigate and be fun to watch.
Yeah,
there, I said it.
There you go.
You happy?
There you go. See? Yeah, I'm happy. Come down in the dirty trenches with me. So now, seeing everything, it's calm because everybody is waiting. This is the okay, what we've talked about several times. We're getting those circles where it's like, okay, circle goes here, we've got to position up everything. BBB's Roth already made a move for Antenna Tower, I believe. Just hoping to get kind of a
that's a strong spot too. Antenna is generally one of the spots that most teams take early, like just to scout from and things of that nature. No one took it at that point. BBB saw it, and so they sent Roth there. I like that play.
All right, so now it's going to be a telltale of what's going to be going on. United aware that somebody's going to be close in the spot. They have ventured in, but Cresce is now regrouping and stays in the north with the fields being a big factor.
Northeast it is.
That shift for Roth is pretty good, though.
Shift is good for Roth, for Sonics, Rumblers, 22. Pretty much everyone that was in the north. Everyone south, though, is going to have to struggle with this one. Gas cans, SDK now starting to move 300. They will have swap, but they'll have to deal with Newt as well. And a Cresce and United fighting well outside of the circle now.
Cresce did move down to the south and regrets it quite quickly. The other members for Cresce now going to have to start making a move to get away from United. Should be able to pick up another kill. So sitting at 2 at this point, most likely in a second, as I think it's going to get finished up. Yep, there you go. And now United has to continue chasing the circle as this is, dude, we still got Gatka in this, and we've got that whole area around Antenna Tower. This has got so much, like, just dead space.
It's a lot of open field for sure. At the very least, the area just to the southeast of Oldless and BBB, like of that Antenna Tower, is good to play, but it's only good to play when there aren't teams like Dodge set up on the other side, right?
Yeah.
When the blue is at the back. So
Kaishin. Oh, Kaishin! Oh. That one's you're gonna regret.
Yeah. But back to the fields, yeah. It's very open. This is a very open circle now.
Yep, okay. So
something I wasn't hoping to see, but it is what it is.
You gotta make do with what you're given right now.
Are rough, man, but you gotta deal with it, yeah.
300 is going to be pretty close to STK's position, and both right along the edge of the zone. STK can't move too far to the north because good old Troglodytes that we saw talking about their splits a while ago. Richie B is going to be right. He's got some vision on what's going on. Sees at least one. I think Purdy is probably planning out. You can see him crouched down in some cover, trying to say, okay, this is probably the way we're going to navigate what comes next. I don't know if they're very
I like that.
Post 300 is.
Okay, so he was waiting. Yeah, he's waiting for them to get in the vehicle. He's going to hit the headshot. He's going to find the knock on a Penta now. Purdy very low, but surviving. Grenades, if they have the range, would be huge here.
You can see Richie's like, okay, where are the rest of them?
Chance to get a nade from this distance.
Yeah, he was eyeing it out. Looks like the assault's going to come back.
They're pushing, maybe?
Halo is coming back. It looked like originally Shoot to Kill might be moving forward, but
they thought
Luke's
twice.
In a spot for it. Halo retreats back to this point.
I do like that they thought about pushing outside the circle for those kills, though, to make sure that STK, or was whatever team it could have been a little more weak coming in. So I like this from 300.
The idea is right, but given this circle and how little,
yeah, there's no reason for them to, and they pulled back. It was a very smart decision from those guys.
I mean, most of the players already aware of how to handle this circle are going to find ways to move into it pretty clean. Even with the SDK thing that's going on right now, they're going to find themselves a spot to move forward after they've managed to rectify what just happened a second ago. Troglodytes is going to get some shots in them, but it's not going to be scary enough. And United is still one of our big moving factors. In the north, we do have gas cans that's roaming around. We're just too easy, as well as AKM is. And it looks like they're going to make the commit in as Ragnar is going to toss down something to try to run away from this. And it looks like gas cans is just full on committing. They're like, we don't care. We know that we've got to come here. They were getting harassed by too many different teams on the outside.
And where the... Oh, he is so isolated from the rest of his team. And
they're in hospital.
I wonder what took them so long to potentially move towards him, because he was the only one in that compound for a while, and so...
I think it was because gas cans were to the west and AKM were harassing each other all around there. Just gas cans were like, that's it. We don't want to deal with this anymore. We're just going to send in.
Right,
I guess they assumed that nobody would be there, but Just Too Easy has a solo.
But my point is, why didn't Just Too Easy potentially just consolidate, right? As soon as that circle popped, they should have already been in vehicles moving towards their safe player in the circle. And so that's going to be, again, a learning experience for Just Too Easy.
Did you feel like the last circle had too much playable space in it and not enough field? Well, guess what? We're going to give you 50% more product
for you
with Flatlands in it this time around. As, yep, okay, it's about to get chaotic. Ragnar's still holding this one through.
This is the circle I figured would happen. Is one I was hoping it wouldn't.
Yeah, 22. Where are you going, man? I mean, it's... Yeah, those bush lines might become a big factor.
This is actually not bad right here, this little pocket.
I get such good map awareness.
But that's the thing. Like I said, there's a lot of little pockets in this field, as open as it is to play. But the problem is once you're set up in there, you can't really get out.
It's party time now. Just Too Easy coming in and providing some support and everything that's going to be going on. AKM is going to be rotating to the north of this, not wanting to get too involved. While this is happening, 300 does make a move into where we can see Sonic's going to be playing from. Ragnar trying to hold this together, is really hoping the fact that his teammates are on the outside of it can try to make some plays.
A little headshot there.
Ellie RV had an idea, and Waikik Mukal said that wasn't a good idea, so puts him down. Whereas AKM looks like they're making some commitments in. Martinson rolling around the outside. Gas Can's trying to hold this together. Ragnar coming more alive, moving through this one. I don't think the Gas Cans were firmly aware of where he was playing at. Finally goes down, and now it's just Coda Kid looking in and wanting to make sure he secures kills before moving into a very bloody position.
Yeah, Coda's nowhere even near his team, and that is going to be it. Gas Can's finding even more points. Sitting in third, holding that position. Yoho is well going to find 2 of AKM.
All right, bing, bang, boom. Now making the sin back down. Looks like they're going to be moving into Radio Tower. They already got 3 members over there, but Sharp shot the last one in, coming in. Dodge looking into E United's position. They've been chasing circles for a while, but now you cannot avoid the action that's going to be popping off. Grenades on both sides of it. It looks like it's going to land pretty close. Snaker's going to run around it, but it's going to be Kickstart that actually goes down. Hikerman should be aware of this one, but can't make too many big moves as Yellow Jackets are now moving into the spot, and Flood coming in back behind with a beautiful flank. Can he survive? No, Cherry reads it, holding it, tries to go, does go down.
I was going to say, there's no shot he survives that, but he almost actually got supported by his team. But Dodge actually had such a good split there, and that is devastating for United.
Out. Wow, Gas Cans, 3-point lead on him right now, and now starting to eye Yo's positioning on this leaderboard. Yo got themselves a point on the edge, circle about to close, and really, no matter where this goes, it's going to be bad.
This is an open field with dips, but not much else. I mean, BBB have control of that radio tower, sure, but Sonics actually have a really nice ridge to play on the side of this road, and they can push forward off of that. And so I do worry about the teams that were chasing. And Purdy with the combo. That's 3 members down already of Trog.
Trog gets caught with their pants down and just has nades bombard them. So now Kill Demo, the last one up. STK moving into this spot, and they want it. Keep in mind, this is not even in safe zone.
Trog's out of there.
No.
Purdy. I don't even think he realized that thing was falling on him. He probably just ran 40. Saw the crate.
I can imagine Ayla was back behind him like, no, Purdy, go.
Slow motion, no.
Oh, and slow motion, it's going to be Yellow Jackets finding a new team to harass as Nootropic is going to go down at Yellow Jackets' hands. There we go.
I'd actually love to see Yellow Jackets not be in 16th. They could just get like 15th or even 14th. That'd be great.
I mean,
for a brand new team, just qualifying out of opens, unknowns, Batunga's showing, you know, what he's made of. It'd be cool. It'd be cool to see.
Would be good. Feels bad for just too easy though. But
of course,
already eliminated.
But there's still another game.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, looking into this. This is, you know, those like lines of bushes and trees that go through the field.
Oh, I'm familiar with them. Yes.
This is about to be the cover and the play. I feel like the hillsides are. It's a little bit more.
Just a lot of hay barrels and dips. Yep.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. And we saw what happened to Trog. When you have a dip, you potentially can get grenaded to oblivion.
Oh, well, 300 about to feel a similar thing as they're starting to get some throwables come at
that spot's
them.
rough that they're playing, man. It is so rough because if you're standing, you can get shot in the back of the head. And if you're prone, you just get naded out. Those are your options. Take the risk. Vox now throwing the grenade, trying to find something in the smoke. There's nothing there. No one's home. SDK not even pushing that yet. They realize they're safe on their edge.
Look at the amount of smokes that are already coming down. Yo-Ho aware of how it's going forward. Greg Shot was trying to survive. Gas cans do go down. Keep in mind, while all of these moving factors happening, Yellow Jackets was trying to move into BBB's position. They get spotted crossing the field. That's about to be the name of the game for a lot of these rotations. Don't be surprised if you just see a team instantly lose 4 members as another squad just gets vision on all of their members.
Yeah, Yo-Ho actually, okay, here's the dangerous thing with Yo-Ho. If they can deal with Rumblers, they actually have not only the entire east side, but they can actually wrap around the north.
Yeah.
Somewhat around BBB and try to get different angles. It's just Rumblers is there and it's this 2-2 split, and so they can't necessarily do that just yet, but that is an option for them if the Rumblers get taken out or if the circle shifts away from them.
Yo-Ho can now play more aggressive since gas cans have gotten eliminated. If they're paying
Correct.
attention to the kill feed, which you know the squad is, they now know that they can start to be
they can flex in the position they have.
More active, yeah. And now Shoot to Kill finds themselves pinched between the squad that they were taking fights at a second ago and 300.
It's a really good fight for Yo-Ho.
Shimboy finding the opening, knock into it, circle's going to go to the top, and whoa, Bale Frost unloading on this one. And that is a quick
they got destroyed.
That was so fast for Yo-Ho. Now leaning back in, they're like, no, we already know you're fighting. Somebody goes into it.
Careful,
good defense trying to come up from 300, but Yo-Ho still moving into this one, finding the angles on top of it. Neferhor having to move for this hillside is now the last one up for 300. He's got Sonics back behind him that are going to start moving. Where do you make your commitment? You can see he's like, there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to hide. It's just get in the grass and pray.
No, and that shift didn't help anyone in the south out either. Yo-Ho realizes that. They know they had a position to play, but actually Rumblers, Valiant, and Corsac have taken this really forward position on the northwest side, which cuts off a lot of the angles Yo-Ho would have wanted to play.
Sonics is now making the commitment into BBB's positional. Looks like they're trying to cross through that. Keep in mind, 22 is playing the hillside in front of them. Yo-Ho was moving in position to the east of this, but with Neferhor still being alive, that slowed it down. Sonics now starting to get a feel for how they're wanting to move forward. It's going to be 22 holding down the top of this ravine, and Sonics is now in a very bad position, all considered. They need to take down
So are BBB. Both of those teams are gunning for the spot that 22 has.
Yeah, and it's all about how we're going to see this flow out. While this is happening, Rumblers are getting control of so much of the circle.
Yeah, Rumblers have done an amazing job of taking complete control of the circle while all of this has happened.
So now using the smokes, it's going to be Sonic start to make their push. Yo-Ho is coming in back behind this more and more by the second, still on the hunt for Neferhor.
That reload
going to go down.
timing.
Looking in, Haven gets the knock into it. Sonic's trying to move forward. It's just going to be Mime just taking sprays. It does get a knock, trying to go for a flush, but it's going to be 22 moving down the hillside. 300 is going to be eliminated by Yo-Ho while this is going on. Mime trying to hold it together, praying that maybe this nade might buy him another point or enough time.
And it will.
22, they retreat from this. They have to step away because BBB is now becoming more active. The problem with it is they're going to intersect and cut off Mime and the way he can come into the circle.
And Sonics was forced to fight there first. They knew it because BBB had this hill, they had the ridge. They knew if they tried to take the fight with BBB, they were worse off from taking it from 22. And so BBB played that correctly, though. They were patient. They waited for the fights to start, and they capitalized.
We can see that now Yo-Ho is in a lot of trouble. Rumblers have moved to the outside of this one. They're taking control over everything except for where 22 is at.
I mean, look how aggressive they are now. They've just left Los in the circle.
They're leading outside of the circle. Los is the only guy that's inside of it because they're like, we know where the firefight that's going on. Yo-Ho goes down. Rumblers are going to be picking up the scraps of whatever's going on, but BBB is walking right in at 22, spraying them down as they go. These guys are not done yet. Balkan's just heading for the hills. The problem with it is there aren't many hills around here anymore. You can see Waldo just roaming in the car, trying to see if he can get something.
Nice,
22
sharp
goes
shot.
down. BBB now at 10 kills, but guess what? Everything the sun touches now belongs to the Rumblers.
Ah, that's Lime King reference. I like that.
Oh, I mean,
but still, the amount of
stronghold. So, and the circle even goes Rumbler's favor.
Sure, it does. But BBB have gotten so many kills and probably got a lot of utility to work with now, based off of all the bodies between the Sonics as well as 22. So they definitely could smoke while themselves into a play. But Valiant is a massive factor here. If he doesn't go down and he's able to get 1 or 2 knocks, that completely shifts the. Well, even more so the favor of this game in the Rumblers.
And you know that BBB is feeling, okay, somebody probably would have third-partied us at this stage. Valiate's got his making a play moves going on.
It's a very Valiate play, though, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, just entirely unexpected from back behind. Waiting for the vehicles, see how the rotation. Oh, they're going to be coming in right next. Oh, no, they're going the opposite side. He's feeding that information over, so Valiant's position now very vulnerable. BBB making the run in, going to try to spot it out, but it's going to be Los that's got the strong defense, already taken down one, takes down a second one. BBB with nowhere to go, Aldous on no life, tries to run for cover, is going to take down, and that's going to be Rumblers picking up the second to last round.
And again, that's another not big team taking away those kills, but BBB, man, shout out to the Rumblers for playing that almost perfect. But BBB, with what they had to work with, 10 kills, a nice amount of damage, and a good chunk of points, they're getting second place.
So feeling good for Sonics fans all considered. Really all they needed to do was survive into the later stages and make sure that nobody ran away with it. Nobody that really Sonics was worried about did.
Nope.
And now it's just really about the race of who can get what PGC points in this last game, because it's still going to be really close.
And I do wonder if any of these teams, especially like maybe Yahoo in second place, could just have the game of their life and Sonic slips up. I still think there's a possibility for them to be dethroned, but it is getting smaller and smaller. And now at this point, I'd say it's as small as it's been because of that lead that Sonics has built up.
This is going to be one of those, you have to have like a FaZe comeback moment.
No,
you remember whenever FaZe was just trying to get into the grand finals, they needed one game.
That was one of the,
and they strung it together. This is the time. You don't get to go, well, maybe I'll meander my way into the circle and we'll play for late game. Now, if you're wanting to try to get first, you play it the entirety of the game. And I know people that have been playing it the entirety of the game is also going to be our analysts. We've still got one left. You want to know who's going to win this one, so stay tuned. We will be back in just a few minutes. vehicles. See how the rotation. Oh, they're going to be coming in right next. Oh, no, they're going the opposite side. He's feeding that information over. So Valiant's position now very vulnerable. BBB making the run in. Going to try to spot it out, but it's going to be Los that's got the strong defense. Already taken down one. Takes down a second one. BBB with nowhere to go. All of a sudden, no one tries to run for cover. Is going to take down, and that's going to be...
Welcome back with one game left to play. The chips have begun to fall where they will lie. The Sonics dominating, but the chase is not quite over as we've seen some mid-tier catch-up as well. There's a lot of points on the line. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Clover and Porosaurus. We'll get you guys caught up on what to look for as we get into the last game of PCS6 Americas. But first, let's take a look at the dinner winner screen.
Any rumblers in chat?
About time.
Yeah.
One here.
Yeah, I mean, okay, here, I think you even heard Godspeed say at the end, another team that wasn't quite in the race for the top, taking a victory at the end, and that's also taking points away from that 4-horse race.
I mean, it's and also really good for the Rumblers. I mean, they managed to jump a couple of spots in the standings here, which is worth about 20 PGC points for them in the end of the day, and a nice little stack of cash as well. So, you know, it's a nice little come-up, late-day come-up for the Rumblers.
Absolutely. It's nice to have, too, I think, confidence build as you move forward, trying to figure out what is going to happen with the team. Where does everybody fit in? Let's take a look back, though, at that last match because, again, another wild game.
Yeah, okay. The fields, that can be a really hard spot to play. And when we were watching this before, you really quickly pointed out that BBB having that position right on the pop off the start was such a strong spot to play.
Yeah, it was really good. It's not too often that you see that radio tower in the middle of the Gaga fields get a lot of love, but on circles, when it comes, it kind of moves from south to north, it's a little bit easier to hold than it is on those north to south shifts or east to west shifts. So we did see some early game scrappage here as Just Too Easy fell victim to those gas cans. So another nice little stack of points picked up for gas cans.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of NA on LATAM violence. We saw a couple teams all eliminated at once, and then E-United taken out very quickly by Dodge, who was then very quickly eliminated by none other than the Yellow Jackets. It was just so much scrapping along the edge because, again, BBB having that spot in the center to play from really made everybody else kind of vie for any other foothold they could have in this circle. We could see that overhead view again. I mean, there's a little bit of dips, but not much else in terms of coverage.
Yeah, it's really rough to kind of play around that area knowing that there's a team right there that just can kind of hard peek you. And look at the grenades from STK right on top of Troglodytes. That was so quick and so clean. Saw Godspeed got a little freaked out there, thought he might get crushed by the falling car, but just stepped out of the way there.
I mean, yeah, it was the shoot to kill that we had really been hoping to see. The whole event showed up today. I mean, 4 matches in, regardless of what happens on the 5th game, I'm just absolutely pleased to see the performance. And now, I mean, to this final match, right? Rumblers have been doing what Rumblers have been doing this whole event, which is very quietly find their way up to the late game, find a couple of kills here and there. They've had a lot of those 6-8 point kill games, but finally able to converting that into a win. That said, though, I mean, again, BBB shoot to kill, finding those kills each one of these matches.
Flaming teammate running by, a little scary there. But yeah, no, I mean, you got to also give credit to Yoho. I think they realize the situation that they're in. You know, try to get as many points as you can. You got to take every single fight, and they managed to get a lot of kills off of it until the very late game here. And then Bing Bang Boom also once again. It looks like they've kind of righted the ship. Unfortunately, a little bit too late, but they're still making a good accounting of themselves here on the final day.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the leaderboard there. Rumblers do get 18, Bing Bang Boom gets 16, and actually a big 13 for Yoho, because while it may be untenable to sort of chase the Sonics at this point, the gas cans, they passed E-United and have actually started knocking on Yoho's door to try to get to that second place spot.
Yeah, and again, I mean, we really haven't seen Yoho have those 0-point games, right? They always find that opportunity. We can see they didn't get as much in placement points as they had hoped for that game, but with 9 kills, that was still enough to really carry them forward, and that's what's kept this competitive for some of these teams till the very end.
Let's take a look at that overall leaderboard and see where everyone stands. We go into our final match of the day. The Sonics are at 169. Is Yoho passing them untenable? It could happen, I suppose. I'm supposed to say.
Well, if it does, that's going to be epic.
I mean,
exactly.
I mean, there's one team I could maybe see troll hard enough to hot drop Sonics this last game.
Pass. Pass. Yoho, I think, theoretically makes something happen. Gas Cans has been playing very well. Yoho has to, but the thing is, Yoho's got to play careful because Gas Cans are hunting them. E-United and Gas Cans still very, very close, and that mid pack as well has really tightened up. So So there's kind of a lot of this, make a little extra money, make a little extra PGC points still on the line. There's also still the MVP race in terms of who goes to the PUBG Nations Cup. So let's get a quick update on that. I know that you guys are following 2 close races. What's going on with the America?
Man, USA has been back and forth all day long again. And now with that really big performance from Bing Bang Boom in the last game, Sharp Shot has now taken the lead. Now he still has Relo and Kickstart chasing right behind him, so could switch around here in the last game, but Sharp Shot in the lead for USA right now.
Yeah, until Argentina, it's staying close to this very last match. I mean, we're down to just a few points difference between Elite RV and Martinson. Martinson still just barely in that lead.
Very, very close, and we'll keep our eyes on that, obviously, and award those positions at the end of play today. I wonder, though, is there a world where one of those players who's sort of on the cusp, who's maybe fighting for that spot, tells their team, change up the way you play, let's be more aggressive, like get me that MVP so that I can lobby for you to be on the team?
You know, I guess anything's possible, but I think I don't think these guys are keeping too close a tabs on this kind of stuff right now. I think they'll just be pleasantly surprised at the end. I think right now the team is the most important thing. Try to get as many PGC points.
You brought up the end. It's time for us to bring up the end as well. The final game of PCS6 Americas is about to get underway. Let's get over to the vibrant voices of PUBG with the final call. It is Godspeed and Matchroom.
All right, Godspeed. It is now time. We are in this last game, and it is still.
Let's do it.
So, like you saw, it was like, hey, this thing's still important. This thing's still important. This is going over.
Oh,
we still got placements. There's so much on the line. Whether it be looking at PGC, PNC, I mean, even like points, money, where we even want to go.
Even if. And there's a pretty good chance of this. The Sonics kind of wrap this up in a nice little bow for themselves. Even if that's the case, aside from first place, there's still, like you said, the PGC points, the PNC MVP. There's a lot still to play for. And even just for the teams that necessarily aren't fighting for the top, that mid-pack we talk about all the time, the PGC points there are no freaking
Think about this. We have so much to talk about. We don't even talk about the prize pool right now. And that's still just money. And that's important too. But it's just like there's so many things that are going on right now. It is... Oh, my God, so much to keep an eye on. And I do know that there is a fan-favorite team that I wanted to give you guys a quick update on. That Yellow Jackets did have a technical difficulty and are only going to be playing with 3 this game. So if you pop in and you're like, why are there only 63? It's fine. The rest of the Yellow Jackets are still playing. And again,
too strong. We needed to take one.
That's right. Too much. They were having too much influence on the game.
No, honestly, I've said it so many times in broadcast because I do genuinely think it's important. Yellow Jackets are a team that came in with obviously 0 expectations. They're a brand new team with players that we haven't really heard of before from the opens, right? This is the first time playing in a lobby of this magnitude, so I really don't blame them for being in last. And they've been trying to do some more interesting and intricate things than some of the more seasoned teams. And so I really, I mess with this team.
You got to try things like that. We've talked about time and time.
A lot of those things haven't worked, but hey, they're trying.
But it's better than doing nothing.
Exactly.
We often see that happen with teams since as far back as I can remember. New team qualifies, and they're like, let's just hide in this
play it really
place that
safe.
we can drop, and then we're going to try to keep 4 members up, and if we can make it to Circle 7, then we're going to win our firefight. Here's a spoiler, guys. You never make it to Circle 7, and you're going to die because you're not prepping for your firefight at that stage. And that's just the tried and true, we're the new team out. And Yellow Jackets are like, nah,
yeah, and again, has everything they've done worked out? No. Have they potentially, been a thorn in, well, not even potentially, they've absolutely been a thorn in some of these teams' sides, and yeah, they're probably not happy with them. But again, for a new team, you got to cut them some slack here.
United coming in, being one of the teams that I would say has received some Yellow Jacket love every once in a while.
I feel like it was United and Sonics that actually
they really have
run-ins with these teams at points.
I mean, their love is, I wouldn't say the most beneficial to have in your life. It's more of that toxic style of love where you're just like, please leave me alone. Okay, as you can see, AKM, the only team that is on Military Base Island.
We do have early Circle Watch.
I didn't bring that evil, Godspeed. That's on you.
Because I just feel like...
I want a Stalber Circle, I'll be honest.
Stalber Circles are fun.
We haven't seen Stalber really that much. I don't want the low ground Stalber. I want Stalber.
I just like watching fights around Stalber for sure. I mean, there's so much terrain around there that's really conducive to fighting and or just foot pushing in general. But
hey, I kind of 50% of what you want.
I thought it would be around there. Yeah. So this is a final circle for sure. It's very ambiguous. Most likely, it'll probably shift towards the north, but again, we've seen this circle come down south, and yeah, this is a hell of a circle to end on, I'd say.
So with the way that the circle is lined, are we assuming that this is going to stay main island?
Probably, but again, never assume, especially with these ambiguous circles, because as long as you set up, you set up for the potential of a shift, I think you're putting yourself in at a much higher success rate.
That is always the name of the game, and no one plan in PUBG, and it's a constant modification. That's one of the reasons why, again, IGLing in PUBG is so difficult.
Dude, it sucks.
Whenever you compare
it's
it
so
to, like,
hard.
And this is no disrespect to other games by any means, but there's linear pathing through maps 90% of the time whenever you're looking at it. This is got so many variables, not just the team circle modifications, everything.
It's just difficult in a different way. Like even just like a 5v5 shooter, it's a completely different skill set, and both are very challenging. And especially in PUBG, like there's a lot of situations where you really just can't win, right? Like you really just can't win. Unlike our fantastic observers who are just winning all the time with the amazing Alienware PCs that they're on. Shout outs to those guys, of course, just bringing us an amazing grand finals.
And I like what you were talking about there. There's plenty of times where you're not supposed to win inside of PUBG, but somehow these teams,
nature of the game, man,
find ways to make it as far as they can.
Exactly. That's the most important point. The desk has brought it up. We've brought it up over the years. The most important thing is in those situations where you're clearly just not going to win, right? It's just the cards are not in your favor. Get what you can out of it, whether that's a few more kill points, whether that's surviving just long enough for an extra placement, right? Like those are the things that you have to do, and all these teams understand that. Like that is just how you have to play those situations where you have basically no hope.
Now, with this circle and the way it's lined up and having Military Island, on having the canal through, and most people thinking, okay, it's probably going to go north. That does mean that the circle is inherently a lot smaller than we're probably going to see in most of these.
Yeah, that's a very important point.
But there is also going to it's Erangel, and let's be honest, everybody knows every corner of this map that's playing in this lobby right now, and even then just the north 50% of the circle can support all of these teams.
Yeah, I'm not really necessarily worried about a lot of teams or even like a single team dropping out of this first circle. For the most part, everyone's going to be able to rotate in, and like you said, there's more than enough to play here. It's really the circle after that that's going to be the most interesting, especially if it decides to shift a little more south. It keeps that center river in as kind of a split. That's when things become really difficult, and that's actually when we're start kind of losing teams, which is right after circle 2 sometimes.
You like tipped your toe in that joining the dark side caster evil circle section, and you're like, but imagine if it goes half and half again and the canal is most of the circle and then we have mermaids.
Because it's a real scenario, man.
I'm just pointing out, I appreciate you now.
Oh, just now?
Yeah.
Oh, so this whole time you didn't appreciate me. All right,
yeah, you were just tolerable before now. You still had that player mindset, but now you're with us. It's kind of like with Hypoc. Hypoc danced that line for a long time too.
I love watching Hypoc dance. Sorry, you just
I haven't seen Hypoc dance. Now I'm really curious.
He's got the moves, man. Don't sleep on that. Also, a funny thing, shout out to the boy Hypoc. He is underratedly funny. Hypoc is hilarious.
Underratedly? He is. I've always considered him.
I feel like he's... I feel like sometimes he doesn't get the credit for being hilarious. But moving back onto the game, and a nice little shout out to Mr. Pock. Yeah, this is a circle. I'm just really excited and waiting for the first shift, because that's going to, I think, tell a large portion of the story of this game.
And that's what everybody's doing. I know we've said that several times during the first circle, but whenever you get to this level of competition, most of the players are already positioning up, making those plans that we talked about several times, and it's just positioning for what is going to be the inevitable thing you don't want to have happen. It feels like that's what always happens inside of PUBG, is you're planning for what you hope happens, and then you plan for what's probably actually.
Yeah, there's like a plan that you have before, and then there's the reality, right? There's like, okay, this is actually what we have the options of doing, and that whether that's rotations, whether that's a gunfight you have to take, I mean, that's just, again, how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Okay, so all considered, most of our teams are already inside the safe zone. As you can see, that United is to the east of this, but they do have themselves some yellow jackets. Remember that love that we saw a second ago? I think that United might be a little mad. But remember that, hey, if you want to try to catch up to Sonics, you got to have a big game. United, I think, is right now just focusing on trying to catch gas cans.
Yeah,
anything else.
United at this point, I mean, they're only 3 points behind gas cans, but realistically, they would like to get second place if they can.
And notice where those little triangles are pointed right now, and there's the potential for more than 3 points right there. Well, technically, actually 3 points, because Yellow Jackets only dropped with 3.
There you go. Yeah, this EU United race is going to be basically for like second, third, or just staying in fourth, right? And BBB, I mean, they could maybe catch United, but I think United's really, they're just trying to catch Yoho.
We've got our, I guess, our table situated right now, and it's more of the competitions like between STK. Can they catch up to BBB? Can we see 22 surpass STK? Can we see E United hold up and try to get in position above Gas Cans, or can Gas Cans defend it? Is there a world where somehow Yoho pulls off the miracle to catch Sonics, or really are they just going to have to defend up against the potential of a big Gas Cans or E United win?
Yoho would have to get, at the very least, a 16-kill win to be 1 point ahead of Sonics.
Easy. Easy 16K.
They have done that, though. I will say that.
Oh,
but that also hinges on the fact that Sonics gets no kills this game.
Yellow Jackets is about to get yellow jacketed.
They're fine.
Well, I don't know.
All right, I lied. I was going to say, I don't know if you wants to poke that hornet's nest, but...
Oh, I like what you did there. Okay. Felipe Roca is now down, and now Drek is going to be running for it. But guess what? If you're going to circle back around, that just puts you right back where E United is going to be at. Drek's still trying to run through, and, well, they came into this lobby with 3. It feels like they're not going to be staying too long. But, hey, it's all a bait and switch. Batungas is still back at Lippo, and he's cutting to the north, so somehow going to survive and avoid the E United death trap.
What's going on?
Snakers, what are you doing? I feel like this is personal. It's like, hey, you remember all those times you messed with us in rotation?
Is it personal? I don't know. I don't know what this
if he just backs this up. Okay, no, they're just driving through to get it. Okay. They were still looking for the last one. Actually, Drek does get away as well. Here's the problem, but he's going to be moving into where Yoho was already defended up.
And again, most of these teams now situated new. The last team, and as well as the United, to be in, but there's so much room in Milta, which... It's just a waiting game now. This first circle has now allowed everyone, as you said, to come in. You see teams set up on the east side of the bridge, AKM. Obviously, United now rotating in here over Prison.
This is a cruel circle. This is an absolutely cruel circle for me right now because I need to know what's going on with these teams and what's going to be happening, how the positioning is going to be coming into play. And this circle is a no. I'm going to make everybody wait, and now it's just going to build the tension and the anxiety, and it's going to put more pressure on every single one of the players as now this shift, the moment that it pops in 1 minute, is going to be so important to so many. A year for these players right now hinges on this next circle for so many of these teams.
I'm looking at the rotations now coming in from E United, and now we're obviously looking at Yoho. Yoho has got Rumblers right underneath them at the compound just below Pie Road there. And Gas Cans as well. I mean, everyone is just setting up. It looks like Just Too Easy is going to drive through. Wakamuka looking for the shots. He's not going to find a frag there, as Nico's not in position to take shots either, Matt.
Yeah, this is one that they're trying to line up. Greg Shot runs out of ammo, is going to have to reload, and Just Too Easy gets away with that one. They do have New Tropic that is going to be the south of this position, so they do have to be careful, but I think they're content where they're at. Gas Cans, realizing the threat on the leaderboard that's coming from them. You see these teams are trying to make the lineup circle, circle, where are you going? And it's just going to center up.
It's going to center up, which means Farm is now going to be taken most likely, I would imagine, by United, or at the very least the top of it going to be taken. They can scout that out, and all these teams now have to shuffle in, and things are about to get a lot more close.
Oh, New Tropic on the move quite quickly, but it's going to be Batungas. What are you doing over here? Just coming up back behind the Rumblers. Of all teams you want to mess with, that's probably not one of them. They will spin back around on this with 0 care on it. Taking the shot, Corsac is going to now be aware.
Survive.
Yeah, that's going to make it even more difficult. So we do see the condenses coming in. Los is actually coming back out of the safe zone to come after what's going on here. So he is being harassed right now by Yoho because Yoho is in a good gatekeeping position for all that is happening. But Yellow Jackets still trying to make some plays.
I mean, yeah, why not? It's the last game. They already know, what their position is. Maybe they can get a few more points and pass 15th, but it's also the fact that mentality, right? It's like, oh, we also lost one early, didn't get
Oh, this is a problem. We do have a Crash that's just run through as well as Newt. They're going to be bumping into each other right after passing through Dodge and BBB. They've just got to go full Mad Max onto this one. It's just exchanges, cars bumping into each other. Everybody is stopping. New Tropic fighting for this as well as Crash. They do get the inside track on it, and a Crash is going to go down.
That was a wild rotation, especially to be set next to another team. They are going to land, at the very least, Newt is going to land this compound for themselves, and they should actually be able to recover everyone as well.
Yellow Jackets still doing Yellow Jacket stuff as Rumblers are in no rush to move in, again, due to where we see Yoho positioned up at. But remember that whole just too easy rotate that we saw a second ago? They're now moving into where one of the duos for Dodge is. Dodge gets a read on that one, is going to rotate. But now, with Nootropic holding down this new position and Roth holding down this angle as well, Nootropic is, I mean, this is going to be hard for Dodge to regroup, but I think that they found the angle to avoid Nootropic. So, should be able to do that.
Dodge is actually going to take a pretty desirable compound in the circle. I mean, it's basically dead center, and yeah, there's a prio build at 2 stories. You have a 1-story shack there type of little building, and so they're going to hold that, and that's going to be a nice pickup for them, especially coming in with that rotation.
BBB does spot out. Mukal is going to go ahead and flush him out, and that's going to spell some bigger troubles for everything that Gaskins was trying to string together. United now just 2 points back behind them. Yoho is still trying to gatekeep right now, and they do have E-United that's pretty close to him. Rumblers and Yellow Jackets both approaching from 2 different angles. Rumblers were starting to try to go further south, but it's going to be E-United that repels them and now moves back into this angle. Yo, Sparking has vision on what's going on with Yellow Jackets, but doesn't have a clean sight line. It's that doll again. Get that doll away. Dude, I hate that doll so much.
Do you?
Look, it's creepy, dude.
It's just hanging out, minding its own business.
Why does it even exist on this map is my question. Is it just to mess with me and make me want to shoot at every single comic book in this building?
Someone maybe left that there, man. You know, it's just hanging out. Just
Whoever left it there has terrible taste. Although, to be fair, if I did move out of this place and I had that doll, I would leave that doll.
Well, there you go. You really blame them then. Flood now looking for just some information as United has landed himself a decent spot here. The one thing I do like about this position for them is they can rotate fairly well off of it.
I also like Flood playing up on top of the bed there. That's something you don't see happen too often. We don't get to see them actually move into that position.
Oh, they actually got the shift, and they have a split. They have a 3-1 split here with Snakers, Matt.
All right, so they do have control over farm. Looks like Relo might be moving more aggressively into this one. STK is going to have to make a bad rotation. Sonics as well. We said the fact that for this to happen, Yo has to have a big game, and Sonics needs to go out early. Well, that means the fact that Sonics is going to be one of the few rotating pieces inside this one. E-United already regrouping into that farm area. Yoho is going to have control over in the north. Gas Cans also going to have to be one of our teams that's moving, as Rumblers do have themselves kind of a spot pretty close to the safe zone. Haven't managed to get inside just yet, but that hillside can give them the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, again, Yoho is going to have just an absolutely monumental game if they want any chance of passing Sonics, and also just having a decent game to make sure they maintain second place for themselves.
Taking some shots to see if they can bait in a rotation around them. It's not going to happen. Yellow Jackets are going to be navigating through that one and finding
I don't know where Yellow Jackets
I don't know. Looks like they're going to go. They're like, hey, 22, what's up? We're just here, man. We're just roaming around. We're taking it in the sights. We're just living right now, seeing what's happening. Just nobody seems to be there. Okay, somebody's
literally
there.
just cruising around right now.
Hey, dude, sometimes you just got to get in with boys and go for a drive. And it's not going to work.
Yeah, this is the end of Yellow Jackets, unfortunately.
Oh, dude, to the north, what just happened? All the teams just cut in. We've got Shoot to Kill. It's going to be running right up next to BBB, as well as Troglodyte is trying to make the run next to Yoho.
Well, they make the pass.
This is a quick run down along the road.
I don't know if they know about Hayes Center 22. I mean, I'm sure they think there's a team here, and they know they're going to have to fight. They make the crash here, and they actually don't lose anyone in this rotation.
How the hell does that happen? It was like everybody was distracted taking the shots at Yellow Jackets. Hasten is going to be able to move away from that one and probably regroup.
Or did they actually? There's only 3 up. Did they lose one earlier before that rotation, and we missed it, or I forgot about it? There are 3, though.
There's been a lot that's been going on. Sonics are now going to have an opportunity to move in with these 2 shifts. They are going to find themselves a position inside the safe zone, but 22 being a focal point of so much of what's going to be going on. And Yellow Jackets actually survives and stops.
Yeah, that's a surprise in and of itself. But I do like the fact that Hasten backed up. He realized he was alone in that prio building. He knew that there's at least a full team coming in, so he backed up. And they're just at this point going to share Snake compound with STK, which isn't the end of the world, all things considered.
Battle for third still going on. It's going to be Gas Cans finding another one in this position as they're going to continue to move in. They do have Troglodyte with great shot, moving more along this angle. Have to be careful as he is going to reveal his backside to them, but he luckily does have a car for cover right now. All considered, it's just exchanges of firefights along Death Road itself. And we call it that because of the fact that you're up on top of that hillside and you look down into the valley that has farm and everything else in it. You can harass so much of what's going to be going on and literally rain death upon the squads down below you.
I will say this as well. United have generally had some really nice success out of farm. The circle now shifting away from them, but even in these rotations around farm, they've been pretty successful. So I'm curious what their play is here. They don't really have a very obvious or easy play to make. And it's really up to Relo to figure something out. This is definitely not a good situation for them to find themselves outside of the circle, but I feel like they do have enough to play to maybe make something happen.
Gaskins have the potential for some Destiny plays, as it is going to be Sonics just to the south of their position. They are watching Dodge, and while they do spot out Dodge, they still didn't make their way into this one. Dodge do have a decent position they're playing right now, but you can see that they are trying to regroup because they are getting harassed from 2 different angles, and it's going to be Sonics on the other side of it. Just too easy. Also taking some pot shots, but not with the cleanest angles to work with. Now that's going to be Sonics hitting those shots into gas cans, now very aware of their positioning.
Sonics do have a ridge here up towards the west side of the circle. It's not great, though. They will have to push out, probably onto that dirt road towards Dodge if the circle shifts any more to the east, which it probably will center up and push them out. So watch for Sonics to make that push and watch for Dodge to really defend against it.
So right now we have Yoho with a foothold position inside the zone that's looking into Troglodytes, could potentially move into where we see BBB at. Yoho does see this as well. No, sorry. E-United sees Yoho's positioning down inside of farm, because remember, E-United wants to try to catch Gaskins right now, and they have got to be one of the big moving factors. Gaskins doesn't have to move that far. Yoho already has a foothold inside of this one, as well as Sonics. So now it's really going to put so much of the onus on E-United to find a way to make it into the safe zone, and it's going to be hard.
Like I said, yeah, it's going to be a pretty interesting puzzle for Relo to solve here. And even just looking at Yoho, that north side with BBB, Yoho, Trog, Gas,
right?
That is this is going to be a really difficult one to navigate for any of the teams in the north, even the teams that are in, right? Because this is going to be a big cluster of a fight.
We go with the fact that said Yoho needs to have a big game, while Troglodytes is preparing themselves to walk right inside their sight lines. Necro already down to about half life, and you can see throwables are now going to start coming out, and that's going to force Necro to be moving away from it. Problem with it is BBB, they've already tried to push into this area. They know that BBB is to the south, or technically to the west of where they are now. Troglodytes has got to make a committal in how they want to do this. While this is going to be happening, you can see it's going to be 300 does have one of their members go down as Rumblers, also trying to move into the safe zone, but so much of this hinges on these rotations. E-United just going to try to send it through. How much scouting has Relo managed to pull out? He's navigating through, has managed to bypass AKM, now moving in, gonna run right next to the last member for Yellow Jackets. He did prep a nade, but is not gonna get there out in time, and now E-United gonna be cutting right up next to Nootropic. Where are we gonna see E-United stopping at? Shots are gonna be coming through. Relo's taking a lot of damage. He's gonna go down, and now it's gonna be stopping at the shack. Can they keep Relo alive? No, he's already down and out. And now, but E-United has managed to make it into this point, and it is close to the center.
That's better than nothing, man. I honestly, that was a hell of a rotation.
Back up to the north, you can see it's going to be Yoho making the aggressive push into Troglodytes, while they did opt into going to BBB's side. Shinboy moving into this. You can see kill feed is absolutely explosive. Yoho needs to have a massive game, and every kill means the fact that it's going to be harder for him, but spots out too, goes for the spray into it, and knows they've now got to fight their way into the zone. They can't settle for anything less.
No, and they need more. If they're trying to win this thing, they're going to need many, many more kills.
Gaskins feeling like they're wanting to get involved in the fight as well. Moving into this position, spotting out what's going to be going on. Looking down the hillside, Gaskins connects into the shot onto Poonage. And now Gaskins saying, hey, we still have our eyes set on a prize of yours as well. Finding this, being aware of the firefight, hearing how it moves, and I think moving intentionally into this location.
I don't, and the thing is I'm not sure if they can get Poonage up. Still as a 3-man, they'd be strong, but ideally they'd also want to get towards the position Poonage held, just because he was further up closer to that circle on the road with the information that he potentially could have gathered.
So now what we see going on with the circle, Gaskins trying to rotate in.
They actually might be able to get him up with this play, as the Gaskins are now rotating towards the Sonics.
Yeah, moving in, this is going to be a very risky push moving into this. They do have the rock.
This is their only play, yeah.
Yeah.
But this position, this position's kind of, it's just bad. It's just awful.
Yeah, it's real bad, especially with H1 right there. No!
I have seen, and also
goodbye.
I've seen this happen so many times to other teams, and I've also been that team that has had to take that, and it's just never good. It's never good, but
E-United goes down at the exact same time. So that means the fact that they are now done and dusted out of this one. STK, the only big moving factor that we're going to be looking at, as well as 22 coming back into this one. Yoho now needs to string some stuff together, but it's going to be Sonics who's been finding kills.
That's actually massive. I couldn't even finish my point. They died so fast.
Shack Life be like that sometimes, as now we're going to see STK trying to make their move in. Yoho looking down the hillside. 22 also trying to get footholds in, as it's going to be high ground favoring Yoho, but don't have clear sight lines on everything that's going to be going down below it due to the trees.
And 22 is still a strong 4-man. And they are only 3 points behind STK, who is now a duo. But STK is a trio. But they have this like interesting split. I actually like this split from STK. Meanwhile, Rumblers are actually pushing Newt.
Trying to just fight for whatever territory there is to be found while this is going on. Yoho does manage to spot out Pin to get the knock on Tim Valiant, holding down the wreckage and fire that is existing around this position. Yoho moving in, realizing the fact that they can make an aggressive play in. Shinboy jumping out down to 2 life, making the shift through, knows where he is. It's a bounce around. He thinks he's got the aim. He's going for it. He doesn't care about his health, and he wins it.
He wipes. That's it. STK is out.
You can see Yoho now in this position. Got to be very careful about the
areas they are trying to make this happen.
Oh, they want it so bad. Now at 6 kills, Sonic still live on the other side, but there's no targets to be had. Everybody is playing in the east. Oh, this big nade is going to be a problem. It's going to be Dodge moving in. Sparking's got to be so careful. Poonage now still down, and there's so little option for them to work with. Dodge knows this position. They know where they've got all the strength from, and they're trying to play it aggressively, but it's going to be 22. Oddly enough, that is taking shots up the hillside to discourage Dodge's reposition.
And this is still a massive game for 22 because they can absolutely pass not only STK but BBB. They can place in the top 5. They've been so consistent this whole event, but they find themselves now on a difficult side of the circle with not much to play and a team, 2 teams looking down towards them, being Dodge as well as Yoho now making the push.
22, you know you need to get the kills on it. You're already tied up with STK in points at the time being. Dodge moves back up, and Ethan yet again, dude. He keeps finding these opportunities for Dodge, but it's still going to be Sparking, clinging to life, looking back into Poonage down yet again. And can Yoho somehow find a way to make this work? Blue Zone's coming in. Ethan on one angle. It's near on impossible, and it is impossible as he goes down.
That means Sonics know at this point that they have won, but they are also still alive, still looking for kills.
What is going on at this compound? It's every car in the freaking lobby is here. I mean, somehow Just Too Easy is holding this, but guess what? New contender approaching as 22 is like, what is even happening in
this? Looks more like a used car lot rather than a one-off house. I mean, that is ridiculous.
This is exactly Poro's used car lot. I'm seeing it right now.
This might be where
smoke
Poro's
on the outside,
is,
all the destroyed cars and everything else like that.
Rats.
100%. Oh, there's no E United around here.
No, that's not what I was referencing, but I see you.
Oh, just go for the play. It was a valiant attempt, Just Too Easy, but it's going to be New Tropic that gets control over Poro's used car lot.
Yep, and that was, I mean, a wild fight to watch. 22 still in it, though. 22 still in the hunt for that top 5.
Look at the bodies, the crates, the cars. I mean,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and what is it, 9 vehicles at that compound?
That is absolutely nuts. Sonics know they just have to survive right now, and that's all they're.
Sonics know they don't have to do anything at this point. This is a nice little
still on the table.
Dude, Newt has just been fighting 12 for their lives.
12 kills right now. These guys are like, we're not done. We've still got so much more to show you. Dodge, realizing who the target is that's going to be next to them, moving out and looking down the hillside. Shrimsy's going to spot out, gets the knock onto one of them, playing in that low hillside position. Now, what are Dodge going to do? Realizing the threats that are going to be around him, the circle has popped, and the only person in it right now is Mime Godspeed.
And Huynh. Just kidding.
No.
Huynh left.
he keeps dancing in and out, so we don't kill him.
And 22, look at this.
But
they
22,
know they want kills.
They know that they need kills. They're
This is
just
so
coming
smart.
in. They don't even care.
Nice. That's one knock. Haven going to find Cherry.
All right.
Volley in.
Coming around the outside of this one, they know that Sonic's playing the opposite point of it. New Tropic getting the beneficiary of being the only team that's going to be to the south.
22.
This is it, 22. We've been saying we want you to be aggressive, and this is exactly the way you should be playing it. Even trying to get up on top of it.
There.
If he can get into that position.
This is worth the reposition. This is worth the time. Genuinely, this is good.
Can he get into that? Haven still just trying to find a way to approach what's going on.
Do it. Nice.
There we go.
This is going to be a big angle for Vinny. So many kills potentially.
Specifically, I don't think that Sonics are going to be expecting this all.
Oh, no shot.
Looking back into it, New Tropic on the other angle for this one.
Newt might spot him up here, though, so he's got to be a little careful of that angle. Sonics with no idea.
what can 22 manage to do here? Hikerman clinging to life. My God, man. Look at the amount of just mollies that are going off in there. It feels like one area has every single car in the lobby, and that room has every single Molotov in the lobby that's going to be inside of it. Shrimzy holding down the shack that's just going to be on the outside of this one. And 22 is now moving into a defended position that's outside the safe zone, not playing it aggressive. And Shrimzy going for it, does connect onto Haven. And now, what are Sonics going to do?
Hikerman still trying to survive in the back. He's the last remaining player of Dodge. He might be able to slip away here and maybe even get a few more kills.
This angle! He's just pumping it right into 22. He's done so much damage. He goes down, but 22 has lost so much. Now, Sonic's realizing moving into this one. Nootropic just still chilling to the south. It's going to be Falcon, the last one up.
Has to go massive here. He's the one that has to clinch out the top 5 here.
Position field.
I'm not sure if that's enough.
I don't know if it is either. Nootropic aware of this firefight. Sonics, are they going to put the bookend on this? Coming in, taking the last round. Nootropic still sitting on 12 kills, having a massive game of their own. Can they fight up against what has been the unstoppable force inside the Sonics? Looking down the hillside, Mime playing the low ground. Coming up, it's going to be Tickle, and that's going to be moving with him. Hello Senpai already down below, about a third of his life. Lamplot on the other side of it. There's just a rock, smoke, and a car for cover. Never mind, that car is going to be going out. Mime going for the spray, does connect into it, and there you go! Sonics take the last game with 10 kills.
In emphatic fashion, they are going to win. They started off, we talked about it, the first day was not great. They immediately adjusted. Coming into the second week, a hiccup here, a hiccup there. EU United starting to make the push. Yahoo starting to put the pressure on, but in the end, they stay strong, and they finish strong.
Massive moral victory as well. The Nootropic, 12 kills, tons of damage. 22 Esports also realizing
22,
the potential.
Man.
You know how we talk about it all the time.
22.
A couple of points here or there decides so many PGC points.
And I genuinely don't know if they actually passed.
I don't.
They're hiding that from us. I see you. I see you, production.
Thanks, production.
I don't know what's going on.
No, we're going that route.
That's crazy. That's really crazy.
It's the PUBG special. You know, we know who wins, but then everything else after that, we've got to.
Well, yeah. I mean, it would have been a monumental task for Yahoo to again get those kills, but then stop Sonics. Sonics had to get no points. They had to get a 16 kill win, and Sonics just played that so solid. They stayed in Pachinki, which is what they like to do in these types of circles. They played slow on the west edge, and they cleaned everyone up that they could.
What I love about that is you saw all the teams understand what they needed to do at that stage. They're like, okay, we have got to have this play. We've got to have this game.
22, man, that was a hell of a try. That was a hell of a try.
I wish that they had been just active just a few seconds before that.
I don't know if they could have been there.
I'm going to go back and I'm watching VOD. I want to know what the hell happened with all of those cars at that one compound. I think that four teams
saw it.
went there.
We saw many different crashes, but yeah, that was.
How do you drive up to that and you're running with your teammates and you're like, hey, there's like 6 cars out there. Why don't we stop there too? Like, well, I mean,
there weren't a lot of options. I mean, that is literally the symptom of that circle. There were not a lot of options, and the rotations from the other teams. I mean, it just. Again, sometimes that's the hand that you're dealt, and you just got to do the best with what you got. And I will say, Nootropic absolutely did the best with what they got.
Guys, okay, look. Yes, we are done with our last round, but we have the final circle that's going to be coming. We've got tons of things to dive into. We've got PNC MVPs. We've got PGC points. We've got prize pools.
Got a lot.
We don't even know where the final of the leaderboard ended up. Did 22 manage to do it? How big of a victory did Sonics actually walk away with there? There's still so much, and we've had so much fun casting. Make sure you stay tuned in because you know Toffees, Clover, and Poro are going to give you so much insights to take into your games. Make sure you stay tuned for another few minutes.
Enough. I don't know if it is either. Nootropic aware of
Might
this
be, though.
fight. Sonics, are they going to put the bookend on this? Coming in, taking the last round. Nootropic still sitting on 12 kills, having a massive game of their own. Can they fight up against what has been the unstoppable force inside the Sonics? Looking down the hillside, Mime playing the low ground. Coming up, it's going to be Tickleton that's going to be moving with him. Hello Senpai already down below, about a third of his life. Lamplot on the other side of it. There's just a rock, smoke, and a car for cover. Never mind, that car is going to be going out. Mime going for the spray, does connect into it, and there you go!
Welcome back. You think it was Street Fighter because it's a sonic boom at the very end of that thing. My name is Thomas. I'm joined by Clover and Poro to break down the action as we get into it. And what an exclamation point for the Sonics to put on the day. We'll take a look at that match leaderboard because it's just worth seeing the amount of just what the Sonics brought to the final day.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, right. We've seen them have the rough struggles in the beginning, and then with a big boom. This has kind of been the story of Sonics in PCS6, finishing strong.
Finishing strong and looking good. I mean, Nootropic, 22, Dodge, all of them had good games. Congratulations to them. But I think it comes as no surprise that we are prepared at this point to let you know who won PCS6.
I have no
Who
idea.
could it be? A drum roll, please. The big moment. Your champions for PCS6. We give you the Sonics. Comes out from the start. They struggled to get off the ground, but man, once that plane took off, there was just no stopping them.
They're nuts, man. They're nuts. And look, hey, we've made declarations in the past, Sonics, Toffees. I know you like alliteration.
I do.
All right, so I came in today telling you how these guys have averaged 61 points per day in final days of these tournaments. You know how many points they got today?
How many?
60.
Wow.
Are we ready? Are we ready to christen it? Can we christen it Sonic Sunday?
Sonic
Ooh,
Sunday.
sorry,
you know what?
FaZe.
FaZe hated the term, so I think Sonics is more than welcome to take it away as you look at the overall standings because of a big Sonic Sunday with that north of 60, 289 points to take home a massive win. But other big news, Yoho steps up and gets a whopping second place.
Yeah, there you go. Look, 98 placement points. Not bad, not bad. It's a little struggle catching up to Sonics, but that 154 kills. Woo! I mean, they've just been wild this whole weekend.
And Gas Cans coming in third, E United in fourth, in a super close contest for 3 and 4. Let's see how that affected the cash, because it's all about the prizes. Sonics take home $60,000, yo-ho, $35K, and the Gas Cans make an extra cool $5,000 off just a couple of points.
You know, I want to point it out. Obviously, the top 4 is where we need to pay most of our attention, but 22 Esports jumped Bing Bang Boom and Shoot to Kill in that late game last game. They managed to earn themselves another $8,000 and another stack of PGC points.
That is a big glow up, and let's see how that also affects the PGC points. You just brought it up. We have the updated scores after the end of PCS6. Sonics jumps into the front with 545.
And all right, United was initially in the lead here, so a little bit of a struggle for this event, falling down. Still keeps them in second place, but that race is close. And I want to point out, Toffees, like 22 Esports jumping Synergy now as the lead LATAM team.
Very, very nice. And I got to be honest, Poro, I think Gascad's going to be very happy with the 255 they walk away from this one, considering where they came in the last 2 days.
No, I mean, I think everybody at the end of the, obviously, you know, coming into today, they all had high hopes for going for that top spot. Once Sonic shut the door, though, you know, it's kind of written in stone. But even still, once you get over the feelings of getting let down here on the last day, you can look at this road to PGC. You can look at your points total and feel pretty proud of yourself.
We looked at our top teams, and we also were tracking the Alienware PCS6 MVP, and we are now pleased to announce once again, no surprise, it is Big Tig Tiggleton coming out with 61 eliminations, 13,000 knocks, which is just a shocking amount of knocks. While doing only 33 damage, 63 assists. Honestly, though, it feels like there's never a question when we have these events. Tiggleton is the king.
No, absolutely. I mean, I was talking to you when we first sat down, when we came in for day number 1, I was saying, okay, well, look, in grand finals, he's this many short of hitting that 400 kill mark. He's this much damage short of hitting 100K. He does fall a little bit short of it, 3,000 damage, but assuming, I know this is a wild assumption, assuming Sonics makes the ESL 2 finals, he's probably going to hit it there.
Well, you brought up, he set a record with the first to 400 kills. Let's bring him in right now. It is the mean machine, Big Tig, the MVP, the man who has so many laptops. They're literally coasters in his house. He's no chicken, but he's got one with him. Tig, congratulations, sir.
Thank you, Toffees. I really appreciate it.
Was that the chicken?
That was.
Do it again. Do it again.
Huh?
I love it. Oh, there it is. I like the addition.
Baby.
All right, we're going to ask you some hard-hitting questions because of your success. Poro?
I'm going to start off right off the bat. I got to know. So MVP, obviously, for the tournament. Congratulations once again. Obviously, I think you're the MVP for Australia as well. Now, earlier today for APAC, we saw, was it Monty that got the MVP nod for them. Have you ever played with Monty before? Are you guys familiar with each other going into PNC?
Yeah, Monty and I used to play a long time ago. Like, we were both teenagers, and we both used to have really high voices. My name when I played with him was actually Diaper Dong, so he always calls me Diaper. So hopefully that doesn't stick going into Nations.
Well, if it wasn't before, it's definitely going to stick now, Mr. Diaper Don. Is that what you said? The Don. Oh, wow. Okay, we'll just call you Diaper. We'll keep it clean. Clover, what do you got?
All right, I'm going to ask the question. Obviously, so many other teams came in with the wins and really strong in the beginning of today. Were y'all focused on winning games, or were y'all just focused on staying at the top of the leaderboard? What were the conversations for you guys like when those crazy Miramar games popped off?
I mean, game 1 and 2 were a little bit shambles. It was a little bit unlucky. We lost players early. Going into game 3, H1 was like, I want at least 16 kills. Anything less would be less than ideal, obviously. And then somehow we ended up with 19 kills. I think that might be our highest kill game as a team since our inception in a finals. Like, it was big, and I don't know, it just felt great. I mean, our comms, like, we try to keep the atmosphere positive. That's like our biggest thing on our team, is making sure that we have a consistent and positive atmosphere so that we can all not feel scared to make plays, not feel like we're going to get judged by each other, etc.
Nice. I'm going to ask a very serious question. I want you to be honest with me, Tig, because I know that that you're going to be tempted to be, you know, a little quieter, maybe not prop yourself up here. When we do these events and we announce that the MVP is going to be taking home special prizes, lots of cool equipment, do you just assume it's going to be you?
No, not really. I mean, I thought this event, Flood, had a lot of potential to be the MVP. I thought E United was coming in strong. I mean, being the MVP isn't actually that big of a deal to me. I know, sorry, that sounds probably terrible, but like,
no,
all the laptops I've won, I've distributed to my team, and I've given away. Like, I haven't. Well, like the extra ones, obviously, I use my own, and I'm very appreciative. But like, I think that a lot of it's a team effort. So like, as I built my collection, I also gave them out to other people that I felt were deserving.
Nice.
So it's not just me. It's not like I'm the God King or something. Like, I don't like being too egotistical or anything.
Okay, well, you keep yourself from getting egotistical. We will do the job of overhyping you because, again, another incredible performance, another great event.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any shout-outs or anything you want to say before we let you get back to your team and deciding where to send the next prize?
I mean, definitely to our Sonic sponsors, Intel and ViewSonic, for making sure that we have the equipment to be the repeat champions. And obviously my family, a couple of them are watching from home right now, and I miss you guys and I love you guys a lot.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Tiggleton. Congratulations again, both on your success personally as well as your team's success. It's become a staple, and I can't wait to see what happens as we move forward with the year. Good luck, and we'll see you very soon.
Okay, thank you, Toughies. Bye-bye.
All right, now, guys, I love the chicken. I love the chicken. That's not all, though, because I think we're all aware that Tiggleton also going to be joining the PNC roster. We'll go over all of that stuff, as well as the highlights from the day and everything that you need to know as PCS6 comes to an end with the final circle in just a few minutes.
really want. Turn it up and do it die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do it die. Everything is on the line. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do it die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a
Born ready.
It's the final circle. Welcome back, y'all. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Clover and Porosaurus as we break down the action to end PCS6 Americas. It's going to be a lot of fun. And I say we get right down into the big reveals. You already saw your MVP for PCS6. You know who your champions are. But we were also tracking the Nations Cup. The MVP from each of the regions gets their bid to go to Nations Cup and represent their country in play there. These are the countries. Let's take a look at the players who will be representing them. Let's put them up.
Let's go. Tickleton obviously has that Australian representative, but at the end of the day, it went back and forth so many times, Toffees, all day long. It was switching, swapping around. Sharp Shot, though, comes out on top for the United States. Brazil will be represented by Sparking.
Yeah, and Shinboy, again, really great day yesterday. Gave him that leap above Adam, and he held that lead strongly today to represent Canada. Martinson, again, back and forth with Lee RV on his own squad. Is going to take that spot for Argentina.
He carried his team with those big arms.
Look at this kid.
Might have to do so at PNC, but congratulations to everyone up there. A big, big shout out to them. Also worth noting, 2 members of Yoho headed to the Nations Cup, and that is pretty exciting, as well as our chance now to talk with the United States of America's representative. It is Sharp Shot joining us for a chat. Congratulations. I know it was a hard-fought battle, but you made it, my guy.
Yo, thank you guys. It's honestly so surreal.
That is awesome. He says it's surreal. What do you got for him?
Look, Sharp Shot, congratulations, my man. I think you've earned this. I mean, even before this tournament, I think you've earned this. I'm interested to know, now that you're set in stone for this roster, who else would you like to be going with you there to PNC?
I mean, if I could pick my teammates, I'd pick my teammates, right? I picked Roth to go as the IGL, Noldless to go as our fragger. But if I could only pick one of them, I'd have to pick Roth to IGL our team. And then I'd pick Shrimzy, and I'd pick Kickstart.
Nice. I like that. I like that.
This is a good team. This is like a good fantasy team.
Mhm.
I need you to help me pick my fantasy team next event. All right. Were you aware how close the USA race was between you and Kickstart and Rello?
I honestly just wasn't really paying attention to it. My focus was like winning this tournament, and once we couldn't win it, I was just doing the best we could to get a better placement.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. I got one more for you. Now that PCS is over, got a little bit of a downtime before ESL, before PCS7 comes. What is it going to take for you mentally to get ready for this big international event?
Just grind.
Nice.
Figure out who's going with me and play a lot of games with them and grind it out.
Nice. When you got this position, you basically beat Kickstart for it. Now, the question I have for you is, you guys, honestly, as long as I can remember, have been sort of in each other's sphere of influence, playing together from a young age, changing teams, but even playing together for a while there. Is it like, what's that rivalry like that you guys are now at a point where you're competing to be the best in America? Like, what does that feel like?
Man, it's crazy. It's been such a long time, me and Kickstart in the scene. Not sure.
Nice.
I don't really look into rivalries that much.
Well, hopefully it's not a rivalry. Hopefully it's support. Hopefully you guys maybe get to play together at the Nations Cup. We'd love to see it. Any shout-outs or anything you want to say before we let you go?
Shout out my boys. They were when they found out with me, like they all really hyped me up, you know, encouraged me. I'm excited for the tournament.
Well, we're excited to see what you bring to it. We'll obviously be cheering you on as we have a little bit of skin in that game. So good luck, have fun out there, and we will see you soon.
See you guys. Thank you.
Few people can say, I'm really hyped in such a straightforward way as he. But it was beautiful. His play was beautiful, as was our next Alienware special prizing. We're going to be giving out the Insane Squad all PCS team. Both of these in just a second. I say we start with Insane Squad. Insane Squad?
Yeah.
That sounds great to me.
Let's get right into it. The Insane Squad receiving their love from Alienware is none other than Yo-Ho.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Logo.
I mean, they deserved it. Yeah, they deserved it. I mean, look, we even saw 2 of them already going to PNC. You can't say that Yo-Ho didn't play their butts off this tournament, and they've been absolutely exciting to watch, too.
And the hustle never stopped with these guys.
No, it didn't. I mean, again, this is one of the very few teams that never missed a scoring chance in all 30 games.
Also worth noting, everybody on the team gets those prizes. They don't have to each choose one.
Oh, they don't?
Whereas giving all of them a loadout, yes.
Oh, I thought they were going to have to trade them by week, you know, like who gets the backpack week 1?
Who gets the good mouse, you know?
Who gets the good...
Oh, but yeah, okay, here we go. Sparking. Again, we're sending him off to Brazil.
Yep.
Go fight for PNC. Balefrost, Shinboy for Canada. The 2 players for Yo-Ho moving forward. But it was just such a great experience, I think, for all 4 of these players. I like the way this rostering has come together. We've talked about it, as you said earlier, almost ad nauseum, and the way that Balefrost has come into this team. I'm expecting so many great things from them moving forward throughout the year.
We've seen the Insane Squad. That is 4 players from the same team. Now let's take a look at the all PCS squad. This is, if you could build your fantasy team, who would be on it? Voted on by a ton of people. I can't wait to see who's actually on this thing. Let's give it to you. Here comes the all PCS team getting $10,000 as well as an M15 R7 laptop. It is Tiggleton, Kickstart, Sparking, and Why Kick a Moo Cow?
Love it. I mean, 4 of the best players that we've really seen this whole event, right? I mean, if Tiggleton wasn't the MVP, it could have been Kickstart. If it wasn't Kickstart, Kick a Cow, and Sparking, just insane players for North America.
And I mean, all of these guys at some point this tournament produced just one of those highlight reel type plays, man. They have been so much fun to watch. And shout out to Kickstart being the American up there. I mean, we're getting invaded, man. There's so many Aussies. There's so many.
Oh, yeah, we've got I guess really what you say, the threat down under, right? Waikik Lukau and Tiggleton sparking once again. He's had these moments in the last few years where he's really just glowed up in the Americas region. And we've had him in LATAM teams, we've had him in North American teams. I love having him up here because he's just so fun to watch play. I mean, like you said, the blow-up plays, Sparking is a big producer of that.
Absolutely. Just there watching him with that M4, working from outside in the blue, but just controlling that recoil. He has been a staple on his team, and I think it's only going to get better from here. Why Kick a Moo Cow up here as well? He's one of those that I think, you know, a lot of us have been getting used to seeing more and more of him, and I've loved every moment of it.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about some of the best personalities in the entire game. I mean, I think Sparking and Cow and Tig all up there. Kickstart as well, man. Kickstart is always good for a good interview. But you know, it's just, I love all of those players. They're so fun to watch, so fun to listen to, watch stream and all that stuff. And, you know, I'm excited about the United States when it comes to PNC, but I'm going to be just as pumped for Brazil, man. I'm so excited about them.
I hope you're also pumped for Kill Leader. I think I know who it is. Well, let's do it. The Kill Leader who takes home even more prizes.
No way.
I'm so
Tiggleton,
surprised.
another 5K.
Just add it to the stack of laptops over there in the corner. It's fine.
I mean, again, though, right? It's just his ability to pop off.
Yep.
In the beginning of the tournament, we weren't quite certain this might have been a stat that he could have taken, but then Game 5, Day 1, he woke up.
You know what?
He came back to his form.
You know what cracks me up on the fact that he's on every single winning list that we have is that he's done so much that our editors can continue to find new shots of Tiggleton being awesome. I mean, that is just the way that he plays, and it's awesome too because he's been a really good representative of the community. He streams constantly. You can always check in and find him putting in work, and it's exciting to watch.
Well, you know, I mean, like 5K. I hope he goes out and buys himself some Gucci socks. But I gotta be real with you. Like Tickleton, I was kind of keeping an eye on it coming into this. He was having some problems. He was having some problems with dying early. And this tournament, he seems to have fixed all of that and gotten that all turned around. So it's really exciting. I mean, obviously, we talk all about how great Tig is, but the fact is that when he was in having a thing that he was kind of struggling with, was still able to kind of come back, turn that around, find what the problem was, and fix it. That speaks volumes to his character.
Yeah, I mean, I'm even just thinking the amount of times Sonics maybe did die early, didn't get that win. When you look at the players that were still up, more often than not, this event, it was Tiggleton. And he used that as big scoring chances, too. The kill leader is 61. He had a 7-kill game, a 6-kill game, a 5-kill game. That's great.
I love talking about Tiggleton. I also have not been able to stop thinking about $5,000 socks that apparently exist out there, according to you. That's crazy to me.
I mean, you get 2 pairs.
Well, you know what's even crazier than $5,000 socks?
What's that?
The top 5 plays of the day!
Oh, I love them. This is my favorite part of the day, baby. All right, top 5. We're starting off with Los HD.
Los HD.
Let's get him. Oh, you know Los HD. This man is insane, and we got to see. We didn't get to see him a lot, but when we did get to see him, it was stuff like this: arcing over the top, baby, right on top of the smoke cloud, easy peasy.
This event's been a masterclass in nades, but it's also been a masterclass in drive-bys and these weird, crazy plays with yellow jackets. I know it's a meme. I know. All right, we'll let it go, but expect the unexpected with this squad. Troglodyta's really trying their best to stay recovery. In fact, that whole segment of that match was insane.
Exex almost pulls it out here with the double spray. Just barely goes down, but that was just fun to watch.
So close, man. So close. All right, what do we got for number 3? It's going to be Roth and the boys from Big Bang Boom. Get 1. Get you 2. Come on, get another one. Get another one.
Make it a triple?
We'll take a triple. Oh, look, Big Bang Boom. Look, whenever they start rolling downhill, man, these guys are absolutely terrifying. Go clean that up, Roth. You're not done with your food yet. There you go. All done.
All right, and number 2, another nade action. Look at that. Whoop, whoop, bam. Halo with the 2, Kurt with the follow-up there onto Necro. This was such, again, shout out to Shoot to Kill for really showing up today.
You've heard of the 1-2 punch, but only STK has perfected the 1-2 nade because these guys do know how to go after it when it comes to raining shrapnel on everybody around them. And then the cleanup beauty party.
Okay. And then the final one, it had to be from Sonics, didn't it? And it had to be Win, it feels like. We've been talking so much about Tig. Don't forget about the boy. H-Wade's cleaning up over the side, grenade right on top. That's about as quick of a 3-piece as you're ever going to see.
Nice little victory punch at the end there.
In the words of the immortal Godspeed, shoo.
Shoo.
Too good. It was beautiful to watch. Those are the 5 plays of the day. PCS6 is wrapping up. It has been an absolute blast. And the Sonics, man, again, I cannot keep... They had so many bad games to start, and yet they dominate by so much.
They had so many bad games, and yet they're in lead of placement points by more than a few games worth.
Haters down bad. What can you say? I mean, it's like, and you know what else? I mean, they finally managed to break the E-United streak, don't they? I mean, it was 3 in a row for E-United up until this point.
Let me ask you this real quick while the board's up. Of the teams that are sort of in that 9 and down, is there a team that you can say like, hey, you caught my attention? Maybe you had some good moments. I'm excited to see what you bring in future events. Clover?
You know what? After today, I want to say Nootropic. They had 2 double-digit kill days. It kind of seemed like where they were at when they were in good form, as Dodge last year with PCS 4 and 5, or well, I guess 4. But I would love to see them continue that forward.
Oh, yeah, Akreche. They had a 61-point day where they looked like they were unstoppable. Such confident movement, they've had everything under control. It was such a fun day to watch them play. I want to see them be able to replicate that again, and I know they're capable of it. We know those guys are fraggers.
Take some notes, come back stronger. We'll see if that happens. Guys, that's all that we have for PCS6, but that is not all for PCS6 globally. While Americas and APAC has come to an end, I know, I am crying as well. The 29th kicks off Asia and Europe as they go through 2 weeks of PCX craziness, not even wrapping up until the 8th. It is going to be awesome. Make sure you tune in. I know it's going to be a good time, especially Asia. They put in a lot of aggression and should be a ton of fun with where their teams are right now. Very, very exciting, guys. PNC also around the corner. That's 16th to 19th in June, and if the last PNC is an indicator, this is going to be awesome.
I love it. I'm so excited for PNC. Like I said, it's been a couple years since we've had that event. All right, we've got to bring up the country rivalries. America's, we've got some good representation. But for those of you guys in chat, you got to let us know which one of these countries.
Who are you cheering for at PNC? Yeah. All right, while they're telling us who they're cheering for, I want to hear from you guys. Final thoughts, end of PCS6, looking towards the future, really whatever you want to talk about. The floor is yours, Clover.
I think that this event proved how insane America's region is. For it to be this close with 4 teams in the running up to the last day, it's just proof that we've evolved. And for the rest of the regions, you guys better watch out.
Poro? Look at that. She's squaring up on him already.
I like the square up.
I mean, I can't agree with you more, though. I think we had 4 this time. Next time, it could be 6. I mean, there's so many teams that are just right on that cusp. I mean, you look at Bing Bang Boom, you look at Shoot to Kill. They weren't up there. And we're used to seeing teams like that up there. So I can't wait for the next regional event we've got going.
Absolutely. That's my final thought. I can't wait for the next one, and it is going to be coming up sooner than you think. Guys, thank you so much for watching. We appreciate it. It means the world to all of us here at PUBG. From myself, from Clover, Porosaurus, Matchroom, Godspeed, Cammy, and everyone at Crafton, thank you so much for watching, and until we see you next time, play more PUBG.
Start to pressure SDK, as well as the rumpers.
Oh, I saw that one coming in right there. Extreme does manage to hit into Vox. He's going to get picked off. And, oh, what is going on with Trogmedius right now? Hopping in the vehicle to try to dodge vision on it. He switches back into another. He's just bouncing all around Yellow Jackets right now, trying to survive. It's just a grenade firing line that's coming out. And, oh, Corsac does hold up with the nades, man. There's just too many of them. Sonic's managed to pick that one up. Ragnar trying to hold this together, is really hoping the fact that his teammates are on the outside of it can try to make some plays.
A little headshot there.
Ellie RV had an idea, and Waikiki Mukal said that wasn't a good idea. No.
But this position, this position's kind of, it's just bad. It's just awful.
Yeah, it's real bad, especially with H1 right there. Playing the low ground, coming up, it's going to be Tickled, and that's going to be moving with him. Hello Senpai already down below, about a third of his life. Lamplot on the other side of it, there's just a rock, smoke, and a car for cover. Never mind, that car is going to be going out. Mime going for the spray, does connect into it, and there you go!